Mic check. Okay. We are gonna watch the TI while I'm playing.
To be honest, I feel like adrenaline powers you through at this point. Like, these guys are in the lower bracket finals of TI. I think they can absolutely do it. What's crazy to me is that if we're looking at this matchup, the team that we can say is like more dominant in terms of team fighting and raw skill is Extreme. That's what it looks like this tournament. This is not how it's been all year, and P-Vision is more like they're going to cheese you on the map.
Last time they met, P-Vision did beat them 2-0 at TI, and it was the game number 1 was one of the weirdest games that we've seen in quite some time, ending with only 9-3 score, where there's only one team fight. Slark steals the Aegis 9 class at his finest, making sure that it's going to be in his hands. He doesn't even die there, and they just end the game. I think 9 class is the best player in the world when it comes down to buying time, understanding what needs to be done. You were talking about these lotuses, all the stuff that he does on the map behind enemy towers, killing couriers and such. But I think it's very, very important to not give him the hero that he wants to play. We're talking about this Slark, we're talking about this Monkey King, but I'm pretty sure that Astini definitely has a couple of aces up his sleeve.
I mean, it's also the fact that I feel like actually has to figure out the right hero to fight him in the lane. You know, I'm thinking about heroes like Bane, because the way that 9 class likes to play, he's running around, he's playing creeps, and Bane is like the perfect hero for that.
That's
you
true.
see him, go to sleep, good night, go home, stop the pull. So I think this is going to be like one of the few things that they could do against 9 class.
Something for chasing him, essentially, because like the way Bane wants to play in general is running around in the trees. Like you even see Bane's pick up a quelling blade just so they can like cut little tree paths and hide. So something to match 9 class. But he's been doing this for so long. He has been doing this at such a high level that I do feel like in terms of play style, it is very difficult to match him, especially if Astini and 9 class have cooked something that people don't really understand for this series.
Yeah, it feels like he's gone through the trials and tribulations of every hero that could potentially try and stop what he does, but there is no end in sight, it feels, apart from banning out those heroes. I do have to say, Astini was riling up the crowd, getting the energy going. If any team is going to benefit off of a crowd buff in this series, it's definitely P-Vision. I think they love taking to the stage. They love hearing the audience and everything that they get to do about just playing good Dota.
I mean, we're talking about Astini, we're talking about 9 class, but I feel like Zhao Wade and Almay have also been cooking some pretty incredible heroes for him. They played Clinks for the first time. They've been picking a lot of anti-mage. Chaos Knight, Lacoste, as you mentioned yesterday, going for the facet where you get the neutral item, the tier 5 neutral item at 35 minutes. Like, this is stuff that we've never seen before. This is stuff that even if you're, you know, the big brains of P-Vision, cooking up this, like, crazy, wacky gameplay, you've still never played against this before.
Yeah,
Like, both sides are cooking here.
You're going to be worried about how deep this hero pool is. It feels like every game we see, Ame is just bringing something new out for himself. And we can see a pretty good comparison here. There's actually only 3 heroes that overlap between the two of them here. Of course, something very unique for Satanic is that carry Tinker there. But yeah, Ame playing the AUG, that's very unique to him if you compare any.
This must be the least overlap that we've seen out of any comparison so far.
And then also you see the difference. The difference there, you know, Army is like more like he has the more active role, whereas I think Satanic has the more greedy roles. You know, the greedier heroes.
Yeah.
I also want to point out, you know, we keep saying Ame is this uncrowned king, but it's like he's been here before. So even though we talk about P-Vision having a crowd buff, I think there's something in stability of having been at the stage before, having made it so far time and time again at multiple TIs.
Yeah, I mean, this is his 7th TI. Ame is just a legend for a good reason. The LGD run at TI8, he got 2nd place. It was him and X-Noah, by the way. And then LGD TI10, it was him and Shinkyu also getting that 2nd place. A lot of achievements for Ame, getting so close so many times, but I'm feeling it. I'm feeling this is his year.
Really, Lacoste, you're all
I
in
can
that
feel it
way.
in my bones, yeah.
He just somehow makes it so far into the tournament every time.
The patch is also really favorable for his type of playstyle where the game is sort of slower, you get more time to farm, you get this helm and then you hit creeps and you know when to join the fight, you know. So I think this could be his year.
Well, I don't want to stall this out any longer. Our players are now ready. They're out on the stage in their booth, so let's get this lower bracket going.
P-Vision.
Here we go.
Versus Extreme Gaming.
The lower bracket finals, guys.
A best of 3 to decide if you're going home or going to the grand finals. A chance here for these 2 teams to make it there. Our game 1 draft on our screens now, and we do wonder who exactly is going to be targeted, who's going to be able to excel and show their strengths in this series.
Is this a prediction for the entire draft?
An Aegis, that's what they're going to draft first.
And an Aegis. Well, you have to take Roche at some point.
Oh, it's the opposite way.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to be seeing a Witch Doctor. That was one of them, right?
Yeah.
All right, the crowd is happy. Slark is out.
I mean, also the Mars, right? Like pretty interesting. Like we saw a couple of really good performances from XXS on the Mars, and we highlighted that they are the team fight team. You know, Mars is the hero for that.
It's probably the perfect hero, I would say, for this team. Like the way that it lets you split up fights is very important. But I remember XM in an interview like ages ago, he said, if you give us SF, we will win with SF, and then you will ban SF. So they still value it.
That's the first pick.
A huge amount of success from the hero, but I feel like when we have seen it, it's been picked in scenarios where they needed other stuff. They needed some spirit type hero, and then SF was picked as the answer there, and I don't think it's that. I think if you draft an entire draft around SF, it's very good, especially if you can also flex it into the carry position.
Yeah, we saw yesterday NGX having Medusa and Shadowfin. It didn't really work out for them, so I think Shadowfin definitely needs a specific setup. You can't have too greedy cores, because he also takes a good amount of farm. He also wants heroes to go in. He wants these active type of heroes, especially from the off lane, maybe even an active carry, because this hero is going to be carrying, if we're talking about Shadowfin from the mid role, and XM did play it 3 times so far and did win every single game on it.
He's probably better slightly as a mid hero right now after the little nerfs that he had in the last patch, but we'll see. I think it's still open as a flex for them, and I think I like to also mention that the fact that whenever you're playing high-level dollar like this, it's very important to have control over the mid section of the map. Something like SF or Sniper, you shove the
I'll be
wave
honest,
out
I haven't
and you
played
can
Dota
pressure the
for a
tower.
while.
I think this is something that maybe actually felt like it brought them success in previous series, especially when they had the Sniper. So they're trying to find a hero which you can pick early, but also not get counter, right? Because we talked a little bit about the Sniper, where you don't really want to open the drop it until you see your matchup.
Yeah,
I think SF
back
has
in the day,
a little bit more
first
leeway
pick,
with that
like,
because you can
mid
move it to
heroes
the
is
carry.
really not a thing.
A lot of pressure.
But right now they could just flex it right now here.
I agree.
It's pretty
They're
amazing.
trying to bait this potential sniper that could come out, something that we've seen yesterday that they did against the same matchup, and I kind of feel it that this could be position 4 or position 5 Invoker that they want to run if it gets countered.
I was thinking the exact same thing, because I do think that Invoker, with the current way that you play him, getting the Dom, you're playing around Cold Snap, tons of summons, it's very good against SF, because SF mid wants to go Blink and Yasha and Kaya. He doesn't get the BKB until later on, so it's almost impossible to get the Requiem off because of all of Invoker's stuns. So because of that, maybe XG is thinking, okay, this is going to be an Invoker mid, but of course, there was a while there, 9 class was playing Invoker. In pro-level pubs before this tournament, Invoker was a 4 position, not a mid laner. People were playing
it's
it.
also the fact that you can easily gank the SF if SF is mid as Invoker.
The last
support.
time
You
both
have
of
the
these
tornado and the
teams
cold
face
snap,
each
like you guys
other,
mentioned, so I feel like we're probably gonna
XG
see
lost.
maybe XG
So
move
yeah,
away from
we'll
that
see
and
if they
move
can
into
have
the
their revenge
carry,
here.
which is more safer right now.
One of these
considering
teams
all
are
the
going
options they
home.
have. But the other option is also to go for like really strong supports like Clock. Thus, you need supports that can secure the runes and protect the SF in the mid lane. Those are the supports that I'm going to be definitely looking at.
I do love the bans coming out from Extreme Gaming, by the way. I just want to take note that that was the exact same ban opening that Falcons did against them yesterday when they beat them in that game number 3. And then, of course, you continue it on. You want to take out more of 9-class hero pool, the Pudge, the Act, just everything that is too annoying.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of ET. ET on the main stage of TI, he does have 100% win rate over 6 games for a good reason. This is something that has been paired up with another team fighting offlaner, especially like these Marses that can keep them in place, so ET lands a really good stun on top of them. It's also a hero that amplifies your damage, so you have Invoker as well, could be insanely good.
It's also a block pick, right? Because XG really likes to play this hero.
And they've looked really good on it. Teamfight counter initiators is exactly how they like to play.
Yeah, on the other hand, I feel like these two heroes, the ET and Invoker, they're both kind of weak against something like Clockwork, So I would like to see a Clockwork here, probably.
Oh, it's loading. The fuck? Let's first. Why is it loading?
Like dealing with both of these heroes from Paravision, and the Clockwork also serves as a bodyguard for the SF, regardless of where the SF is going to lane, mid or carry.
Did you guys like the clock when it was seen yesterday on the side of P-Vision?
Oh, Warlock.
The Clockwork?
Yeah, because Winter was just talking about it.
Yeah,
and
I
potentially
think
be picked up, and
I think Clockwork through this whole tournament has looked like a very strong hero. People have gotten a lot better at utilizing the cog knockback. I think just in general, people have skilled up when it comes to Clock. It's probably just an underrated hero coming into this. Warlock SF lane seems a little weird, right?
Yeah, it's not the partner that you want to have with Shadowfin, because usually he doesn't have a problem with the sustain, so most likely...
And also,
and
also SF doesn't like to push out the wave in the safe lane, right? Because Warlock, you're going to use Fatal Bond, so I think the lane probably is not that great. So
right.
Like probably it's going to go mid, like what Lacoste mentioned here.
And the reason I bring up the Warlock is because Clockwork would also be 5,
Nyx.
but they go for Nyx.
Wow, this is... I mean, Warlock and Nyx is a very good combination, because Warlock is a team fight hero, and Nyx kind of that's the other thing, right? Because whenever you're playing into Warlock, you're trying to dodge, you're trying to avoid
Yeah.
the rock, and Nyx hunts you down.
Nyx pretty much makes up for everything the Warlock lacks, and Warlock does the same thing for Nyx.
It's a very rare hero that we get to see. It's only been twice at this tournament that we've gotten to see it. 1 win, 1 loss for itself.
It's a big counter to Elder Titan.
Yes.
So it really makes it very, very difficult for Elder Titan to set up his storms. And obviously also really good against the Invoker here. But the downside of Nyx is he is very, very weak in the lane after they remove the one-shotting creeps, you know.
Yes, there is no recovery mechanism for Nyx Assassin now. You need to have a good lane.
Oh,
All right.
Wow.
Enigma and Void
here.
Spirit.
Well,
wow.
we're gonna get some epic team fights in this match. I can tell you that much.
I
Oh,
also
wow,
wanna see
this
which
team
one
fight
of
is
these
gonna
two
be
heroes is gonna
really
played as
good,
a
man.
position four,
The team
either
fight in
Void
this
Spirit
game, in
or
this series is
Invoker.
gonna be
I
so
mean, we did
good.
see yesterday position 5 Enigma from KJ. It did look insanely good because he was stacking 3 camps at the same time, making sure that enemies are not getting the stacks and still being able to scale into the mid and late game with the itemization that he was going for.
Team fight is
You know,
gonna
in
be
the green
nuts.
room a while ago, somebody said 9 class is gonna play Void Spirit today. So maybe that's what we're gonna see here.
Well, who said that? You can't just say somebody said that.
Somebody, I'm not gonna reveal who.
No, that's
Oh,
fair. You gotta
it's
keep
a
your
secret.
sources.
Okay, I
So
see.
you think it's more likely to be a Void Spirit that's going
Maybe,
to
you know,
support than an Invoker?
Because they've been really theory crafting about what
Dawnbreaker.
melee heroes could replace the slug.
Okay, I understand.
It's
that
one of the
mix now.
most difficult heroes to beat catch. Like,
Okay,
it's
they need a
almost
carry
impossible
now.
To catch Void Spirit kind of fits
Who's
what
a good
9 class
carry?
wants to do. Be very annoying. You have 2 astral step charges. You have the simulate as well, so very difficult to catch. Be annoying. If you get the shard, you can farm the camp. You just put down 1 remnant, and you're gonna be getting. The farm.
Naga is
But
there.
To your point, Cheng,
I don't know,
this
Naga is
Dawnbreaker,
banned.
I assume
Okay.
they pick Nyx Assassin to block the Dawnbreaker and then take it for themselves.
I think so. I think so.
I don't know
You-
if
you
Bristle
cannot
is
pick
good.
Dawn into Nyx. It's like Nyx Silencer.
I've seen
but
I
Warlock
played
and
Bristle.
Elder Titan had already been picked, and Silencer is played as a 5. So they
So
picked
they
the
ban
only
us,
4
ban.
position that counters Dawnbreaker that PV is willing to play, that 9 class is willing to play, which is Nyx Assassin, and then they get the Dawnbreaker uncountered. And we saw yesterday in the Heroic
What's a
series
good
how
carry for
strong
PV?
Yeah.
Dawnbreaker can look, especially into Enigma as a counter to the Black Hole. There's straight up nothing you can do. It's an AoE disable global BKB
I
pierce.
mean, you're not winning that team fight against the Rock, the SF Requiem, and the Dawn coming down. You know, it's so difficult. And at the same time, why their draft is so solid right now? If you don't take the team fight, there's a Nyx hunting you with the Solar Guardian.
With the Dawn coming in, yeah, exactly.
It is so
Could've
That
been
hard.
team fight is so
Setup
good
where
early
they can
game.
Get the kills pretty much anywhere on the
Yeah.
map, but also looking at the P-Visions draft, you do have a lot of team fight as well. Invoker with the Cataclysm, ET, Ulti, and
It takes
Enigma
time,
as well,
though.
but it does take time. I think this lineup is a bit on the slower side. If it's going to be Invoker from the mid lane, which I think it's going to be, with the Helm of the Dom and this Void Spirit position 4, it's still going to give you a good time. You're going to hit Enigma, you're building into Helm, you're building into drums, these type of items, you're building into potentially a pipe. You just want to be tanking up, and then you're going to hit the crucial timing with all these summons, all these zoos, and you're going to be ready to take the fight, but it needs a little bit more time.
Yeah, I agree. I do
Ursa
think
is
the
still
Invoker
there.
line looks better
Bristleback
here.
is still
All of
there.
the things that we talked about
Ursa is
against
banned.
the
Okay, there we go.
SF,
Ursa is
Cold
banned.
Snap, the
What else?
small instances of
Bristleback
damage,
is still
like,
there.
all very good against Dawnbreaker as well. She ults in, Invoker drops a Meteor plus Cold Snap, like she can definitely feed. Whereas a Void Spirit, you're kind of initiating, and Dawnbreaker ult can counter that initiation, so you probably want to put that on less of an important role. I also feel like for 9 class, Void Spirit makes a lot of sense. He's really hard to
Broodmother is
kill.
still there as
You
well.
just need to get level 6. That's the only concern here.
Chaos
is that he
Knight is
can't
still a
really
good pick
run
as
around
well.
3 level 6 and be
But
invulnerable like he could on
Medusa
Monkey
is still
King, like,
there.
jumping on the trees.
I mean, the issue with the Void Spirit is like he seems like a very different replacement for the Slug and Monkey, right? Because the way you set up for the gangs, I think it's a
Okay,
lot
there you go.
harder
Anti-Mage is
as a Void
banned
Spirit.
as well.
Like you
I
see
was
someone, you have
thinking
to jump in and
Anti-Mage
then
as
land
well.
your Aether Remnant, and the
So,
disable is not as
Carries, there are
reliable,
still
I would say, as a
Medusa,
Slug or Monkey King.
Bristleback.
So I think the execution level of this hero, if it's
Life
indeed a
Stealer.
position four,
I don't
is
know
going
if
to
Life
be
Stealer
way,
is
way
good in
higher.
this TI.
Something else that 9 class is doing on these heroes is the vision game, right?
OPL.
Something that at least the Void Spirit is pretty good to do. And a fan
Oh,
of it,
there we go.
Oh, Ame, what are you doing?
he just knows how to deliver on the main stage. Let's be real.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really much in the way of clearing
PL, huh?
illusion.
And also, it's a very
Wow.
good lane matchup into the Enigma. Which
I mean, I have
suspect
thought about
is
PL, but
the
not
biggest
this
reason they wanted the
situation.
Phantom Lancer here. And it's also really good against the Invoker. You dodge the spells, you can land the combo.
We'll see.
Will need some AoE, something that can build into Battle Fury. I'm thinking about you know, these Jugs maybe. They played a lot of Kunkka in the safe lane. A couple
Jug
of
is
months
still
back.
there.
He builds into Radiance, not the best thing against Nyx Assassin,
Yeah.
but you have Cleave, you have Radiance against PL Illusions. Could be something that they are going to be willing to pick up.
Yeah, if you're thinking about Jugs, I think you should focus on the draft, but maybe Juggernaut or Lifestealer? Like you
I don't know.
against the
And
PL.
you
I
have
don't
the
know.
Rage against the Nyx.
Oh, there you go, the life stealer.
There you go.
It felt really good against the other heroes of Extreme Gaming, and I think against PL, it's an okay matchup. It's decent. You know, you can slowly clear through all the illusions, like kite the fight for long enough to kill the
But
PL.
the thing you have to worry about is the BKB piercing disable from the Dawn and the Warlock, which is going to be very, very annoying for the Lifestealer in the team fights.
Yeah, 100%. And I do think there comes a point in Dota where Lifestealer does not answer PL. Once he has enough items, once he has a pipe to back him up, so the Radiance is clearing through the illusions and revealing who the real PL is, I do think that late game, PL destroys Lifestealer.
But are they going to be able to get there, right? We've seen Phantom Lancer only one time so far. It did not have any success, and it felt like because you were able to close the game out a lot earlier than those items required for PL, he needs a lot
We'll
of
see, I
time.
haven't
I
seen
don't think they
PL
need to
so
get
much
that, though. I
in
think in
the...
the early stages, their
PL
team
and
fight
Lifestalker,
with
but
SF
yeah, I
Warlock
haven't
and
seen
Dawn
them so
is
much.
just going to be enough to
We'll
carry them
see.
through the game. They're going to get the objectives easily, get Roshan on their hand, and the game does not have to get
I
to late game
think
for the PL to
early
beat the
game to
Lifestealer.
mid game,
I will say,
I think
when played from ahead, I do
Lifestealer can
really
win,
like
but in
Lifestealer
late
against
game, I don't
PL.
think
And let me just read some of Satanic's
um,
records real quick. These are records.
Lifestealer can win
over
against
across
PL.
all TIs. He's #1 for least deaths, #1 for GPM, #1 for XP per minute, #1 for last hits per minute. This guy is good. If somebody's going to be ahead, it's him.
It's definitely him. I think this game is going to be very, very slow. I think we're going to be seeing only a couple of kills in the first 10 minutes, and that's going to benefit both of the teams. I also feel that Jinkyu will need to do a lot of work because he is pretty much the only stun. He's going to be setting things up. Sure, you have Warlock ulti, you have Dawnbreaker ulti, but he needs to be the one
Everything's
in the
following
front line.
him.
Pretty much
Yeah.
everything is a follow-up.
All right. I like where you guys are putting this. It feels like there's going to be so much on the line about these lanes, exactly how this game is going to go out. But I want to get some words of confidence from one of our team's coaches, and that's Estinian Slacks.
Absolutely, words of confidence coming from this man many times before in this tournament. Just as the first one. You feeling confident now?
Yes, it's impossible not to feel with this energy from the crowd, South Americans, Brazilians, CIS, everyone cheering for us. Thanks, guys.
Impossible to fail. You know, that's not what everybody says. I've been reading a few threads. Says, you know, ban the Slark, ban the Monkey, or playing against Paravision, easy win. Do you agree with that?
This TI team is stars align. I thought Nigma would win, and then they lose. And then I have no option of hero. They ban full hero pool. Then I look, everything purple, and it's Void Spirit. They couldn't count with it.
That's a coach right there. All right, look around, see something in the room, and go, that seems like a good hero. Hell yeah, all right, I like that.
You came dressed for it.
Yes, thank you. I am actually Void Spirit. I'm glad I can motivate you, my friend. All right, let's get serious here for a second, though. We do have some pretty interesting picks here. Phantom Lancer, what the hell is this? I would never ask that to the director. Do you have any idea what they're planning with that hero, and are you ready for it?
We tried 2 times ourselves. We always lost. Maybe they make it work. I'll be happy to see it work on the sense PL can work, then I play next game, but I think it will not.
Okay, does not
What was
think it's
that?
going to work.
It's like the coach is
All right,
not
all right.
confident. What
Now,
the fuck?
I know I'm not supposed to ask a father about his children, who's his favorite child, but out of the team here, come on, you got to make one choice. Who's going to be your MVP on this game to get you a first win?
9 class.
9 class! All right, we'll see it. Will he be the 9 class that we've seen so many times before, or that position 7 Centaur? We'll find out very shortly. Thank you so much, my friend.
Okay,
It was a
we'll
pleasure
stand
to see
here.
you, and we'll get it to game number 1.
Okay, here goes game 1 of the lower bracket finals, ladies and gentlemen.
Bracket final, and of course is Extreme Gaming up against P-Vision and Fog. We're getting some exciting heroes coming from the final day of the International. 9 class bringing out this Void Spirit. And obviously on the side of Extreme Gaming, we're getting an Arme PL. I think we saw the
Oh,
stat.
an
What is
Invoker
MVP
versus
once in this tournament.
SF, man.
Nope.
A classic mid clash right
here.
here.
I mean, we're in for a treat here, right? We have
We
masterminds,
are
of course,
in
for
for a
both
treat
coaches,
right
but
here.
so many iconic heroes coming in. Even though, like you said, we don't see the PL too much, a lot of these players do love to play it. It just unfortunately doesn't work in a lot of situations nowadays. But we're in for a treat for sure. Look at all the team fight we've got, Owen. Some of these games, they've gone, I mean, most of these games have gone quite long. And if this one does go long, holy moly, look at the wombo combos that can come in, right? We've got Exard Invoker, so we have the potential for the Cataclysms later on with Black Hole. And then, of course, from the side of XG, Fatal Bonds with the Dawnbreaker, with the SF. Let's see who can execute better.
And talking about some of these other heroes that we haven't really been seeing too much, you know, Jinkyu has had some insane games yesterday. He was popping off time and time again. Definitely giving them the confidence to bring in something that we just haven't been seeing that much as well. The Nyx Assassin. I mean, why haven't we been seeing this hero? And what do you think's made it this game for the one that Jinkyu said, hey, give me the Nyx Assassin?
I think Panel touched on it pretty well there, right? They were trying to cover and make sure that this Dawnbreaker can have a good time, but also with what he had seen already, he saw the ET and the Invoker. So a pretty good matchup in terms of mid-game and late game for that Nyx Assassin to disrupt combos. Top lane.
So we're going to be able to trade back pretty nicely here with the punches of Dakalis.
And you're asking also, sorry, why we don't see it as much. The weak lane, right? That's just what's always been the case. After they removed the Mind Flare, one-shotting those creeps to have that recovery outlet, it did make it a lot more difficult to play the Nyx Assassin in some situations.
And the PL, so why are other carries not touching this hero? It feels like they're not even considering it. I mean, we heard from Astini, right? He himself didn't have a lot of faith in this hero. So he's, of course, going to be watching with, it feels like, the rest of the world to just see what PL can do as a carry in this day and age.
On paper, we've seen, especially in pubs, it's been running rampant. It's winning a ton of games just because once the game gets to these later stages, it can be very difficult just to deal with these illusions. You tend to just run out of steam with your draft, which could potentially happen if this PL gets too far ahead or if the game gets too late and the Lifestealer isn't ahead in particular, right? It could be pretty problematic. There's ways to stop the Black Hole. There's ways to prevent the Invoker from getting spells off as XXS.
They're going to have the Sunstrike. It's going to connect onto Jinkyu. Got the Spike Carapace up with the blood.
Offlane is Enigma. Oh, wow.
Laying down the blood grenades here to get that first blood secured.
A very, very strong lane that P-Vision has set themselves up top. Pretty much completely countering the Dawn and the Nyx in terms of laning phase.
Yeah, it certainly feels like it. I mean, we're seeing, right, you know, XXS and Jinkyu, they can step up, drop their spells, but if the burst of those combos doesn't
Come on, give me some good
kill,
stats.
the right clicks and the chase down from Dakalis and Satanic,
so that I can move on.
It feels like it's going to win out pretty much all the time.
It really should, honestly. The problem with Nyx Assassin, like we were saying, with their laning phase, he hates laning versus strength melee heroes.
Yes.
It just is the case.
He's got to be a bit cautious here. Getting caught stepped up, the Sunstrike off the mark, but he will still be chased out here.
Hey, look at Jinkyu, he's hugging XXS with the Carapace to try to reflect that Sunstrike back. Off the mark there slightly though, no one. As we get the chance to look at these other lanes, XM versus no one, having a very good time so far. And same thing for bottom, we're seeing that PL, Ame, feeling no threat versus the Void Spirit and the Enigma so far here. As I don't think he will. That's probably why they also wanted this PL. They see the lane, it's a Void Spirit Enigma, and they have a Warlock, which is going to keep him completely sustained in the lane. So Ame is set up for success to get that farm.
Overall, if he does get this good start, hits these timings as the PL, you know, how well kitted out is P-Vision's lineup to deal with a farmed Phantom Lancer in the later stages of the game?
Later, in very late game, it can be very problematic. The one really good thing that they have is the ET and the Invoker combos, right? ET, we saw yesterday what Natural Order can do in later stages, especially when you're versus a hard agility carry, since it puts you to 0 for that armor if you don't have any plus armor. So can make a difference for a Lifestealer to focus fire, and also the spells are going to clear those illusions maybe a bit easier than some other games.
As we're sitting in the mid, no one doing well to be able to match the last hits really of XM, but overall the pressure from XM continuously keeping the wave shoved in. It's getting to the point now where he's starting to get a few hits onto that tower. Some rotation coming in from 9 class.
This top lane, XXS is getting 0 CS. He's at 9-1. He was at 8-1 2 minutes ago, and immediately they're just constantly pushing him off the lane. So the problem of that dual lane, dual melee,
it's going to be a rough start for him. It's almost to the point where it's going to require some sort of big play to happen as soon as he hits the 6, so he can get involved somewhere else and pick up some action.
No, absolutely.
From this lane, unlikely to be finding anything too much with how Ducalis and Satanic are playing it against him.
And we do have to mention, right? Xingqiu and XXS kind of have been pretty strong dictators of mid-game.
They've crushed a lot of lanes.
They've been amazing in a lot of these games to get XG to a good purpose.
Yeah,
and if XXS has no game...
Sunstrike coming in.
Oh shit.
He's right-clicked with Ducalis.
Super close to dying there. Ducalis having boots and windlace already this early is proving to be very problem. This is a level 3 Dawnbreaker, Owen.
XXS is having a hard time
here on the main stage,
off
right?
lane.
I think it's the roughest start in the entire tournament that I've seen from him so far. So that lane in particular is looking fantastic for P-Vision.
Oh yeah, Satanic is having an absolute dream of a time.
They'll get
in the mid. Xingqiu able to make himself useful as he turns up, helps out XM take out a kill on Ducalis.
So far, 9 class, literally just been stacking neutrals. He's just running around. He was trying to manipulate creep waves, but now it's just been the stack game. DM, the nice thing about this Enigma pick versus the PL and the Warlock is it's a very passive lane from PL Warlock, so DM isn't getting sacked down here, even though this
was that a fucking failure? Oh my god.
As we see no one, put the point in the Wex, he'll meteor the camp, and they'll give the Void Spirit
Are you
the mid
fucking
lane
kidding
to
me?
make sure that 9 class can get something at the least here. But he won't get any CS.
And talking about 9 class, obviously this was expected that he was going to be trying something different after his sort of 2 main roaming melee supports that he has been winning game after game on.
I have
get
rested,
banned out.
in
this case, of course, being the Monkey King and the Slark. Do you sort of see the concept behind the support Void Spirit?
Not as much as some of the other options that we have seen. I think there's some interesting potential with the Call of the Void that is untested, but we'll have to see.
Battle for the Wisdom. We're going to have Satanic and Ducalis pushing on. TP's coming in. XXS, he's going to get taken out. XM will turn up to make sure the P-Vision pay for this one, but not before they take out a second kill, P-Vision. I mean, they're going to have to try and deal with Satanic,
oh no, Satanic's going to die.
Not easy to take out. As he's going to be able to step across, he's got Infest at the ready, so he'll be able to hop into the creep. XM at least will secure the Shrine of Wisdom for them, but the side
oh my god!
Essentially getting the cleanup on what pretty much was, 4 heroes that he's getting the XP from. I mean,
that was such a good play.
From the Wisdom
actually
on
such a good
XG,
play.
But overall, Satanic absolutely coming out on top of this.
That's a lot of extra health already for this Lifestealer.
And the game for XXS just continues to crumble.
That is an unbelievable start for this Lifestealer, and it's a hero, as we said, versus PL. You want to be ahead. He's going to have really good timing on this Radiance.
Oh, yeah.
Getting kills like that. The Lotus, as we saw coming into play massively, heals up his mana HP, has that creep, and yeah, wow.
I mean, that's huge. The tips coming out between the two of them, Satanic and Ducalis, because they know that they have absolutely crushed the start of this game in that top lane.
Absolutely, and DM, he's actually getting pressure on this bottom
This is a lot, 8 minutes in.
This is a phenomenal start for the side of P-Vision, even though, as we said,
P-Vision is having a really great start.
That death on XM
8 minutes, and a
tower drops.
Bottom tower of
This is a crazy early game here so far from P-Vision. Yeah, as you said, XXS, how's he going to recover? Level 4 Dawnbreaker, almost 9 minutes in. Rarely see this from these offlaners to get sacked this hard, to get punished this hard.
And if P-Vision are able to sort of keep this pressure up and continue to grow this early game lead and start sort of taking these objectives off XG's side of the map, when you have a PL as the carry, like how early can Arme turn up, or how difficult will it be for him to get involved if sort of the time starts ticking and he has to?
He might just have to. I see he's going the defusal route, but we'll have to see because it is Arme. Arme really does like to hit those creeps until he feels like he has that ideal timing, but yeah, we'll have to see because this early game is devastating. P-Vision able to maximize the farm as we see no one. Dominator's finished. He's jungling. They're giving the Void Spirit the mid lane. They have pressure in the bottom lane for the Dominator, so they have the double Dominators already going.
Yeah.
So the farm is going to increase massively, and for the side of XG, making a rotation to Satanic, that's not possible. How are you going to kill this Lifestealer? At this point in the game, it's not going to happen.
I mean, Satanic is going to be a huge issue. The Radiance timing is going to be fantastic on Satanic.
Yeah.
And,
solo kill.
I'm going to just head over and take that down. Both Arme and XM not able to do anything to save their support in that situation.
All right, this is a massive problem for the side of XG right now. DM is already starting to take over and swing toward
He's just ready to walk over. Gets the Eidolons out. No one's got the setup. Xingqiu, they'll try and run. The Cold Snap is going to stop his escape. Another kill for P-Vision as they just continue to dominate this early game.
And look at the push, right? With the double dominators, with the Forge Spirits, they can really start to knock down this tower. And for XG,
Nice groundwork, nice.
maybe not the best wave clear. They kind of have to take a fight if they want to try to defend this tower. Dawnbreaker has hit 6.
Okay.
So let's see the Solar Guardian.
See what happens here in the mid. With the setup, Solar Guardian's coming in. XM will survive for now.
Only just.
So they are able to keep the SF alive. Sunstrike's attempted, won't connect. But yeah, it does mean that they're not going to be able to try and look for an aggressive move around the Solar Guardian to try and give XXS that chance to catch back up in this game.
It's almost like they poked, forced it, and then just were like, okay, we got the Donald, back up, everybody farm again. 3K lead, first 11 minutes here. And I believe that is the Relic, essentially done for Satanic.
Got to be one of the faster Radiances, right, at this pace.
100%. I mean, and look at his health, right? I always try to factor this one in because of how much you get from the Feast. That's a lot at the 11-minute mark. He already has 1,400 HP on a Lifestealer with Phase and a Bracer.
And just the nature of the matchup as well, right? You can't be feeling good as the PL having to play a game into what's going to be such an early Radiance Lifestealer.
No, definitely not. Then, like you said, maybe there's no way that Ame wants to turn up until he has 1, 2, maybe even the 3rd item in particular. And this is an unreal start. Level 9 as well, too, for Satanic. Have to point that one out. So being completely left alone, all 3 cores super high level.
Yeah, the last pick Lifestealer coming in very hard here from P-Vision.
And they didn't punish, you know, this lane bottom in particular, the Void Spirit plus the Enigma. There was nothing that happened to DM. So 9 class, he's 6. DM is 9. And as you said, the towers really getting pressured here.
No, they really are. And of course, on the other side of things, you look at P-Vision's towers. The middle's taken a little bit of damage, but the side lanes, they've barely been touched at all.
Yeah.
So the pressure really adding up here against XG in the early game.
And just not easy for XM and for XG in particular to set up a team fight, right? Because there is a lot of annoying abilities on the side of P-Vision that are just fantastic at countering these fights. The ET, one of the best counter initiators, and the Invoker, if he's not caught in the initial go, he's gonna get his spell combo
Little
off.
timings as well, you know, 9 class able to back up, pick up a lot of bounties.
Big money. 4K lead continues to grow. No one purchasing up the drums as well too. Very early timings here.
Maybe if they can get sort of the supports 6s online for where Jinkyu's got his available now, and X-Nova of course has the option with the Grimoire. They can definitely try and piece together a team fight to sort of slow down what P-Vision is accomplishing in this early stage.
If they get given the opportunity, right? P-Vision is a team that really likes to play around controlling tempo, playing around these dominators until they have that ideal timing for a fight. So punishing these dominators, it feels very difficult. Look at the lanes.
And look at the timing. So yeah, Phase Boots Radiance, 13 minutes on Satanic this game.
Has to be the fastest, right?
XXS, nothing that he can do right now about this Lifestealer, and there we have it. Indeed, nearly 2 minutes faster than the fastest that we've seen so far.
Absolutely crazy.
Can Ame, with his PL, have the answer down the line to this incredibly stacked Lifestealer at such an early time?
They're gonna have to play for that later stage for sure, it feels like. Unless Xingqiu can start to make some magic with the Vendetta, with the Solar Guardian to find pickoffs, but they have to be careful because their damage is gonna be limited when they've fallen behind this early game. If they go for a play, can definitely get countered as P-Vision.
They know how strong they are. They're ready to stand here.
Scan comes out.
And bully XG potentially away from this Wisdom. See, at the same time, though, Xingqiu's going to make his way over and try and take theirs. And he should get away with this unless there's quick TPs, but it doesn't look like it, so Xingqiu at least able to balance the situation there.
Nice and sneaky.
Another tower taken. The top one falls.
All
Sam
3
has to take out his middle as well as it falls in deny range.
All 3 tier 1s dropping, and lane pressure is definitely going to be an issue. As you see, P-Vision can literally just kind of invisibly shove lanes with 2 heroes with the Forge Spirits plus Dominator, and Lifestealer, as you said, feels pretty free to show on lanes. They can catch him with a very, very high execution combo if he has his Radiance on in the laning phase.
Are you
the Carapace
fucking
comes in and
taking
stuns, but
the
it's
piss
very
failure
difficult with
again?
their limited damage.
Putang ina.
With this start, a 5K lead, and it's early to have this.
Fucking hell, man.
Obviously, item timings that XG is going to be looking towards. You know, Aghanims obviously on the Dawnbreaker, still a while away for XXS. And yeah, for the other 2 cores as well, yeah, both Ame and XM. Definitely no interest in turning up to a fight right now. So doing the best they can to scramble together that next bit of progression.
Yeah, the question is really going to be is if they can land their wombo combo in a good way versus P-Vision, and if that damage is going to be enough. Because it is significant with the Fatal Bonds, with the Requiem.
Nice.
Because P-Vision is getting a lot out of the map, and these
keeping
auras
me
are going to soon start to be
going
built up for
down,
TM.
man.
Definitely a bit of a saving grace for them that they do have, you know, such a bountiful option of ways to stop the black hole, right? It's never going to be easy for DM to just get in, black hole, Alame's PL, give Satanic the chance to kill him off. They will always have the opportunity to stop that.
Yeah, I don't think he'll build too much for the black hole this game, right? He'll build the aura so that he can just tank up his team, I'd imagine, since there is 2 BKB piercing disables in particular that can just completely counter him in terms of black hole. XM, Yashikaya is finished.
Oh, for fuck's sake, really?
Said,
You're just
difficult for him to
wasting
get the
my
combo
crops.
off because of the ET plus the
Holy
Invoker little
shit,
mini
he's
stuns
wasting
can
my
cause
crops, my
some
brother.
difficulties. But with this amp damage,
Yeah, we might see something happen here. They're looking towards the top tower.
let's see if they want to try to at least get that tower, like you said, because
I mean, I guess the question
not
is,
able to hit towers.
if you're P-Vision, do you feel strong enough that you're turning up for these tier 1 defenses?
I think they absolutely can, right? With the ET, they have insane counter initiation.
Yes, they're smoking and coming through the twin gate. So if XG do want to try and push for this, it will absolutely go answered by P-Vision.
DM has the pipe finished, so a lot of that damage, in particular XM, who is the majority of the early game, might just get answered.
I think if you're XG, you do not want to walk into this right now. P-Vision, very, very ready for any sort of fight.
They want to take the fight themselves. They see X-Nova.
They're going to make the quick jump. They get the grab here. 9 class able to set up. That's X-Nova
That
gone.
Life Stealer is so
More
strong.
HP
man.
for Satanic. That's that pipe being delivered. They can start to threaten Roche with all those summons. It does feel like they can start to poke that with the Forge Spirit, with the double Dominators. The ward is prepared though, so XG wasn't the ready that this move came
not
to.
there using this one.
Maybe if they had the Warlock up, I mean, we'll be back up, of course, in 5 seconds, but is that going to be soon enough for them to feel that they can try for some sort of risky play around the pit?
Does Xingqiu try for a potential steal play with a Golem and then just running in?
I think it might be tempting.
Let's see what they want to do here.
Let's have a look. Can they get the timing here, XG? Xingqiu. He's going to try and get in, but indeed the dust is there. Put the spike carapace, but they've got the control with the tornado and the ice wall. P-Vision, they'll get the kill, they'll get the Roshan, and they'll get the Aegis. They get everything.
They are just so ready for every single one of the moves. Decent attempt there from XG, but going to be answered immediately. Manta finished up for Ame, so he hasn't died yet. He is getting that farm. It's just the differential between him and Satanic. You know, Satanic is going to have that matchup versus him.
I mean, it's going to be exciting to see.
I'm
you know,
excited.
will it get to the point where Ame does turn up and he's just sort of able to take the game on his shoulders as a PL, as you know, the PL of age back in the day? This hero used to be able to do that, Fogged.
For sure. We'll just have to see, because the fact, you know, have to factor in the Invoker spells, which have traditionally been pretty good, and just the ET aura, how much that's going to be able to do also, versus the PL of buffing up the Radiance and the overall physical damage if he can actually get on top of them.
It's not going to be easy. I mean, that's true. You would even consider that if this PL was kind of back at prime PL stages in the past, this would not be an easy draft still to defeat.
No. Definitely not.
So Ame, he's definitely got his work cut out here.
Lightstealer, it's a pretty good matchup versus PL in terms of like mid and early game, even toward later stages if you are ahead. And he is keeping himself in a good margin ahead, and he has a lot of team fights surrounding him.
Just under 4 minutes here to play with the Aegis. Almost certainly expect the P-Vision will be eyeing up these tier 2 towers.
Looking to continue constricting the map, as they've gotten all the pressure on these buildings. XG, next item is finished, so XM Blink is done. But as you said, it's not easy for him to get the combos off versus all the disables.
Stepping up, gets caught underneath the vision. They get the setup here with the remnants. XXS will try and drag himself out with the hammer.
He's gone.
But he is gone indeed. Another kill for P-Vision. As they just have
this
to be
is
so careful how close they get. P-Vision will immediately make the jump in numerous ways, keep the pressure on. Fortification comes out momentarily, but P-Vision, they're not going anywhere. They'll stick around, take out this tier 2, 20 minutes in.
And no one, he's got the Aghanims already done. And as we said, he did go the Exort facet this time around, so the Cataclysm potential is there.
Absurd amount of damage. Mid 9 class.
XM.
It's ready to start playing around. The Remnant will miss, and XM does get the chance to grab that haste rune. trying to fight back against 9 Class, but doesn't want to head up to the high ground.
Off the mark with it. If he gets him with that there, he's dead. Very likely, XM. Perhaps getting a little lucky, the 9 Class does not connect with that rim.
They're going to try and do something and get Arme involved.
Let's see what they can get. It's been a very quiet game.
Yeah, this seems like a risky play, but again, I really feel in the position that XG have, they have to try something like this to catch P-Vision by surprise. They'll find Ducalis. TPs are coming in. Ducalis.
Oh no, they're all there.
Fine. And now they're ready to turn. The Satanic is going to try and find the real Arme. They're going to grab it with the red, and they've caught the real one. Solar Guardian heal coming in, but Satanic have to stay on top of the PL. Arme is gone. The Black Hole will be cancelled. They have to stun for up as well.
Holy!
Goes down. Satanic falls for once, but he's going to be ready for round 2. GQ desperately trying to TP out. He'll make it away. But P-Vision, as expected with the situation of the game so far, they take these fights so easily. Extreme, they try and get Arme involved. Ducalis will end up dying to the Tormentor. Gets rewarded, though, for his efforts there with the Shard. But it's just so hard to enter into these team fights as the PL. They've got the wave clear, and they've got this just incredibly farmed Satanic Lifestealer staying on top of you the entire fight.
As soon as the Solar Guardian comes out too, Enigma can cast that Black Hole. As we see, he's got positioning for it. Even if it's just a second or two, it's enough. As they try, I mean, the starting on Ducalis isn't bad there, that positioning, but he's got the whole backup of the team. XM's Requiem does next to nothing, and yeah, a fantastic fight again. The Splitter as well, I believe, caught, what, 3 heroes coming through there.
I mean, these sort of fights, for XG to come out on top, they have to be perfect. They have to almost sort of find a pick-off before the fight starts. And we did see them attempt that there, but they just couldn't kill Ducalis.
Nope. And the Aegis coverage there, even though Satanic did die once, he's right back. And I think they took a gem as well there too, right? I think it was purchased. Oh, actually, they recovered it, sorry. X-Nova was able to recover his gem. But Satanic got, what, 2 more kills out of that fight also? So I'm just going to keep looking at that bonus HP. He has so much health to really go through here when they are behind.
Perfect game so far from him. 5-0-5 on the Lifestealer.
Full SNY finished up too. How do you bring this man down?
This game is absolutely
tower to be taken.
And XG, they were trying to really fight around that Tormentor timing just to prevent that extra gain from P-Vision, but immediately stopped in their tracks again. Blink, Jin-Q, getting closer. When he has Blink, then they can actually look for plays on these side lanes a little easier as well too with XM. If they do see someone split up. The problem is that P-Vision isn't really splitting too much now. Feeling their power of grouping up.
Trying to get the catch onto XXS there top.
Off the mark.
And the space is there for them to continue taking these towers. As all tier 2s now taken 23 minutes in.
And only 1 tower that XG's been able to bring down. Yeah, this P-Vision early game is absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah,
they're even knocking on the high ground already.
We've not been seeing this a lot in this tournament. 23 minutes in. This is very, very early.
There's no golem. Okay, it does come back up now. So they force people back, and then they go back and actually just farm, and potentially even look for a catch. See, 9 Class and no one looking for a setup.
And they're going to catch onto the illusions, though. Oh, maybe not. A 9 Class. He's got the read. Arme's going to try and turn. He's going to try and bait them out with the micro. It's going to work. P-Vision, they won't try and search any longer, so Arme gets out.
Does TP back to base, though. This gets sent all the way back. I just keep looking at these lanes, and every time XG looks to get out on the map, look at the positioning. Top, Dominator plus Eidolons. Mid, Dominator plus Forge Spirits for a second. Bottom also shoved in, so difficult for Jin-Q to make a move, which isn't kind of telegraphed, right? Because they're going to see all these lanes shoved in, and they're like, yeah, okay, they're trying to perhaps make a move since nobody's shoving those lanes out.
Jin-Q trying to just get some information.
Oh, and Satanic is carrying the gem now. So he can keep toggling the Radiance, make sure he doesn't get caught by that Carapace, and he'll always just know when Jin-Q is trying to make a move on him. Covering their bases, not giving an opportunity on XG to get the kill on this Lifestealer.
Yeah, they're just going to get out of here, the 2 of them. They know that they can't try and set up for some sort of surprise play from the high ground. They head to the top side, and they do have the 3 of them up here, and it is no one TPing in on his own. Still a very tough target to take down.
He's been pretty sneaky.
That's the Aghanims online now for Arme. So a little bit more potential in the team fights.
He probably wants, I think once he has that next item, then he can start to feel quite powerful, but the separation between him and the Lifestealer actually just continues to grow. went from 2K to 3K to 4. Now it's at a 5K separation.
Yeah. I mean, I guess these sort of things happen, right? Especially when it's Satanic and he gets such a fast Radiance timing.
Very true. And his itemization, you know, we have to talk about it for Satanic. It's normal, but it's very, very good this game. He's going to have the AC finished up after the armlet. So
25 minutes
strong.
in.
Like, super strong versus physical and magical.
Yeah, this is crazy stuff.
And all these wards are being taken out since he does have that gem picked up. AC, there it is. Breaking records.
Absolutely smashing the fastest timings. I'd imagine on pretty much most of these items with this sort of build-up. Just hasn't been slowed down one bit this game.
If anything, he's only been accelerated, it feels like, after that laning phase.
Oh, there we go, Yendi. No surprises.
Nope.
Mate, looking towards the Bloodthorn next. Wants to make sure that if they do kind of get that jump in with Xingqiu, they are able to just focus the target and kill them off.
Ways away from it, though.
Radiant are scanning.
Are you?
P-Vision, I can definitely look to kind of calm things down, hold on to the map, set things up for the next Roshan.
It's a quick spawn, too.
Fail, man.
And definitely difficult for XG to contest that next Rosh as well. Is the BKB finished up yet for XM? I believe it is. So at the least he'll be able to potentially get that Requiem off unless he gets caught from either like a splitter interrupt or a black hole in particular.
And I think that they've got to go for it, right? If you're XG, you try and contest this next rush. You really want to sit back and have to try and defend high ground against an Aegis push from P-Vision?
It feels like they do have to.
You got to get out there.
Especially after that situation we saw last time, right? Big team fight ultimates are good and all, but when there's an Aegis carrier, it does counteract that very heavily.
Well, they'll scout things out, P-Vision, as they step up into the pit. Extreme, what do they want to do about this? Doesn't look like they're making any initial moves, so maybe the call is indeed just going to be hold the high ground.
They still just they have lane issues again. Look at the positioning of these lanes. Bottom is shoved in, mid shoved in, top also. They're going to smoke it for an attempt.
Let's see if they can get there in time.
It's dying pretty quick.
And you see the positioning from Ducalis, DM, and No One. They're all ready to interrupt any sort of initiation from Extreme.
9 classes throwing down those remnants. XM.
Watching from the side, Xingqiu, ready with the step in, but Satanic's already out with the rage. Meatball comes down straight away, Xingqiu's gone. The sleep at the side, they managed to catch XM.
He's in trouble.
There in the spinner, will get the BKB off, but the Black Hole comes in, gets put to a stop by the Solar Guardian. They turn with the raises, they kill off DM.
The Roche.
Satanic's got it. Aegis picked up by the Lifestealer. Armate has to be careful here how close he gets to the Lifestealer. Satanic's ready to step across. Chase down XXS as XG. They pretty much threw everything into the effort at the start of the fight. He'll go for the TPL, will make it away. XXS. They try there to interrupt Extreme. They get a kill against the Enigma, but they don't manage to stop the Roche and stop the Aegis going into the hands again of Satanic.
Attempted the black hole, immediately canceled.
Yeah, I think
they'll be able to get that set up. XM survives though, which is at least a small silver lining, of course, for them. But Satanic, Aegis now coverage. Next item soon on the horizon. It's difficult for them to actually get in and contest in any way. XXS getting a bit lucky to survive as Midas picked up for the Warlock. As you said, they want to take it to super late stages.
They do. Extreme know that that's pretty much the only way out of this game. If they could somehow push this one later and later, they have been able to do it before. This time around in this situation definitely is going to be one of, if not the hardest, to try and stop P-Vision from ending the game against them.
Yep.
But maybe if they can, we'll get to see the game get to a point where Arme can show us what the late game PL can do.
It would be so impressive to see, especially, you know, because of this ET, because of this Invoker as well too, that adds that extra complication for him. We will see if he can. As Satanic, he's been queuing up a couple different items. We'll see which way he does really look to go. The BKB looking to be that probably safest option so he doesn't get his mana burned completely and can't use the Rage of the Infest.
No, for sure, yeah. If he can sort of survive in these fights on the front lines through a Rage, a BKB, and a Rage, it's hard to not see most of the heroes just dying on XG.
Yeah, absolutely.
If the Lifestealer lives that long in a team fight.
9 class also getting pretty dangerously close to an Aghanim, which is a pretty big deal this game since he's a support position. It can be very disruptive for these backline heroes.
Down bottom, No One.
XM.
Gonna find the setup. XM does have Xingqiu by his side. BKBs are out from both mids here, as they'll split for now.
They swap the gem over to the Invoker. Since there's no slot on Satanic, they're protecting No One now with that gem. So he can play safe. He can play a bit safer and a bit more aggressive in terms of pushing out these side lanes, since he'll know when the Nyx is on him. There's that BKB, still with the Aegis for about 2.5 minutes.
9 class. It's going to have the setup here with the Yules into the Remnant. So this is going to be a very dead X-Nova, trying to do his best to get towards that big item pickup, wants to work his way towards this refresher. It's going to take him a fair bit of time, though.
A very, very long time.
It does have, you know, a lot of potential XP still, has the Grimoire, has his Midas ready to go, so...
P-Vision might look to force a bit here again, since they still have 2 minutes on this Aegis. Lanes are in a good position for them to do so as well.
Yeah, they're in a perfect spot to hit the high ground, see what
Groundwork?
happens.
Yeah, at least like force a reaction, in particular, from the side of XG. They're going to smoke in the back line. They have a banner at the ready. What do you do, XG? Glyph is force.
See what they can do after this.
But the banner is down already, so that catapult is going to survive.
They're going to have everybody back up. The tier 3's gone. Satanic on towards the barracks. They'll try and lead in. They'll have the Yule set up into the Remnant on towards XM.
The Raxes are dying.
Can they do anything? The rage comes out for Satanic as he stands his ground, cleans up the full set top. They couldn't do anything to stop them. They're going to try now, looking towards the Void Spirit. Pike gets popped, the Infest comes in as well. They're able to keep 9 class easily alive.
Too scared to commit for the fight. If they lose that fight, it's probably just the game, so just try to poke and prod. But the Rax, P-Vision just comes in and claims it. Big amount of gold acquired. As you said, the Ags now for 9 class is about to be finished. DM, he's about to have a blink now too with that BKB after having the aura, so might find the angles for these Black Dwarfs soon, even versus the double BKB piercing disables.
Now for sure. I mean, at the least, you know, forces out these sort of saves to come out immediately at the start of the fight, kind of leaving the area then free for Satanic to clean up in the longer drawn out team fight.
I swear they just can never get the lanes out, Owen. Every time I've looked, completely shoved on the side of XG.
P-Vision's
just tier 3 falling.
Just creeps this time, taking it out.
Ame trying to lead in. Can't touch Satanic quite now.
30 seconds.
Just burned down to the Radiance.
Still 30 seconds on the Aegis. They're getting so much done. Yeah, big items coming out, as we said. Full. Well, Lotus Orb soon being picked up for Ducalis. I think a Shiva's soon finished up, so starting to get more and more answers for that PL. Once that Shiva's comes out for no one, it's a fantastic option just to be able to identify which PL is real at all times, too. XG, as you said, waiting and waiting toward that later stages, but how much is it going to benefit them with how far ahead P-Vision continues to climb?
Now, Ame is close to having the Bloodthorn.
Okay.
But then fighting for the opportunity to be able to weave in and out of these team fights.
Also playing into BKB, Rage, another Rage if he doesn't get the kill during that initial Bloodthorn. Yeah, very difficult. And it's only really him doing the damage, it feels like now at this point, with that single target. There's a lot of targets he's got to go through. We've been talking about Satanic, but also no one is very high on that net worth, as we see after getting that shard too. He is a problem. Oh, and they're kind of trapped in their base. Look at this. It feels like it's been a long time that they haven't been able to come outside.
All they can do is just sort of set up and make sure that when Ame steps out to get farm, he's not going to be jumped.
Yeah, true. They have not been able to find any combos with the Vendetta plus that Solar Guardian in 30 minutes with the way that that start happened.
And we'll see what Ame looks towards next. He's going to try and get the shard, so he just continues to get these little sort of incremental steps forward in his item build.
He's going to have
just
to...
anything he can get together before that big team fight is forced against him.
He's going to have to be so tricky in the fights because he's super fragile, it still feels like, with this itemization. It's a very aggressive build he's gone for.
And I like this build as well from Satanic. Yeah, going for the late game Maelstrom into the Mjolnir just to throw something else into the mix, which it's just going to give these illusions from PL not a chance to survive in a team fight. They're going to get cleared out so quickly.
I can just throw it on himself, run in, and yeah, it'll all die. Sure, it's been nerfed versus illusions, as we do know, in this last 7.39D, but it is still pretty effective when you are ahead in terms of net worth like this. Yeah, gets rid of the armlet. That is a pretty nice anti-PL inventory.
Yeah, he's massive. P-Vision probably just going to sit back, look for the next Roshan.
Does feel like it. They have complete control of the map. They're farming everything.
They know that there's pretty much no threat of Extreme coming out to find them, even though Extreme is trying to go for this smoke.
Maybe just claiming their shrine, just trying to get something out of the map. Yeah, crazy amounts of farm. 9 class is getting infested up, so it looks like perhaps P-Vision is going to look for a move if they do suspect them starting to get outside at all.
P-Vision on the way over. 9 class.
Jinkyu.
They look for the setup, but Jinkyu is equipped with the Spike Carapace. Will be able to get away with the Vendetta as he scurries up to the high ground.
The second XG gets outside, though, immediately forced back into their base within a split second.
Yeah, this game is practically over, man.
Right, Jinkyu's got his eyes on him. He's going to try for the setup. Straight away the stun into the Renggrim, but it's not enough. No one's able to put
Man,
the BKB.
they just don't have the damage right now, man.
As XM and Jinkyu have to back off to the side. They've caught Arme. He's caught in the random. Will be able to get out away from the Deafening Blast in time, but Satanic's going to try and chase on forward. They'll sneak away with the Invis. So getting out, but only just. I mean, just continue to show how terrifying these team fights are for Arme to try and get in on.
Not carrying a gem on any of the heroes, just carrying a bunch of dusts. Maybe 9 class will bring it out soon, but the 2 cores don't have it there. Okay, it's coming on the courier now for no one. That's a lot used there from XG. That's their Requiem, that's their Solar Guardian. P-Vision used nothing.
They're ready to push it. DM ready to make that jump, of course, with the Black Hole at the ready.
Jinkyu.
He's going to get caught out here, burnt down low. He'll survive, but only just here thanks to the Shadow Word of X-Nova.
Side to that full combo. Satanic. Do they want to keep pushing here?
Let's have a look, because potential Roche will be pretty soon.
They'll get the tower. Spending all their gold, backing up. Roche, about 30 seconds. We saw the Requiem combo with the Nyx Assassin. They go on the Invoker, but something about, I actually haven't mentioned this much this tournament, but something about Invoker, of course, since he's one of those super high int heroes, his magic resist is also high. I think he got piped at the end of it too, and it didn't even do half of his HP.
It was, yeah, but close to half his HP.
Yeah,
they didn't quite
wild.
get the perfect position, of course, getting as close as they could to him, but even if they did, I don't think it was killing him.
No, I don't think so. Also difficult to ever get that catch there. As we said, you know, he didn't have the gem this time, but I imagine he's going to start carrying it pretty soon on that Invoker again. As Roche, it is up. P-Vision in the pit.
And XG, I mean, they've pretty much just got to take this time to try and get Arme out on the map so he can work towards his next item.
His growth is just not really there. Courier gets grabbed as well. XXS.
That's a rough one. He would have had
the refresher.
He would have had the money for the full refresher on the Dawn, but now that's going to be taken out of the game for nearly 3 minutes.
Roche.
I mean, they are approaching. XG, can they time this?
Cataclysm to scout.
It's going to scout everything. As they know what's up. Arme's trying to step up, but they cannot get into the pit. Satanic's going to be able to finish off. Jinkyu steps up. Won't be able to stop them from getting the pickups and the kill, though. P-Vision get everything again.
Uncontested. They just can't walk in. XG's too scared to look for that fight. And now it's a refresher shard as well that they can give either to the Enigma or the Invoker if they want. Or even maybe to the Lifestealer if he just wants to have BKB Rage, BKB Rage. Could just look to close up the racks in particular with
I think so. Yeah, because no one's going to have another slot complete. He goes to the Eon Disc, so even now, if they do get this sort of setup to try and worm up with the Requiem one, it's just not going to happen. 9 class in the mid, look for the setup. They'll catch Jinkyu. Arme is going to try and step back in, but he's got to be careful. DM coming out with the BKB. The Black Hole will be put to stop with the Solar Guardian. They'll kill DM.
Holy shit, the Nimble is dead.
But can they now get out of the fight? XG is XM. It's going to be split from the rest of the team. He's out. Dead for 80. We'll see 9 class fall, so XG at least able to get a second kill. But can Jinkyu get out of this? The meatballs come down. Jinkyu's gone.
Oh my god.
These fights are impossible. Even there where they kind of land most of the spells in decent unison, P-Vision just too far ahead. They'll kill, you know, the support, but,
but they just can't touch
Satanic.
They absolutely cannot.
And look how farm
Ame goes in and immediately has to retreat every single time because he just gets burnt down so quickly. Basher now picked up. But in terms of his actual standing toe-to-toe with any of these heroes on P-Vision, it's just not the case. As the racks, there's no glyph.
Arme tries to step up here with a Tornado. Into the Meteor on the Deafening Blast. He's in pretty much at like 10% HP. He's got to run. He has to get back. Sunstrike's going to be thrown in, doesn't connect, but the space is there for P-Vision to push on, take out the bottom set of barracks, and definitely continue to move over towards the mid. Still 3 minutes on this Aegis. XG, if they got anything left in the tank to be able to sort of stop this.
That's Megas.
Arme's going to look for no one. Straight away, going for the backlash, but the Eon Disc is there. Solar Guardian will connect. Arme trying to get back in over towards the Invoker, but no one's able to step away. Arme has to keep his distance once more from Satanic.
He just has to dance and run away. Can't actually stick on targets. Megas are claimed. All of P-Vision's back up. Still an Aegis for 3 minutes as well on Satanic, and another item finished up, the overwhelming blink coming out on that courier very soon.
Yeah, P-Vision, they've certainly made this game one look pretty easy, folks, so far.
I mean, it's all from these lanes in particular, right? Top lane went, I think, as good as you could have ever asked for, maybe even better, keeping the Dawnbreaker completely behind. Bottom lane, Enigma was unpunished, untouched, and mid lane, no one stood his own. He stood tall versus that Shadow Fiend. Every move is hit, and Satanic, as you said, a flawless game, breaking records.
And coming in with that last pick, it really caught them by surprise, or at least presented something that XG just did not have an answer for.
No, not
seemingly in this game so far.
It seems like there wasn't many answers for a lot of things. As P-Vision,
Satanic's in.
Oh my god.
At least does have
What
the luxury of
fuck was
buyback.
that, man?
Whittling down the towers.
Next XS, they're couriered now, respawning, so he does have the refresher at least.
Still 100 seconds on this Aegis.
P-Vision onto the tier 4s. I mean, they jump, they do get the opening stun on the Satanic, but not the chain stun. He's able to get the rage off. They couldn't lock him down. He turns over towards Arme. Arme has to run. Will be able to match off the open move slow, so he'll get back to the fountain.
The buildings, though.
Next Nova coming in with a buyback. Does have the golem ready to drop. If they can find some sort of opportunity to try for a fight. Jinkyu's in, but immediate rage reaction there from Satanic. Arme tries to step forward, the silence catches him. Arme's gone. No
So
buyback
it's
on him.
definitely
The
over,
Ancient's
man.
exposed. P-Vision ready to close up this game. DM will close it up with a black hole. Cataclysm gets put to a stop, but they will not be stopped in closing up this game. The fortification buying them only a few more seconds in this game 1 XG, as they will lose against P-Vision coming in a dominating fashion at the start
That
of
was
this
a
series.
total
They
domination.
looked unstoppable.
Yeah, this was not close. P-Vision showing, even if they don't have their Monkey King and their Slark, they have ways to play. The passive style from XG did not work this time, trying to play this farm game for the Phantom Lancer, but he never could get online. He never could even come close to that net worth of Satanic, who he just accelerated so massively. And
That was
you
the
have to look at this
total
top lane, right?
devastation.
You have to at XXS and GQ
Just
in
because of
particular.
how much we've come to expect from them, right? And how much we've seen from that top lane of XG in so many of the series in this TI. They weren't able to perform here with these heroes. Maybe sort of the Nyx Assassin, something a little too risky. We just don't see it a lot, and maybe for good reason. A tough game 1 here for XG as P-Vision dominate and get the victory.
Expectations are high, but the pressure is even higher, and we had P-Vision stepping up to the plate here. It felt like just a significant outdraft. The way that they were able to play everything and ensure that there was never
Finally,
a team
groundwork,
fight
holy
that
shit.
was enabled from Extreme Gaming. In fact, there wasn't really any team fight at all across.
Yeah, pretty much never happened. I think this top lane that they did play, Dawnbreaker getting completely shut down, pretty much set the tempo of the game. We said that Nyx Assassin is going to need to be the playmaker for the team, needs to be needs to be scouting things out, trying to set things up for the Dawnbreaker, who was really playing from behind throughout the whole game. Not an easy game for him by any means. And also mid lane, like, I think no one did a very good job, and then you had the Enigma in the bottom lane who was kind of farming, and I really love the timings coming out from P-Vision in this game, understanding their own timings, going for this double dominator, drums from the Invoker, plus you have Forge Spirits, and you also have Pipe and Enigma. Very difficult fights to take for Extreme Gaming.
Yeah, we're looking at some of the replays here of just how unstoppable P-Vision were. We've got to give credit where credit is due. Satanic just having a fantastic one, and this Void Spirit on a position 4, was it going to work out? Well, yeah, we got our answer.
Yeah, this was very good. I'm definitely a believer in the build.
This Mudan is absolutely annoying right now.
In pro-level pubs in the past few months. It's not something that's completely new for him. It's just that I think they didn't feel like they had it completely figured out, and for this tournament, obviously it's the international. This is where he had to figure out how to play this hero, and I think 9 Plus did an excellent job. He went for the facet where you get the extra remnants when you press W. That's not a very common thing that you see for Void Spirits. It's almost always the other facet where you get the pure damage shield, but what he was doing in the game was the normal stuff. He was running around, getting watchers, being annoying, setting things up with wards, de-warding vision. So they've definitely found something here. I'm not sure how much you can blame on the draft here, because I feel like this was just a battle of styles, and P-Vision, their style just seems to be better when both of these teams are, because I actually think Extreme played quite well. Maybe
I mean, you don't want to blame the draft for everything, but at the same time, it was really, really difficult for the Knicks and Dawn to play their lane against the Lifestealer, right? If you go back there, in the last phase, they opted to remove the Faceless Void and Anti-Mage, but at the same time, you also have to be thinking, you have Dawn and you have Nyx. You know, those heroes have a common enemy, which is Lifestealer. They don't do anything to Lifestealer. And what happened in the game was the Lifestealer kind of ball
Yeah,
out
the
of control,
Lifestealer was
and
just
he
so
went
strong,
to
man.
the enemy side Ancients to farm. You know, that's how strong he got in the early game, and that was a huge problem for Extreme.
It is very difficult to, theory craft what you're supposed to do in that lane because, the obvious choice is you're playing Dawn Nyx. Just cut the wave. Just do lane shenanigans, and sure, the carry is going to free farm, but you're going to 50-50 the lane. At least the Dawn's going to get something. This is Satanic we're talking about. Do you really want to give this carry player, out of all the carry players in the world, free farm? I don't think so. This is the worst guy to do it to.
Sometimes you got to cut your losses where it is. It was a really tough one for XSS and Xingqiu as well. We weren't really sure where it was going to go. It went a little bit worse than we were expecting, but someone that can help us break it down is, of course, Purge.
Thanks. Yeah, I wanted to look at that laning stage because the net worth difference at the 10-minute mark was so completely different that we need to really look at how different this is. Lifestealer's innate. He's getting 2% heal based on the max HP. So every single time that he attacks the Dawnbreaker, he's giving himself 20 health, which is a nice advantage. And something crucial that happens here in a lot of cases is a little bit earlier. When Dawn does use a skill to get a last hit like he does here, what she does is AoE damage, and that means that your creeps are going to end up pushing towards the enemy base. And on the other side, the P-Vision side, they didn't have AoEs on their side. So what ends up happening is Satanic gets to control this large ball of creeps over here. And as a result, they also get to benefit from using the Elder Titan Astral Spirit. So even when they're trying to get last hits, Ducalis can be up here in front of XXS's faces, just denying things. And then that ball just kind of sits there consistently. Even the time that they do try to kill Ducalis and they used all their spells on him, there just isn't enough oomph. And using open wounds here is going to result in both of them healing every time they hit that target. So they just don't get nearly as much response hits as possible. Again, a huge ball up of creeps here that ends up happening. They're just going to use open wounds and run down XXS. They almost kill him here. He ends up running all the way back to Fountain, which is tough. And he comes back to lane, and watch how little effort they have to put into this harass. Satanic walks forward, open wounds, and he goes back to last hitting. And now Ducalis, when he hits him, is healing for 32 HP. That means any damage that Xingqiu does to him while he's doing this doesn't matter. He took 0 damage doing that harass and sends Dawn back to base for a second time before the 6-minute mark. So XXS finally has had enough. He starts jungling, and this unfortunately ends up the big wisdom fight. He's level 3 here. Satanic is level 5 with a huge amount of last hits and denies. He's gotten 44 last hits, 24 denies at this point in the game. So he's got extra HP. He's got as many items as he can possibly want, and he's life-stealing from every single attack. So obviously a great outplay here when he ends up going to the neutral camp. This was fantastic, but just a showing of how weak the laning stage was for them. Got Dawnbreaker stupidly behind. Take a look at this net worth difference here. He's sitting at 1,800 gold, very similar to the supports. And then up at the top, we've got Lifesteal at 3,900. So they lose a hero's advantage, and Satanic gets super far ahead, which completely changes the game.
Thank you, Purge. We knew it was a tough one for them, but seeing it broken down that way, all of the details as to how it happened and the end result there at the very first
the
Wisdom
laning
Stride,
phase,
that's where we see their offlaner,
that's where they
and
lost.
That's a tough one because
they
they're the ones that are trying to buy time, right? These 4 other heroes are trying to buy time for this Phantom Lancer to get online, to be able to actually participate in the game and feel like a hero.
The
Lifestealer destroyed them
from
the start to the finish.
In this one, they figured out who needs to be shut down. It's this Nyx Assassin, it's this Dawnbreaker. These are kind of the playmakers because Shadowfiend, he needs a setup PL, he needs a little bit more time, he needs other lanes to go well. And I think at one point somebody said, just play for the late game. You saw Warlock trying to go for Hand of Midas, try to go for Refresher, play for that high ground, but it never really came down to that. You could still feel that in most of these fights they were lacking something. They were definitely lacking the damage, and the carry-to-carry matchup, I think it's also not that easy, especially if you leave Lifestealer, who's playing so far ahead of him, having that extra bit of an item, maybe even item and a half. Even though Ame was getting good amount of farm, he still can't punch back because of what he's playing into. He's playing into this like Void Spirit, who caught him multiple times as well, but you're playing into Black Hole. It's really not an easy matchup for him by any means. Maybe not until he gets 5th, 6th item, but it never came down to that.
Yeah, I think something else that really didn't help them here is we talked about that snowball, but what kept the snowball going is, of course, the vision that came out, right? To not give Extreme Gaming any part of the map, to make them feel like at any point they were susceptible to a gank to 2 or 3 people rotating on top of them.
Yeah, to me, the MVP of this game was 9 Class because, of course, the advantage was created using that laning stage in Satanic, but 9 Class, he kept the advantage going. You can see that he's putting down these deep wards and setting up kills with position for Void Spirit, and a very smart strategic move. If you're playing to anyone else, you are going to get Dawnbreaker ulted on, so you have to play to kill the Dawnbreaker. So there's this level of understanding that comes from knowing what the enemy team is going to do. And X-Nova, what he's doing is also very smart. He has to get the gem to counter the gem that Satanic had, and had the courier with him so that could pick it up. But 9 Class, realizing that X-Nova is making this intelligent support play to come back into the game, he sees him on a ward. And X-Nova is so good at the game. Like, these are both such high caliber teams. X-Nova doesn't even try to deward the ward that he sees with the gem. He realizes, uh-oh, they're coming. Like, he respects P-Vision enough that he knows they're going to immediately respond, which they did, but it was still too slow. He could not get out quick enough, and he ends up losing the gem. And to me, that's when the game instantly ended. You are not going to win the Vision game against P-Vision without a gem when they have a gem. And if you don't win the Vision game against this team, you are not beating them. That is how they dominate. That's how they've dominated all years, this map control.
It also feels bad to see your position 5 essentially have to just continuously sweep the map to make way for your cores, but of course that is the role of a support there, Winter.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really, really tough game, you know. I felt like he did as much as he could on the position 5, but at the end of the day, you're just a Warlock, right? We saw him still having his Black Grima at, what, 20 plus minutes.
Yep.
He didn't get to use it, or he just didn't find any fights that he needed to use it, you know. So I felt like he did everything he could. It just came down to the fact that they were not really set up for success.
I don't give a fuck.
With
Like,
the heroes
really,
that they have here.
I still lost to
And
the
this fight,
shit ass
I want to
stats.
highlight the way that they are
This
team
shit ass
fighting
stats.
inside of
Nah.
P-Vision. You can see the pipe pretty much hitting
No, you
every
gotta be-
single
you
hero.
gotta
So
be
for the next
kidding me
8
right
seconds,
now.
they're going to be more than fine. Even though Dawnbreaker comes in,
What
onto
kind
Ame,
of
he still
stats
caught
do you
him off
want
with
me
that
to
remnant.
win?
I think he did a very good job throughout the whole game, figuring out which PL is going to be real, and at the end, they're just going to be able to clean up. Shadowfiend, again, he can't really go in because he needs a setup. He needs somebody to stun them to be able to land his raises, somebody to soak up the damage for him, but the overwhelming damage with these 2 Helm of the Dominators, with the pipe, with the drums, they have all the attack speed, and after that, they're going to be taking the Tormentor. I really like how P-Vision is moving across the map, because you always have 9 Class on one side of the map being very annoying, collecting these Lotuses, and the rest of the team, they're getting the farm, they're getting all the objectives, going for Roshans as well. A couple of times they try to go for Roshan.
Yeah, nice.
Jinku, you know, he was relatively sneaky, try to sneak in,
Fucking
maybe steal the
hell.
Aegis, get the last hit on Roche. It never really happened, and I think the big issue in this one was this Phantom Lancer. I think Castini talked about it, that you know, they've been losing a lot with this hero, so at least we know that P-Vision is also not going to be picking Phantom Lancer at all.
Yeah, I want to take a very quick moment because we got something special. We got to have a little bit of a listen into P-Vision, and that comes during that game.
Try to stay alive, Alan, just.
I'll be fine, all good.
Yeah.
8 seconds, Sunstrike, 5 seconds.
You have stun.
Good job, Alan. Sunstrike, 1 second. I maybe kill him.
Nice play.
Amazing,
Boys, we can focus. Go
amazing.
right now. I have a call.
I like it that it was really clean comms, and I just like how they were able to turn that. That 7 minutes really was the start of everything that went right for P-Vision. This Extreme Gaming lineup, I'm not really sure how you're going to reset to this one, Winter. You're going to have to, but how exactly do you take an approach for a game?
Oh, simple. Rule number 1, don't pick PL, you know. I think they kind of needed a more flexible carry hero. I think the
Bale's
PL
really
maybe
not
could
that
have
good
worked
this
if everything didn't
this
start
patch.
so bad. But at the same time, your picks need to be determined by some uncertain factors, right? You need to have a backup plan. What if the lanes don't go well, you know? So then you need to have those type of heroes to, you know, come and join the fights. And also the fact that I think the Shadowfiend with PL duo didn't really feel like it was going to be working very well in the game, even if the laning phase maybe went a little bit better, because they both need a lot of farm to
one of them
to function, you know.
the active Enigma Galaxy.
And you have an off-lane Dawn, you know. The Dawn is going to be taking so much as well.
I was going to say a lot of that comes from the off-lane problem. You have a Nyx Assassin, which is supposed to set everything up in the game because your mid is not a puck, it's an SF. So if the Nyx is completely behind because of the laning stage, then who's setting things up? You just wait and go to late game. I don't think that's going to work against a team as high caliber as P-Vision. Not at this point in the tournament.
Yeah, they needed something like maybe like some Ursa or some Sven or anything along the lines where it's not as greedy as PL. You know, even the AM might actually be better because AM feel like he can actually do do something, you know. But PL just he's just like waiting for his item timing. He needs 4 items.
Yeah.
And before the 4 items, you're not gonna see him show up anywhere, you know. Even at the 7-minute Wisdom Shrine there, some of the carriers would be keen to joining that fight, you know, because you know your offlaner is getting shut down so hard. So if you don't help him, there won't be a game, right? But he couldn't help because he was PL.
Yeah, you're like, if I join right now, then I'm kind of just going to keep adding to the problem there. But we've talked about this Void Spirit a lot, and we've talked about 9 class a lot as our players are returning to the stage, returning to the booths, and getting ready for game number 2. In that game 1 draft, there were a lot of bans targeted towards the wave position 4, and whilst we know Nyx is something
Come on,
that
reset
you don't
right
wanna leave
now.
the pool if you're picking up Dawnbreaker, I do wonder what is left there. What do you take out? What do you pick up for yourself? Where is the wave supports going to go for these 2 teams in the future of this series?
They targeted him heavily. 4 out of 5 bans were towards 9 class, and he still found a new hero, and he played it really well. And this time around, he was buying, let's call them normal items. He was going for the Yule Scepter, he got that shard, he got that Aghanim Scepter, but he was still doing his own type of a gameplay, being super annoying, being hard to catch, providing vision for his team as well. I think this also comes down to the matchup, because the last time these 2 teams met, they only managed to get 3 kills on side of Extreme Gaming. In this game, they got only 6 kills, so I want to see Extreme Gaming play a slightly different type of a Dota. I want them to play aggressive, even though when we talk about like these more aggressive teams, Extreme Gaming is definitely not up there. But if we go back the road to TI playoffs, they had some really strong performances in the laning stage, and I do think that they need to speed it up a bit.
I agree. The more we talk about it, the more I am thinking that the draft needs to change pretty dramatically here. I think that one of the reasons that this game is a perfect example of why we're not seeing Dawnbreaker picked in this tournament at all at this point, because you have to do so much to cover it. Because in the second phase of picks, you have so much to counter.
The thing is, you can't just say it's just the Dawn. The reason they struggle in the game is just because they didn't pick. They picked the Dawn and then they didn't get to give Dawn the game, you know. But at the same time, I feel like it's like too many combination of things, right? You could also say that the way they started the draft, right, with the SF, the way they built the draft. If they already wanted to build the draft in this manner, the SF, and then they wanted the Dawn, then why are they picking the PL right at the end, right? They needed to
Come on, Ame.
It felt like
I actually want Ame to win, man. Not gonna lie.
Also, I felt like
he just needs to play a better carry hero, man.
Going is, I think Xiao A is reacting a lot towards what P Vision is doing. I think in certain games maybe it's fine, but I felt like in this game in particular, when you're already open with the SF, I don't think you should be reacting so much. You have to build the draft to enable the SF or the Dawn, you know. If you react, because they were picking the PR because it was, I think, a reaction towards the Enigma. They wanted a good lane setup for the carry. But when they did that, it kind of ruined the whole synergy of the draft.
Yeah, and the Dawn as well. Like, I think Dawn is an Enigma answer. Like, you're playing against DM. You need to address Enigma at some point in the draft.
First
like, I think this is just a respect to the player, which should be there, right? But when it's so much respect that you are basically gimping your draft, then I think that's what you have issue.
They need to focus on themselves. I don't think like they should be worried too much about, okay, do we need to change our draft? Do we need to worry about what they have in the next game? Instead, they should be focusing on, okay, what didn't we get right in the first game? We need to fix ourselves first. You know, if we worry about the opponents too much, then we forget who we are.
There is one big problem. 9 class is in their back of their heads, because this guy, you know that he's going to be playing like this, and I don't think many other 4s that we've seen play like this. Maybe they're trying to replicate, but they are not being as annoying. And knowing how Zhao 8 historically drafts after they lose game 1, I would expect that they're going to be picking 5 completely different heroes in this one.
Also, I wouldn't say back of their heads. I would say fully in their heads. It feels like he does dominate a lot of what people are thinking about with this team. And then that's what is the perfect setup for them to be able to get this last pick Lifestealer, this last pick Gotcha. What are you looking at, Jenkins?
Pick Weaver. It's a good hero.
I was going to say, do you feel it?
It's playable. It's active.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, Weaver's better than PL.
Skeeter will pick Weaver. You'll see that later.
There's a chance we might be seeing it today. In fact, we might even be seeing it in our next game, which is ready.
P Vision versus
Game 2.
Game 2.
Will XG be able to tie the series,
Our game
or PA Vision is going to
this
the
could
grand
be it.
finals.
Sending
That
P
is
Vision up
what
to the
we're going
grand
to watch here.
finals and Extreme Gaming home. Otherwise, we'll be seeing a game at number 3. A lot relies on this draft. Where are the bands going to be changing up, or is it really going to be predominantly in those picks for themselves?
I'm super glad that it's actually gonna be the same side, same pick order. So we're gonna see whether what
here.
other changes are gonna go here. You know?
But that also means both teams are
Oh,
somewhat
actually, my
getting their
bad.
comfort.
Actually, second pick this time. They were first pick the last game, but they are on the same side. They're also on the Radiant side. So they have, I think the bands are quite similar.
They're effectively the same.
Yeah.
I also think that P-Vision did a very good job understanding the way that Extreme Gaming is playing with these heavy team fight from the offlane, these blink initiators, the shaker that can be flexed from the mid lane to the offlane if necessary. Mars, XXS had insanely good performances so far on his Mars and removing those heroes immediately, and now P-Vision, they're gonna take the Beastmaster for themselves. This is something that DM even played before the Helmet of the Dominator was such a popular item. It was always good on Beastmaster, so he's definitely back in the meta, and this is also something
Beastmaster,
that they can flex to the mid lane
okay.
as well. If
Very
it's not a
good
matchup,
pick
for
from
example, if they go for the
P-Vision.
Gyrocopter, they could potentially put this Beastmaster on a mid lane and pick a different offlaner.
Does leave Invoker still in the pool? We have seen that hero get punished in the mid lane. You know, Broodmother is an option. Sniper is an option.
I mean, it's kind of tricky if you don't know your matchup for sure, especially for Sniper. I think Invoker, maybe you
God
have
damn it,
a
it's
little
fine.
bit more leeway.
We'll get
but for
another
Sniper, it's
later.
probably hard at this junction.
Maybe. Groundwork?
I mean, you have
Maybe-
to, I feel like, pick
maybe we'll
either
get
a
groundwork here or
support here
gold.
or a
It's
good
nice.
flexible
Come
core
on.
which you can swap the roles
Come on,
around.
come on, groundwork.
Which I don't know if there's any ideal heroes here because mostly
Okay,
are
that
banned.
sucks.
So they go for the support, which is, I think, their next best option here with the Snapfire. You kind of block it away from P-Vision as well because you have this Beast plus
You can
Snapfire
get,
combo.
what,
And I do feel like
this one
Snapfire
and
is
this
one
one?
of the best position 5/4 heroes.
Her and Hoodwink, most
Oh,
definitely. It gives you
okay.
the team fight, it gives you the damage, it
Up
gives you
tempo
the
is still
easy
there.
1-2
We need to
pairing
prove
with
that
any kind
later.
of a stunner from the offlane that they
Come on,
could pick.
give-
And I
give-
think
give
this
me-
time around
give
they're going
me-
to be
give me
swapping
groundwork.
things
I mean, the
around.
thing with Snapfire is I do think the hero needs
There
the
you
right
go,
partner. 'cause
finally.
In their previous series, was it Silencer? They picked the Snap with a Silencer one game, and it actually went really, really bad for XG. And I would like to see more of like a Snap with like at least a Bane,
Yeah,
Clockwork.
they had like a mid Earthshaker that game too, I think, and he was struggling to get the blink. Like something that's
Yeah, because he lost his lane against a Pop.
yeah, something at least that's very active on the mid lane to play with Snap always feels very good. Or a support, like Clockwork feels like one of the best heroes.
Yeah. I think Clock and Bane are the top two heroes to pair with Snapfire right now, and we're gonna see whether they're gonna be able to get their hands on those heroes. Whereas for P-Vision, they've removed the Undying, one of the, I think, better heroes against Beastmaster in the team fight. With the Tombstone, you can kind of control the team fights on your side to do with the Beastmaster. And Snap is also a really good counter towards the Tombstone, but their opponents actually already have it, so probably a good idea to remove the Undying.
Imagine P-Vision whips out a Nyx Assassin just to
show them.
Because it does counter Snap. You cannot ever ult. You will always have the Nyx running in.
Well, you can if you get a BKB.
Yeah, good
Or you
luck.
can if you kill the Nyx Assassin first.
Good luck with that, too.
A lot of tough requirements to be met there. The other band they're going to go for, of course, is this Puck here. Just trying to set themselves up for the best mid lane potential.
I mean, other than the Nyx, I think the Silencer is probably your second biggest enemy as Snapfire, because it'll be hard for you to get your ulti off. I mean, you can buy a Grease, but then you also have to like wait for the ulti to
Okay, I go for
be
it.
used before you can use your ulti, so it's very annoying.
Yeah, there's one more extra hero from position 5 that we didn't mention. I think Disruptor could work out really well for them. Like I also like the Snapfire plus the Disruptor combination because it does give you enough team fight. It gives you a way of also.
I think the main thing is catch though, because Snapfire
Yeah, BKB
is
versus
not
goal is better, but we've seen some performances from Disruptor because the games are relatively long still, that you are getting that Aghanim Scepter, you're still having that influence, relatively strong laner as well, and the Glimpse, it's the best catch tool in the game.
With the Puck ban, do you think this is just an XM specialty? They don't want
Nice.
to let through in the second
Good-
phase? Or
good
is there
stats
some
already.
Quap,
Yeah,
Quap
this
Storm
is
type
much
hero
better.
coming here?
Maybe I
no
think
one.
Quap Storm.
All in
type
is
of hero
groundwork.
is possible.
I mean,
we do know that XM doesn't have a very wide hero pool compared to no one, so maybe they are trying to figure out what is his go-to right now, and they're gonna try to set up something that makes it really hard for XM to pick his hero. You know, and this hero is also quite frequently banned in the first phase. And we also mentioned that P Vision has a very clear game plan in their initial bans. They removed the Mars, Earthshaker, ET, all the team fighting heroes. 2 of them are offlane heroes. I think Centaur is kind of like a viable replacement for that.
Oracle, wow.
Snapfire in the team fight, and it's really good with Snapfire in the lane.
We get to see it again.
The
To be
Alchemist.
fair, could still be carried. Satanic has played.
They have a 100% win rate on this hero.
100% win rate.
Games, it's been played as a position 4, 100% win rate.
9 classes.
There were a couple of games when he was playing that Alchemist that he wasn't really doing that much. Like rest of the team.
Yeah.
Maybe not in fighting, but what he was given the rest of his team was pretty impactful.
Say this man is ruining pubs everywhere, picking
definitely.
He's either griefing the game or he's carrying the game. There's no in between.
Yeah.
Well, stats show carrying it apparently with this Alch.
Yeah.
Had some, when I say good showings, of course it doesn't reflect in all the stats when you look at it, but there is still a lot of impact in having that support.
Alright, there we go.
I thought maybe
There goes the sniper.
You pick the Centaur.
Here
to
goes the
block
sniper.
The Centaur counter to the sniper coming out on the other side, and I do think that one of the better answers to Oracle.
How
is
the
just
fuck
sniper.
are we
Like, save
fourth,
somebody,
man?
and
How
if you
are we
can keep
fourth?
Oracle
The
in
fuck
back
is
line,
this
you can
shit?
change targets to somebody else.
This is
Oracle's
just
not really gonna jump
bullshit
through.
right
There's
here,
there's
man.
no real jump heroes on P-Vision.
I mean, they need like a co-op, I think, right now. And the fact that there's an Oracle in the game as well. I think Oracle is really good against the Snap. You block out some of the magic damage, but the other thing that's really good about having Oracle is the rune control. You know, you get to see the runes,
How
you
did
get
we
to know where the rune
lose
is
that,
coming
You won't
man?
have that mid laner
And we
who's
know
gonna
that
be losing them.
in this matchup, there's a lot of emphasis placed between the 3 against 3 when they are fighting for runes. You know?
Surely it's Storm, right? You're
Storm.
talking best rune user in the game and hero that's good against Sniper.
But
I mean,
the thing with Storm is in the lane matchup, it's not as good as the Corp. Corp beats Sniper, or at least pressures the Sniper.
yeah, I'm totally with you. I do just think that the way with static slide facet now, Storm doesn't really lose any mid lane. Like, I know
Bane,
this is a
okay.
pretty commonly held opinion that it's not as bad in the early game.
And have in mind that they just picked Oracle into Centaur as well. And look at the amount of saves that they do have for this sniper. You have Snapfire with the cookie, potentially a 4-step. You have Stampede as well, Nightmare. So there's going to be a lot to protect this sniper. And right now I'm not seeing the jump. And the reason why they picked up Bane is because of these heroes that we were
I mean,
just
that's why
talking about.
that's why we were
Storms that
feeling
could
like
come out.
maybe a hero like Corp, you know, like they need someone to get near the sniper.
Yeah, they can
and
pick
loves
Corp,
Oracle, loves the, he
someone
loves the
that can
saves,
actually
support
jump on
the team.
sniper.
Yeah, 100%.
For him to go crazy in the
Trace's
team fight.
Void
And
is
then
still
whether it's
there.
the Snap plus Bane combo that you mentioned, this is one of the higher win rate support duos that you can run together. Bane loves to run in and set up, and Snap loves to have a hero that's doing that across the map.
Yeah, I mean, at least the Oracle can kind of deal with both of them, you know, the save with the ulti, and then
Yeah.
I don't
the
know.
face eating
That's
against
a
the
plus for
Snapfire.
Alki.
But here, I feel like we are gonna see the mid hero. Like, and
But I don't think
it's
they
gonna
will
be the
pick that
Beastmaster
one.
here. They're gonna decide what they're gonna do with the Beastmaster.
Oh, okay, there you
It's
go,
gonna be the
Stormfield.
Storm. They feel like the lane's
There
gonna be
it
okay with the
goes.
static slide.
There we go,
and
they
as
have
long
something
as
for
you're
sniper
controlling
now.
runes with the Oracle, then you're gonna be able to become an answer eventually against the sniper.
And I think it's much more okay picking Storm into Bane, who has excellent lockdown for you when you first start with the Oracle pick. Very similar to like the Silence or Storm
Excuse me.
combo you see a lot of teams run. It covers for it. So.
I mean, there's gonna be wards around the rivers. I think it's gonna be so crucial. So one thing you need to do as the team that's facing the Oracle, you need to follow the Oracle because he's going to tell you where the rune is gonna spawn.
Yes, yeah.
And maybe there's gonna be some mind games where you try to trick them, you
for
go
the
to the
different
wrong
side.
side.
Yeah. We've never seen that happen before.
I think it might happen.
I would like to see
So
it.
basically what you do is you don't show the core hero, the Storm hides out of vision, and then the Oracle intentionally shows up vision.
Both the supports. You gotta send both the supports.
And it could be something that decides the early game, you know, because when you get the runes on Storm, you're gonna be able to kill the sniper.
Yeah.
Wow,
pretty much
nice. Space
Is
chaser.
that better than just trying to have the better vision game?
I mean, that's why I'm saying you're gonna need, no matter what, you're gonna need to place wards on both sides, and you have to be creative because teams are getting really, really good at placing the sentries to cover all the areas. So you probably have to place it a little bit further up, but still give you
Okay, we
enough
need
vision
stamina right
to
here.
see the rune.
And something we talked about that
click some
Extreme Gaming
stamina.
will probably just get 5 different heroes because they felt that the number 1 draft didn't really work out for them. And this draft checks a lot of the boxes. You have good scaling, you have good laning stage, you have nice pairing with the Snapfire. 2 supports can actually get out of the map and go for the solo kills as well. Like with the 1 grip with the Snapfire kisses, you could definitely kill a hero.
Click that. No problem.
One of the carries.
Oh, AM. There we go.
AM is back. He is also one of the better heroes at finding the sniper.
AM was
I mean,
so good.
I do think that right now XG needs something, maybe a CK again. They need someone that can fight at the runes, because the runes is going to be extremely crucial to determining how well XG can move into the mid game with the sniper.
You know, if Ame were willing to whip out a Meepo, this would be an insane Meepo game. I don't know if he will do it.
There's still a Sven, right? Sven is still in the game.
Sven is still in the
I think
pool.
Sven and CK are both really, really good options to enable the sniper here.
And a little bit more in Ame's traditional hero pool.
Yeah, 100%. I think the AM is also a block pick.
Yeah. What about some good old Faceless Void as a counter to Anti-Mage? Even though they do have saves, we saw Faceless Voids not caring too much about what they want to get. But
terribly
another old school classic as well.
It's an AM counter. I mean, they are valuing the carry to carry matchup more than, like, I feel like picking the best hero to enable the sniper here.
Okay,
I
actually
understand
like
why they did
XG's
it,
picks right here.
I'm not sure. I feel like this is going to give them the easiest path to creating a game tree here.
I think it's a pretty good pick. It's safer than a lot of the ones that we were mentioning. I mean,
actually like
you get
XG's
to
picks right here.
whenever you use Terrorblade's Q. So that's a pretty big deal. It means DM now has to consider, like, does he go for an Axe build
right?
instead?
Yeah.
Satanic, you're going to get an illusion of him, mana burn himself. A lot of the times, CB can end up solo killing an anti-mage because he mana burns himself so much. But it is a sniper Terrorblade lineup. That is
got some of their best
greedy.
Jin-Q on his Snapfire performances that he did have so far at TI have been amazing. Like, this guy is all over the place, not dying, I would say, in 1 or 2 games
he
as well.
needs to secure the Centaur lane because
and it's a strong lane. Like, also you're playing into anti-mage where he doesn't like the lane.
Yeah,
Centaur.
that's
Centaur
true.
doesn't use much mana. You could also try to go for double edge and try to surprise him with the kill as well with the 1 stomp into Snapfire with you're playing into Lil Shredder. Sure, you're playing with Oracle, so there's going to be some of the healing coming out, but this is not an easy lane for Satanic.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the key thing again is going to be this off lane, Xin-Q and XXS, if they can actually create enough pressure, because the main space makers is going to be the Centaur. If he actually gets a good lane, he'll be able to stabilize the game, even though the sniper and Terrorblade is so greedy.
I will say, on a individual level, you always have to respect the XM sniper. He seems to be one of the few players that can make it work, where he's actually making space in the early game. He's actually having the impact that, like, a Spirit type hero would, just because he's so good at this hero.
Do you know who they're all chanting for, by the way, this crowd?
XM.
They're actually cheering for I mean, yes, Extreme Gaming, you are right about that, but also their coach, Zhao8, who is now on stage to give us some words about the draft in the game.
Absolutely, my friends. I am here with Zhao8. Mr. Director, Badong. Zhaobang. In a beautiful masterpiece, there is always adversity before the good guys end up winning. These guys have been your villains for this tournament. Tell me, how do you feel about this draft? How did this draft get you guys into the victorious climax here coming up in your store?
报道每个伟大的作品前期的时候，主角都会遇到很多阻碍，但是他们会冲破阻碍，去到游戏的转折点。你觉得这一个 BP 能够将你们带去这个转折点，并且击败你们的宿敌，匹配什么？
我觉得肯定可以，相信 M1。
Of course it will. Believe in AME.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Now, they do have a lot of comfort heroes from this team. You guys, of course, must have been prepared. Going into this draft, how confident are you in your draft against heroes like 9 classes Alchemist that has yet to lose a game?
对面选了其实很多舒适的英雄，我们知道你肯定也是做过功课的。你对自己的阵容有多大的信心去击败对面的阵容呢？因为9 class 它的炼金到目前为止还是没有输过的。
我们对他研究也比较深，然后 我们这个阵容是我们自己想要的，所以我们打好自己的就行了。
We studied him quite a lot, and this draft is what we want. So as long as we play according to our plan, we'll be fine.
All right, really quick, the crowd has been here for you this entire event, and they want to know from the words of the director, will we be going to a game 3?
我们会不会有第3把？
肯定会。
Let's go! All right, see you there.
Indeed, can't wait to see it. Let's see what we get, ladies and gentlemen. This game 2 between Extreme and P-Vision. It was a very tough game 1 for them, folks, but it definitely does feel that this game 2, with the draft that they have, they've got some of the classics coming out.
Yeah, much better in terms of early game. Late game also is strong, but yeah, this top lane in particular is the one we have to probably talk about. Jin-Q and XXS playing an actual lane, right? The last one, the game, especially in that lane, was pretty much over in like the first 5 minutes, gotta be honest with you, because just he had no game whatsoever, and they've been the playmakers, they've been the space makers for the team. So let's see how they're gonna be able to do in that much better matchup in terms of that one. And XM, he's playing a classic, right? The only one who can play it, the sniper, as we've seen so far this tournament. Busted it out yesterday for the first time throughout the tournament out of anybody, and it looked good.
It looks so good, yeah.
Yeah, no one, of course, he is going to snap pick that Storm. In terms of the laning phase, I've seen the Storms do better than they used to versus the Sniper, but it's more about the catches in the mid-game, right? Being able to close the gap on that Sniper.
Of course, that last pick coming in from Extreme, getting Arme the Terrorblade this time round. Of course, as the panel talked about, you do have that matchup that's going to benefit you with the Illusions coming out against the Anti-Mage. Yep. Obviously, there are other things in the match that will definitely threaten the Terrorblade, but I do feel that that's not really going to be the end of the world for Extreme, because they have the XM Sniper as well, right? We've seen this before. Even if Arme is on a carry that does get punished, XM normally able to pull through from the mid lane when he's on the Sniper as that backup carry, and sometimes even the primary carry if he gets a hot start in the mid.
And I think also, in particular, with Ame playing Terrorblade, PL we've talked about a lot, how it can be a very difficult hero to work for most players. They've been wanting to. TB, it does have also a pretty low win rate. I think it was 25%
25%,
or so.
yeah.
But it is a much stronger hero overall in terms of most games. So love to see what he can do there with it, as he also has given a very good lane in particular. The TB versus a Beastmaster, a classic counter pick, and he's got a very strong laner this time. An aggressive one, too, with X-Nova playing the Bane. You know, X-Nova in that last game playing the Warlock. It's a very difficult hero to pressure an off lane. It just kind of guarantees you farm. So let's see if there's going to be a difference this time.
For sure, and it definitely, yeah, on a Bane, we've seen it from so many of these supports. A hero that you can absolutely pop off and just have incredible sort of impact with those sort of saves. And coming in with these grips in the fight, forcing sort of P-Vision to focus their attention on dropping some of the bigger lockdowns onto a support.
Yeah, I think the saves in particular is something that's been insane for me this tournament, where a hero's chain lockdown, but he gets the BKB off because he gets a little sleep interaction. So definitely going to have to keep eyes on that, as there's quite a bit of those big stuns. X-Nova, Night Class is going to chase him out. He's got Blood Grenade and a boar behind him.
Chase this down, yeah. This might just be the first blood. Couple more punches. Oh, here we go. And one more.
He's fast.
He's surely going to have it. Another concoction comes in. That'll do it. First blood for 9 class.
Pretty big deal. An Alchemist getting first blood on a Bane. Usually not something that you'd expect a Bane at one of the stronger laners, but able to find that opportunity on the sideline. Great play there from 9 class.
So looking at this top lane as well, so you mentioned obviously this time compared to game 1, you expect a much more sort of solid showing in the laning stage from XXS and Jin-Q. Is that just in terms of them not really dying in this lane, or can they actually find opportunities to pressure and get kills as these two heroes?
Probably not, because the Centaur always has the mana burn, but this is a lane where you're going to farm. Yeah. Centaur does excellent versus AM. You have, what, at least a 10 or 8 base damage advantage early on in the lane. And yeah, you're just going to be able to sustain, because your mana, it doesn't really matter. You play around Retaliate. And Jin-Q, he's playing Snapfire. You know, he's not playing Nyx Assassin, which doesn't really contribute much in a lane whatsoever. And we've seen him do work on this Snapfire throughout this tournament. His best hero so far, it feels.
No, absolutely. I mean, obviously from P-Vision's side of things, they do have excellent save in the forms of the Oracle. But on Extreme side, they've got a multitude of different ways to bail one another outright, whether it's the Nightmare, later down the line the potential Aghanims on the Snapfire, and of course just having the Centaur with the Stampede. Yeah. There's so many ways that they can ensure that even if P-Vision do get the jump on someone like XM on the Sniper, they can still get him out of there.
Yeah, repositioning tools are massive, right? Like even Cookie, a little Cookie I've seen so many times throughout this tournament, just save a core and maybe change the tides of the fight.
It kind of gives just that little bit of distance that might just allow the sniper to turn and get those extra few hits in before he goes down himself.
And it heals. As we've seen, everyone is buying the shard, or almost buying the shard immediately when they can on that Snapfire. So it's 200 healing. That's a lot in the early game.
Yeah, it definitely feels like Extreme have been able to deal themselves a much better hand this time round in game 2.
Yeah, XM. He is starting to poke the tower. It's already beginning again.
Jinkyu trying to mess around with no one, but they're ready to deal with him as the supports both turn up and make sure that Jinkyu is not going to be able to mess with no one at all here in this situation. We'll be able to run away and survive though, so end of the day it's a fair bit of space being made there by Jinkyu, the fact that both supports were forced to come over and push him back. So he'll take that.
It's a very clever move. They see that their lanes are kind of all already self-sustained in terms of the cores. TB can be left alone. Sniper can sort of be left alone too. So they can look to play wherever they want on the supports right now. Catapult will die in the mid lane, so a bit less pressure as we see Nineclass does get that acid spray down for it, but already down to about half HP. We saw XM do the same thing yesterday when he just whittled the tower down.
It's not going to be easy to sort of push the sniper off the tower of the heroes. Considering the mid though, get the chase on away Nova.
That's a dead. Nah, it's not
gonna die. We get the backup of Jinkyu though, so again, XG able to get away from these attempts.
P-Vision just really trying to protect that jungle for no one so he can get the 6. He's now got it online, so it does have that zip to be able to protect himself top.
Taking out the mana from XXS, but having the damage to kill the Centaur, unlikely at the moment between these two.
No, it would take too long. Satanic doesn't want to miss any extra last hits. Dominator almost finished up on the anti-mage. So his lane is still very good, but XXS is getting a lane. Look at this rotation. Ame, top, making the move. Trying to get a wraparound on Satanic.
Able to bully him back. See how much he wants to stick up. I mean, do you imagine he will just sort of stick up here, Ame, and try and get some damage onto the tower with this Metamorphosis?
Yeah, he wants to get this tower. I think he wants to take out the whole thing. So let's see if there's going to be a rotation from P-Vision, or if they're going to look to pressure on the flip side from DM.
And these towers are going down early in the mid. I mean, they tried for a deny, but not going to happen. XM gets the last touch on that. So 7 minutes in, XM Sniper taking out the mid-tier 1 away from no one.
I really like this move from Ame. He was getting full free farm bottom, but he's like, we're playing versus anti-mage.
Yeah, this is pretty big.
Yeah, they have difficulties defending towers if you play with any AM lineup, so this is a really cool move.
I mean, we saw what last game, P-Vision playing relatively fast and how they were taking these towers out. I mean, this game, XG's just said, hey, we could do that too.
XG right now is absolutely leading.
They're looking to play that tempo game a lot more this time around. We have a game on our hands, Owen. Last one, it was already feeling pretty out of control. This one, XG's got game plans. They send XXS bottom, he stops the push. They get the 2 towers.
Let's see where they go next. We'll see. A little smoke coming out from Nineclass and DM, maybe trying to get a
career
catch with the Primal Roar.
This time.
Power Rune, they know where it is.
I mean, XM's positioning as well. Make sure that he's not caught on the bottom side.
I mean, P-Vision, they're always going to know where the rune is. They've got that
still
oracle.
Find him. XM playing cautious. He's going to step up now, though. TPs are coming in. DM is going to go with the Roar, but the backup has arrived. No one committing in with all the mana. The burst, it's enough to bring XM down. They get the kill.
That did a lot more than expected, I believe.
And no one trying to push his limits as well. He's still got enough mana to play on. They will lose Nineclass in return, but P-Vision getting what they came for, able to take out XM underneath his own tower.
He still has the regen running. Jinkyu might get caught.
Continue to dive. X-Nova is there at the side. A Nightmare to slow this down. No one won't quite go for the tier 2 dive for now. Just keeps both supports low. Is able to push them back.
Come on.
A lot of pressure from that regen rune.
Good stats to start 2 mile.
They'll prognosticate. They can always pretty much guarantee that no one's going to get that rune unless XG just shows up with the numbers on that setup.
Yeah, a fantastic hero to have that sort of rune control on as the Storm.
One of the best, in fact. Gets a galvanized stack, of course, there as we saw, bringing down XM. And Satanic is going to get to hit these creeps. I feel like this is going to be a pretty slow one, Owen. We are very likely to get to these 40-plus stages with an AM versus Terrorblade lineup.
I think this is actually good.
And I feel that's going to be a bit risky for P-Vision, if anything, because I feel like XG, when they have like the XM Sniper, the Arme Terrorblade,
actually good.
This lineup is so prepared to play the later team fights.
No, absolutely. I mean, this is definitely a very, very exciting game that we have kicking in here in terms of early and even potential late game. I think that XG is going to want to set the tempo, though, with their early moves around these two supports and around XM Sniper.
So if they're going to be ready to go up to the high ground, it's a little bit spooky what's to steal the tier 1 here, so they'll just focus the objective first.
That's a big deal. They're taking out all the towers.
Super early.
Yeah.
10 minutes in, all 3 tier 1s are going to be taken here by XG.
So many games I've seen that P-Vision is able to just come out of lanes, get these dominators, and just control the lanes, pretty much positioning for the next 10+ minutes. This is not going to be one of those games, as we're seeing XG with very good responses so far.
So if I do this...
Another power rune, of course, for no one. He's got the haste rune. X-Nova trying to find the level 6. He's trying to find level 5. He's getting gone on.
Going to go for the dive. TP coming in. Not enough burst to kill X-Nova off, and now no one's got to back away. Has got the haste, but can't dance around too close to the tower anymore.
Top, Satanic, working on Ame.
All right. See if they can get him out of this one. Stampede comes into play. That's going to be enough to allow Ame to step to the side and get off an easy Sunder. Says thanks for the HP there, no one, as he's just straight back up to full.
No one tried to dodge it there with the ball lightning, but Ame very well prepared, had that Lotus. He actually has both of the Lotuses. They've given it to the Terrorblade to make sure that he doesn't get mana burned.
Oh, he's actually on turf, right?
Satanic still sticking around. Has the backup of Ducalis. Ducalis, of course, yet to hit the level 6 though. Ame with X-Nova by his side. Ready to start pulling Satanic away
this
here with
was
the
fucking
Metamorphosis.
mild, man.
They're both
Holy
just playing
shit.
versus each other with the Dominator. Ame's trying to kill it, but Satanic with the micro gets it away. Bottom, DM starting to get some pressure here. XXS trying to hold it.
I should be able to do a pretty good job.
Ooh, takes the
Yeah,
floor.
Tower. They've got the kisses coming in, slowing DM down, allowing him to close in to get into the double edge of the stomp, but Ducalis is in with the save. DM, it's going to be fine for now.
It is actually still
Great
good.
positioning. Good move there from Ducalis. Clever
we can
play
do
from
this.
XXS, taking the board with the Dominator, trying to use that slow versus DM, but that is going to be kisses used and not netting a kill. This Oracle pick, we saw it the other day too, or yesterday, how strong it could be versus Snapfire. And potentially always just saving with that Fate's Edict alone.
It's definitely got to be a bit of a concern though from P-Vision, the fact that XM is getting so much space. You know, we've seen so many of these games where he's at the top and he doesn't let it slip away from him in the mid. Nice little bit of a freebie there for the two of them, X-Nova and XM, taking out 9 class.
The fact that Ame is getting slowed down a little bit here, but yeah, XM,
He's getting
being
so
able to
much.
just play. Look how aggressive he's posturing as well. He's got the 2 supports behind him. As long as he knows where the storm is, in most situations, he can survive. And he's not that squishy, right? That's what we've seen from XM time and time again. He builds a bit tanky because he's got this Dragon Lance, he's got all these small stat items.
Yeah, it's not easy to go on him,
No.
especially when he has the supports in position as he has done. I mean, you know, one of the reasons why XG are so good with the XM Sniper is just because how well as a team they know how to play around him.
Yeah, does feel like they always do have these like double saving supports in particular to protect some of these riskier picks. Level 6 has been hit, so X-Nova does have that finished on the Bane. The grip is at the ready, but Oracle as well. Ducalis has the counter with the False Promise. And I should have pointed this out way sooner, so sorry about that. But 9 class, an interesting facet choice. I think most of the times we see in the seed money be the choice. He sometimes passes off a bottle level 1. He's gone for Mixologist, so it's going to be interesting what he's going to be looking to do, either with the Berserk Potion or what it could be. It's 2-2, very slow paced.
Yeah, XG will continue to, of course, keep a presence on this bottom lane. They don't want to allow DM to find any sort of opportunity to take early tier 1s away from them.
This is his home. The Crimson Guard is soon finished up. It's going to block a lot of the early damage, and P-Vision definitely does have perhaps some damage issues early on, but they are looking to just farm. Storm and AM. As we said, this game very potential to go to quite late stages.
And they're all pretty much hitting their timings.
They are.
You know, from the lowest net worth core to the top, it's less than 1k gold between them. They'll get the jump with a cookie. The XM is here ready to offer up the damage. They get the Hoostorm connection on towards no one. It's a heavy bit of burst damage, but plenty of mana still at the ready to get out. I'm just going to make the quick move up towards the top. I mean, Satanic and Ducalis are looking to maybe try and make something happen against Ame.
Tough to go for it. Satanic has to be careful.
So much damage here from the Metamorphosized Illusions.
And Ame is just always holding a Healing Lotus, so he has the chance to be able to pop that Lotus and Sunder if anything does go wrong.
And he's got backup.
He does.
We can see the movements from the rest of Extreme.
I don't know about
meaning that they have this presence of Jin Q and X-Nova, very close by. and a Stampede at the ready to press.
They're smoked up again. As you said, they have the Fiend's Grip ready, they have the Kisses. Ults are ready to go if they catch a target.
Doesn't expect this mid maybe with the amount of focus that was being put on the top lane. Might feel a little too safe here. Kisses coming in. They've got the grip at the ready as well.
So even with Kisses, not able to get that finish up as no one comes in, gets a kill. Another Galvanize stack. Even though it's a very slow-paced game, he is up to 5.
Ends up being, just a little bit too ambitious of a play there from XG.
Really wanting to try to make some type of move to slow down the farm of this Beastmaster, but immediate answer. And that's 2 ultis used. Does P-Vision want to take advantage of that, or are they just going to sit back and farm? It feels like it's just going to be a sit back and farm.
I think as long as Satanic is sort of getting space, they'll be happy. And still on track to hit a very respectable timing here on the Battle Fury.
Bottom, P-Vision wanting to maybe slowly whittle down this tower, but I immediately saw XG. They're pinging
This
it.
game's
They
still
do wanna
very
defend
close.
This, it is low.
Let's have a look. I mean, XXS doesn't have a TP at the moment, so he's just going to have to walk down here. Won't be able to get her in time, so finally DM is able to claim that bottom tier 1.
And immediately I see the circle drawn, right, from Ducalis. He's like, we now have access to this bottom side of the map to potentially farm or pressure.
See what they can do down here. 2 of them still hanging around, but as we've seen, it takes a lot to kill DM.
It does.
Even if they get that opening stun onto it.
I mean, the 2 offlaners are going the exact same build, Owen. Well, besides not upgrading the Dominator to the Overlord on the Centaur, but going for that Crimson Guard afterwards, so gonna mitigate a ton of damage in this early game.
Next Nova.
Vision
ready to
setting
go
up.
on the rest of the boys down here.
I mean, Ame's been up here for a long time.
They really want to try and get him. See if they can. Concoction at the ready. It's good lockdown. Satanic ready to bring in the damage. Can he get anything off? He does!
Oh my god, what a sunder!
Just in time. Those final moments, able to get it out as the lockdown comes to an end.
Gets the heal. He's been carrying it the whole time, that healing Lotus. The first time he gets the sunder off because of it, the second time also.
They're so close. They just needed that little bit more. I mean, was there any way they could have better kind of layered the stuns? I don't think so, right? They did it as best they could, but it wasn't enough to stop him from getting the save off.
Oh, 30 HP, he gets it. Ame doing the math.
I mean, he's loving life on this top corner of the map. He's been in pretty much for the last
10 minutes.
10 minutes?
Literally 10 minutes. Satanic.
Now stepping up.
At the sleep.
Got Ducalis behind him.
Very difficult to punish this anti-mage. Does feel like both teams pretty content though.
It's a
both are
start.
farming. They're both very happy.
Such a close start this time around. I think this is what you sort of wanted to see here between these 2 teams, rather than a very one-sided affair.
Maybe more kills in particular for us, but that's okay.
I'm sure they'll come. You know, the later stages of this game are going to be insane. I can already feel it. Let's start just the build-up here for now between XG and P-Vision.
It is pretty crazy how we don't have the craziest amount of team fight in particular. Some games, right, like that last one, we have Solar Guardian, Black Hole, etc. This one, pretty limited team fight spells in particular. It's a lot of single target that's going to be coming out in this game.
I like sort of the balance, though, of like the cores in terms of like the priority and importance of them, right? Both have this kind of traditional hard carry, the Terrorblade, the Anti-Mage, but at the same time, both mid, Sniper, and of course the Storm Spirit, no one. These 2 mids can absolutely scale and carry themselves on their own back, so.
It does feel like a very balanced situation that is coming in here.
See, they'll back off for now, P-Vision.
9 class, how's he doing? He's got the Blink finished up. Shard almost done as well. Then we'll probably see those Aghanims if he wants to go that route. There's also potential for Lotus Orb. It's a fantastic Lotus game, as we've seen in multiple different situations. Versus either the Bane, versus the TB Sunder. Definitely have a huge effect there. Tormentor contest is going to be an interesting one, because as we've seen in almost every single game, most teams immediately at that 20-minute mark, they start to prepare for it. So let's see if we are going to have that contest and who's going to be more prepared for it. As you said, Ame's been up here for 12 minutes now and has been yet to be pushed out.
Yeah, we're going to see both him and Satanic be so close on farm in this game. And we can see already, you know, just a few hundred gold between the 2 of them, the Terrorblade and the Anti-Mage.
This will be an interesting pickup if Ame does commit for it. If he does go down the route of this butterfly,
I like it.
He'll be really strong in terms of the group up when his team goes for it. How do they focus fire him?
And it's just so annoying for these 2 heroes, right? Anti-Mage does not want to be buying an MKB, let alone at all really normally, and definitely not anytime soon. And And the same for the Storm Run. You don't want to be buying any sort of True Strike on the Storm, so that evasion's going to do massive things.
He goes Witchblade at least, right? So at least you do have a bit of that True Strike.
Sure.
Yeah, some of it, but... Power Rune.
There's the jump. XXS gets the opening hoof stomp. Concoction thrown down onto him. They'll lay down the kisses. Try to push back P-Vision.
They do not want to go on the tanky hero. XXS trying to chase. He's got another blink up.
I mean, Arme's looking to see if he can kind of get the wraparound on this one. Jump forward. Whoop. The Concoction at the ready. 9 class able to put a stop to any hoof stomp opportunities that XXS was trying to find. But the pressure there onto the tier 2. XM and Arme ready to push on.
They're looking at the objectives.
Yeah, and again, just sort of matching what we saw in terms of timings from P-Vision in that game 1. XG playing so much faster this time round, and it's giving them such a higher chance of having success in this game.
Absolutely. I mean, Ame getting some good timings here, but they're going to sack the Tormentor.
They'll take the trade, yeah, P-Vision. And XXS is making his way over, but they won't be able to get her in time to stop this. So. Sharp for Ducalis.
Very heads-up play there from P-Vision.
See if they still manage to try and find a fight out of this XG. They're making their way over under the cover of smoke.
They might have to sacrifice 9 class.
X-Nova, watch it from the high ground. Ducalis, he's going to be focused first. They got shot down. See what they can look for more, but the spell's there.
Oh shit, anti-mage is dying.
Jump ball with the cookie. The Concoction will hold back Q.
Oh my god.
Has the lockdown enough for XM to take him out? And now maybe be able to turn for more as the chase continues over towards 9 class. That blink up though.
Getting
Should
cut
be
off.
fine there. They're going to try and continue to chase. X-Nova's able to get the range for the sleep. So the chase will be a success as 9 class killed off as well.
Axie is fighting back right here.
Around understanding we're not going to make it in time for Tormentor, but we can absolutely take the fight. I think the Shrapnel actually woke up the AM, allowed him to get the counterspell off with Safine's grip, but either way, they have the chain stun afterwards to lock him down and bring him down. XG very prepared this game. Butterfly is getting closer and closer for Ame.
So early on this Terrorblade.
How do you fight versus a Butterfly Terrorblade if they're set up as a unit in particular, right? Catching him alone, absolutely, you can perhaps do that, but when he's grouped with a Butterfly, it's going to be very problematic.
It's going to be a super tough kill.
Blocks so much of their damage, right? It's a lot of physical from P-Vision this time around. It's going to be very interesting to see what they want to do here. As a lot of gold saved up. X-Nova wondering what build he wants to go for.
I can make color. Sumukha na ilagot ko.
Next choice to prevent either a roar or any of these single target abilities as we see P-Vision have.
Still, of course, have a lot of gap closure.
They do.
2 cores,
They absolutely
both having ways to jump straight on top of the sniper in these team fights.
I mean, this game is, it's low kill count, but it's as tense as ever. Both are getting exactly what they want out of the map here. And that Butterfly, it's finished. Let's see what XG wants to do and how they want to force. Are they going to perhaps wait for Roche to shift toward the top side before they look for a potential go on it? Because they can bring that Roche down very quick. 9 class is looking for a potential setup here.
It's going to try. Satanic's in as well, but XXS with the stop. One was 9 class, and they've got the Stampede as well. So 9 class, he's got to run. The Metamorphosis comes out as 9 class trying to set something up there with Satanic. But even if XXS wasn't there, I don't know, would these two have been able to deal with Ame at this point? This Terrablade's massive.
Unlikely versus that butterfly. The
Yeah.
build is working for XG right now, and XXS, he is everywhere. It feels like you look away for a second, and then boom, the Centaur is just there to protect. And there's that Lotus Sword finished up for him.
I mean, they might as well see what happens when they push the high ground. They've hit the timing here with this butterfly pickup.
They've got a Crimson to slow things down.
Now what? Able to clear out the wave. We'll slow down the push for now.
These are heads-up moves. Nullifier for DM. Very early pickup that he's got this finished. Can't get rid of these glimmers in particular, but as you said, Lotus, Lincolns, they've got ways to protect each other. And Roche, it is shifting now. It is on that top side.
Just going for the straight up damage as well, Ame. He's got the Chrysalis on the way out, going for that full Daedalus. I mean, if he gets that, these fights are going to be so difficult for Satanic, right? Even though he's very close in farm, it does feel like if he makes a blink in and somehow, you know, some way they're able to keep this Terrablader protected, and you're seeing the damage from the two of them. They're going to try and go on XXS. They've got the roar, but the kisses are coming in, and XXS, he's so tanky. They barely get him down to half HP. The grip's there, controlling Satanic. See if he can get up towards the end of it. No, who's done the cookie? But there's the save to Carlos. Comes in, bails Satanic out. But P-Vision, they've got to run, because Ame's turned up to the fight. Ducalis cannot escape. P-Vision, they do manage to eventually bring XXS down, but it takes so much.
Look how much damage he absorbed. You can just look at the fight recap. That's pretty much all Centaur taking that damage from the entirety of P-Vision. That's exactly what you want from your Centaur.
And now they could just move into the Roche XG. They didn't get the core kills, but they got enough out of P-Vision in terms of ultimates and attempts to fight that they can walk into the pit very freely and secure themselves this Aegis.
I mean, Ame able to just walk in and join, do Roche even without meta. So they're going to have meta to potentially push toward high ground, Owen. P-Vision, what's the approach going to be?
It's going to be tough. I mean, we're seeing already that it's just so difficult for Satanic to blink in and get involved in the fights. Because if Ame and XM are not controlled, this anti-mage will get destroyed.
Absolutely. They have way too much damage for him. And it's difficult for them to reach these back, you know, these jumpers, as we've been saying, to get to it. XXS has just been the
kind of 2+ minutes to play for.
Satanic.
Trying to go on XXS, but
he'll burn all the mana. That is very annoying. But he does have the stick. He does always have Lotuses to be able to pump himself back up.
Sweeping over towards Ame. But again, it feels like, how do you even go on this Terrorblade right now? You have to have all 5, right?
You do. And he has to be out of position. If he's with the team, it feels like it's very difficult to kill him.
I mean, stepping pretty far forward, but of course has this Aegis. He feels that relaxed right now.
He's pretty far up.
They're going to try and start something. See what they can do. Easy man to dodge there.
Even as the Lincolns, just in case. XM is right behind him.
That's the full Daedalus. So 28 minutes in, Butterfly Daedalus, level 20 Terrorblade. That sounds pretty terrifying.
It does. Ame is posturing so aggressively this game. Grouped up, looking for the potential push. We see DM, he is doing the cutting. So he is sending the Ancient Ice Shaman on that far left side with his Boars as well to just slow things down.
As the completed Miona for XM, everything coming together. They do need to say, have the Butterfly done on Satanic, but it's still so difficult for him to fight back against these two.
I feel like they're going to push. They're going to look for Arax here with this Aegis.
See what P-Vision can do. Have they got what it takes at the moment to be able to defend against this level of push?
It's just so much physical damage.
It really is. He spends a few seconds on the front and he gets about half his HP taken away in an instant.
Even with the Butterfly, they're going right through it. Crimson Guard again, but the towers are getting whittled down. No one will cut the wave, so that is the last creep wave. So they're gonna have to back up and reset.
Yeah, very close to having the Shiva's Guard done as well, no one, so.
They're looking to just continue, right? They need more time to be able to deal with this Terrorbladed Sniper. But is time really gonna benefit them that much with the way that XG's been able to play so far? DM.
And they'll be able to deal with this hit. Bring in XM over as well.
Kill it.
Oh, yep. XM. He'll have it.
Yes. Smoke up, P-Vision. They're getting outside.
They're going to get the jump on Ame. He's going to be gone the once.
Can they do it again? They've got a roar.
Backup's on the way for Ame. They can get the opening stampedes there. Lincoln's ready to keep it protected. He's able to walk it off.
far too difficult for them to get the setup. XM just covering him every time with the Lincolns. Too hard for DM to get the Roar, even with the Nullifier to break. Here comes the push again. 30 seconds on meta. No Aegis.
And we'll see if XG still feels strong without it.
Feels like they do. Base ward taken out. Ducalis did find it. Here comes that push. Tower's low.
And they've got it. Tier 3 to 4. So they want to keep going here, XG. XM. Pushed in the start. Answers there for Satanic. Shiva's Guard now done on no one.
Satanic is having to stay here in the base, though, which means he's not getting that extra farm. He's having to be here for the defense.
There's the smoke. They're going to try and get the surprise jump. See if they can get the wraparound, potentially. So they're coming in from the side here. Good angle from P-Vision. XG prepared for this one. No one ready to try and scout out the backlines. He's in. Makes the jump, but now he jumps out. Tries to bait out spells and items here for XG. But XXS, he's in with the jump. He gets the 3-man hoop stop. A beautiful follow-up there from XXS allows them to take down 9 class immediately. As XG are ready to step up to the barracks.
They're ready for every move, Owen. Immediately backing themselves up, gathering as a unit, so P-Vision can't find a target.
Still trying to bait out some of these stuns and spells, but Ducalis gets shot down by XM. The barracks are gone.
The strategy is working, Owen. XG, they're looking to get a 2-rack advantage.
Yeah, they're not going anywhere. They're sticking around for a second set at the least. I mean, no one again trying to turn their attention away from the objectives, but these racks, they fall so fast here to the damage of Ame and XM.
Ayame is playing his heart out this game. Beautiful build, beautiful rotation, surviving the ganks. An 8K lead with massive structural damage.
P-Vision, what's the plan going to be? Satanic, he's even though he's kind of close on the net worth, you're really just feeling how difficult of a matchup it is for him to play into as this anti-mage. Dealing with both a sniper and a Terrorblade that are ahead of you in farm, it seems almost impossible for the AM.
It really feels like they just don't have the damage to go through what XG has by any means. XXS with his build, with his Crimson, it blocks everything that P-Vision wants to do to walk into him. Aghanims is done, so that's the first one here for 9 class. It's gonna give it a no one, I imagine.
Yep, no one's got it ready to go.
Yep.
So if they had that setup, maybe some sort of multi-man vortex into like a concoction.
They're gonna need a big multi-hero stun in order to have a chance in that next push, because it's gonna come very soon. The auras are all there. Aghanim's now also finished up for XXS, so another save.
So many saves.
Yep.
So many ways to keep XM or Ame safe if they get jumped.
And this might be one of the better card games too. You have 2 of the best heroes, it feels like, to utilize in their range. They can actually just wallop heroes from a distance.
And XM's pretty much got his Monkey King bar done.
Oh boy, yeah, this feels harder and harder for Satanic.
He's got the
Basher, but look at his HP pool too, right? Satanic is not going to be able to stand toe-to-toe with these heroes.
XG. They could definitely just sort of deal with the lanes, wait out for the next Roshan, should be coming up pretty shortly.
Next items, like you said, MKB is done for XM, and I believe a Lincoln's about to be done for Ame. How do you get through these?
P-Vision definitely do what they can to try and set the map up themselves so they can have a say on the Roshan, at least give themselves an opportunity maybe to see if no one can get a steal off. It's the Storm Spirit.
No one.
I just can't get anywhere close.
It is really just such insane damage that XG does have. And immediately they're not splitting up either is the thing. Immediately they're all together as 5. The lanes are in a good position for them as well with the TB sending the illusions. So they're ready for the fight.
Lincoln's on Ame. Ready with the smoke, XG. They know that P-Vision's going to be out on the map a little bit.
Roche, how long is it going to be? It's a quick spawn.
I mean, they're showing here on the top lane.
XXS,
he's having a two-man got the room in the sun, please, DM is gone! No one has to zip away! Ducalis will turn up here ready to help out, but they have to continue to back off. Tier 2 is not a safe space right now.
DM spent his gold. He bought the Vlad, so he's dead for 60 seconds.
And pushing forward at the timing with the Wisdom coming up, so another one of those to be taken by Extreme.
And we see XG, if they catch a hero, the hero is dead. On P-Vision, if they catch a hero, the hero does not really take much damage whatsoever. It doesn't matter who it is.
They're ready to try and tickle at the base again. They don't even need the Aegis. They put that strong. Satanic is looking for an angle at the back lines. But XXS finds them. He's in with the jump on the two of them. Perfectly ready. Satanic will make the jump over on over the card. XXS with the save. Satanic shot down by XM. It is over. GG is called. Extreme, they may have had a rough game one, but this game two, folks, they're looking better than ever. They push us to a game three here in the lower bracket.
That was a very strategical approach to this game. Honestly, this move from Ame dictating the pace of the game pretty early. 7 minutes, rotating top, taking the tower, stayed there for what? It felt like what, 14 minutes that he's farming in that top lane. XXS defending every single tower. P-Vision, it felt like they were like, okay, yes, we're getting what we want out of the map, but XG was just getting so much more, pressuring, controlling, containing, and just honestly crushing this game completely.
Yeah, just an excellent adaptation coming into this game two after what happened in game one. Right?
Yeah.
Taking all three tier ones, 10 minutes in, securing this top part of the map where Ame just lived his best life and for like nearly 15 minutes plus as a Terrorblade.
And I love that he built this aggressive, right? He doesn't go for this
butterfly
BKB, Scotty, nothing. He just goes for the butterfly, looks to close the game out as fast as possible.
Well, what a game. What a performance there from Extreme. Cannot wait to see what happens as we are indeed, ladies and gentlemen, getting a game three coming up as the series now stands 1-1 between Extreme and P-Vision.
The fact that we're getting a game three demonstrates just how close this top three is. At any point, we could be seeing P-Vision in that grand finals. But for right now, Extreme Gaming, they're making that comeback. They're saying, we want this, we're hungry for it. And comfort picks just for everyone. Amazing and significantly better laning phase as well, I'd say, for this game.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say, is I love that no matter who makes it into the grand finals, you know that it is so close. All three of these teams can beat each other. This was not close. Like, in a way, I feel like Extreme...
It was close in terms of net worth, but it wasn't really close in terms of the pacing of the game.
The momentum. Since the laning stage, Extreme, they had it figured out. They picked late game heroes like Sniper, Terrorblade, but they didn't play for the late game. They were very active in the early game.
I mean, they totally abused the fact that the anti-mage needed a long time, or he could not enter the fight at all because of this Terrorblade. Like the reflection just made it so that he has to be so careful, and every time he comes to a fight, he couldn't really do anything.
I think it was pretty similar to what happened in game number one, like this carry-to-carry matchup where you are staying an item ahead, maybe even an item and a half in this one. It is very difficult for Satanic to play the game. He doesn't have a clear target that he can jump because of all the save with the Nightmare that's going to ruin him. Then you have Snapfire as well, you have Stampede, you have all these defensive items, you have Crimson Guard on the Centaur. Very, very difficult fights in terms of how they want to play it out, because they have protection for their Sniper who's peeping from the distance, and you also do have this ability to stay ahead in terms of itemization. You see that he's going for the butterfly, and then you have two cores that kind of like to build into butterfly. Like at one point, Sniper, he did have Serrated Shift, he's building into Mjolnir naturally, plus he builds into MKB, so that butterfly is not really doing that much.
I mean, it's not just the build, right? I felt like the TB also kind of enabled XXS on the Centaur to get a decent game, and he was able to do a lot in the fight. We saw a lot of multi-hero storms. The card eventually, like, he wasn't enabled in the first game, and this game I felt like it was night and day.
Yeah, he was just there to provide his team with anything they needed. That card at the end was always such a pleasure to see picked up in a game, but just so much fun. The flip side, though, for P-Vision, 9 class not really having that impact on an ALC we've seen previously. We're like, yes, it was winning, but was he winning the game with it? And I think this is kind of answered our question about it now.
Yeah, this was very rough for P-Vision. Perhaps it's the combination of the Anti-Mage and the Alchemist that is the main issue, but really, Extreme, they understood the assignment. They saw that there was this greedy duo coming out of P-Vision, and they understood that even though they have Sniper and Terrorblade, they needed to push. They needed to be active. They needed to win the lanes, and they did.
Yeah, they really did. Extreme Gaming, it's hard to pick a standout player from that, right? You look at the end, everyone had a phenomenal performance. Ame on the Terrorblade, just Terrorblade night and day compared to game one.
Yeah, he was so aggressive. Like the way he moved across the map, he's like understanding that anti-mage, he can't really do much. He's gonna get his mana burn. He wants to pressure him out. He moves to the top lane. You have Centaur with the Dominator creep as well, so that's gonna be extra bit of a damage. This is something that anti-mage historically didn't like to play into, getting himself kicked out of the lane, and then he needs to go to jungle. This is a hero that doesn't have any good like ways of farming. Now with the Helm of the Dominator, it does help him a little bit, but it's still not good enough because they are having so much. The map is getting much smaller, and this time around they didn't have the playmaker. Sure, you have this position for Alchemist, who's trying to get the Aghanim Scepter playing in the outer ring, trying to get the extra bit of a farm. It came in very late. That Aghanim Scepter that he did give to Storm Spirit, you couldn't really feel the influence of it.
Yeah, it was at the timing where they had a Centaur cart to save whoever gets caught, and this is why I think that the MVP could have gone to any of Extreme's cores, because Ame pressured the early game, XXS hit the multi-hero stomps. We have to mention XM Sniper. I feel like this has been a tournament of elephants in the room, and this is the one for me when it comes to this team. They do not lose with Cardell Sharpeye. They are the best sniper team on the planet, and I expect to see a ban in the next game.
Yeah, I don't think you can let that one through at all. You can't rest on your laurels thinking that you know how to deal with a sniper when it's specifically an XM sniper here. We're saying the cores are up for grabs. Anyone could have been that standout player, but something that I think was also really key in changing how that offlane played was Jinkyu, right? He got on a hero that was significantly more impactful. Playing that snap, just having more stability, that's where I think we saw the lane go much better.
You can actually do stuff with the hero. You can actually be the one who's putting the pressure. You can make the moves across the map compared to Next Assassin, who was so underleveled in the previous one. I think there's a comparison between what he was playing in game number 1 and what 9 Class was playing in game number 2, where he wasn't really unable to do much on the map. Like you feel like you're position 4 with the setup, with the draft that you have, like it feels like you need to do much, but you can't because of the situation you're in, because of the hero that you're playing. And this time around, you can be paired up with the Centaur, you can be paired up with just the Shrapnel with the Snapfire Kisses could land you a kill.
I like that they chose to basically say, okay, we lost the offlane really badly in the previous game. Well, let's just dodge it entirely. We will run the Centaur on the offlane, we will cut creeps, we will bring it to camps, get Giga farmed, he gets an early Helm of Dominator, and this is where we see the rotation from Ame. On level 6 on Terrorblade, he was farming just fine in his lane, by the way. Look at his denies, 18 denies. But he realized that he's got to be the one to push towers, he's got to be the one to pressure. If they combine the Centaur power spike here with Ame's Metamorphosis, they can easily take the tower and close down the map on a team that absolutely needs the map to farm.
I mean, it's also the fact that the Beastmaster just got level 6, so he realizes if he stays in the lane, one roll and either the Storm or +1, he could die, you know. So that move itself solves another problem. So it literally gave their opponents nowhere to maneuver around the map.
Yeah, and it ties into what you guys were saying. Kick that anti-mage out of that top lane as early as you can. Force him to be a little bit uncomfortable. And then we see that TB wanted to stay up there. Ame wanted to stay there. They try and make a move onto him, but it was not successful.
And the fact that he had the presence of mind to always keep a Lotus because he knows that the AM is going to try to kill him, so he could run out of mana, so he couldn't cast his Sunder. And every time he got ganked, this is one of those that he managed to turn around, but he had a Lotus every single time to survive.
Because it gives you like exactly enough mana to press the Sunder, and that's all he needs.
And you're also getting less damage from Mana Void.
Yeah.
We see it progress a little bit further, and we're wondering how late game is this going to go? Where are we going to see the carries end up for themselves? But a specific item that was picked up by Ame, Lacoste, you're like, this is it. This is where we're just going to start seeing the game kind of close out and go in the favor Extreme game.
Yeah, this is way too early. This is 24 minutes we're talking about, where he has Falcon Blade, he has Manta Style, and does go for a very aggressive item, understanding that he can just build that item. It gives him damage, it gives him survivability against Anti-Mage, because Anti-Mage is not a hero that's going to be building into MKB by any time soon. This might be his 6th item, but we're talking about, 45-minute game potentially. And what happens after they get a pick off, they try to go on the enemy tier 3 tower as soon as they got that butterfly. Then they decide to take another fight, understanding that their timing right now is super strong. They can take the fight, and TB, he doesn't need to be caring too much about it. He's going to be joining the fight slightly later, and you can see that Ducalis is holding that for a really long time, that ulti, but as soon as Ame joins, this fight is pretty much over. He was missing. B-Vision thought maybe they could take a fight, but he comes in and they clean up and they take Roche after that. So there's a lot of, like, the whole sequence of the events that does happen where they just cannot punch back.
I mean, it's not just the anti-mage right with the butterfly. I feel like you're also making it very difficult for Storm. Storm actually does a lot of right clicks in the team fight, and if he's missing, it means that he's losing a lot of his damage potential in the team fights. That's why the butterfly timing was so strong.
Before we continue talking about this game, there is one more person I want to listen from, and that's Purge.
Thanks, Nat. Yeah, this is the probably 4th time that we've seen Alchemist support so far from P-Vision in this tournament. We saw that a bunch in the Road to the International, and it looked pretty subpar. And I have to say, this is probably the best early game that 9class had out of all of those games. So I was more impressed with this play in this game. And that's because he did some pretty decent trading. He got this first blood on X Nova. But let's talk about the negatives of Alch support. Number 1, it takes you forever to charge up your stun. And at really high level play, the windows that you have to get kills to defend your allies are really small sometimes. They can be split seconds. So having to plan ahead 5 seconds ahead of time to throw your stun is very difficult. And having to be in melee range to even throw your stun is very difficult. So in a lot of these cases, he's in the right place at the right time. He's helping to almost get kills on heroes. But consistently what's happening is he's falling just a little bit short. And that's because the hero has kind of weak base stats, and your contribution to the fights just aren't that much. In this case, really good bait by him to run in. He charges up his stun, and he throws it at the same, like halfway early. He did like a half charge. But this is like his contribution. It's acid spray, and it's like 150 physical damage. And that doesn't get better as the game goes on because people get more and more armor naturally. So his contribution in these circumstances isn't that great. And even with his ultimate, which gives him a lot of regen, the problem is he doesn't have any items to make his survivability higher. So any regen you buy or get from his ultimate is just not that good. So it's difficult for him to utilize his benefits. It's pretty easy for his opponents to kill him. He doesn't actually farm that fast because he doesn't actually get the chance to buy items that help him farm faster. So he doesn't really get to benefit from his innate. Across the board, just underwhelming, unfortunately. And that's just the reality of Alch support.
Thank you, Purge. We've seen it win before. This time around, it was not successful for P-Vision. And yeah, as we saw later in the game, just nothing really on the table to offer. And I think that's also one of the biggest differences. Coming into this series, we said P-Vision, it's going to be a big focus. What supports can they get for themselves? And it's not just 9class, but Ducalis as well. I thought the Oracle would have offered something in way of team fight. I thought there would have been the ability to delay the team fights, give them a little bit of something extra in the tank. But with that 2-support duo, there really actually wasn't anything on offer.
I think it's all of the other heroes paired with Alchemist. Like,
don't you feel it's also what the supports are buying? You want to give him supports that buy Helm. Like, don't you feel like that's when they are most comfortable?
I'm not a disbeliever in the Alch support. I was personally watching all of his replays during the Road to International because I love to absolutely grief my pubs. So I was like, oh, maybe I can do this. And I watched, and I can tell you, it's not something that you could do in pubs, and it's something you have to be very careful doing in competitive. What I watched was there was always some core that was sacrificing farm to 9class at a different point in the game. One point it would be Satanic, one point it would be no one, and it would rotate. You need all of your cores to be doing well and be able to pressure in order to do that. And I think with like an anti-mage, that's not likely. Like, unless the anti-mage is somehow winning the lane so handedly, he can create pressure. But you need pressure from all of your cores.
So it seems like you have like a jungling hero, but he's way more greedier than like some Veno jungler. At least the Veno comes out of the jungle.
It's very similar to the Veno jungle, I would say. It's that level of greed.
I also think Venom might have, although this conversation isn't really about him, but ways to jungle a little bit better to kill those camps a bit more efficiently.
Yeah, he comes online much faster as well if we're talking about the jungle Venom meta, because you come in, you come with the Orchid, you come with, you know, Spirit Vessel, you come with mech, like drums, whatever, but Alchemist, he's just buying components. Like, you're not actually getting the value out of the items that you're buying. It's just you're getting some stats, but other than that, it's really not great. But also to point out that Oracle, like, he did a very good job because they played around the runes every single time. They brought the numbers, but Extreme Gaming, you could see them move around and bringing in numbers, even though you have Sniper on your team who doesn't use the runes, but they are bringing 3-4 heroes with every single rune just to make sure that Storm's not getting it.
Yeah, that's another big impact, is how can you dissuade the usage of something that's so important to a hero, such as their innate. And I do think that if any team is going to be able to bounce back in this one, obviously we've already seen Extreme Gaming do it, but Astini, he's very good at that with P-Vision, right? He's a coach that we've always had such high energy from, but I also would love to see what he thought about this draft, how he's going to approach it again when they get back into those booths for Game 3.
I'm going to just say it. I feel like, historically speaking, Storm Anti-Mage has not worked. This is something that TI after TI, at the very least at Majors, we have seen. And a lot of the time, you have coaches coming into interviews after and saying, oh yeah, we picked Storm Anti-Mage. Like, the timing just doesn't work.
Well, the timing is perfect for these players to return back to the stage. Get back into it because our lower bracket is down to a game number 3. It is all on this game as to if you make it to the grand finals of TI 2025 or if your journey ends here. There's a lot on the lines for how they've spent the last few minutes discussing how they want to come into this. A fresh slate is what both teams are really going to need, and you're going to take your lessons from it on both sides, from a Game 1 and a Game 2 perspective.
Yeah, for sure. Something that did happen in this game number 2 was that they never killed a tier 1 tower in the mid lane. Like during this whole TI, this is the first time that P-Vision didn't manage to kill a tier 1 tower. They always, even in the losing games, they still kill tier 1 towers, but this also tells you the story about the game. I think it comes down to Sniper being able to defend the tower as well. They brought in numbers 10 minutes in. They try to go for the play, try to go for it, but it's way too much damage, and you don't really have that much, even though you did have Beastmaster, but Beastmaster also got shut down. Like, even though they didn't necessarily kill him, they did manage to push him out of the lane multiple times. You saw Snapfire coming to the lane, forcing Oracle to TP, use Edict to try to save him. They don't get the kill, but they also get something out of it.
Yeah, I mean, I like actually that you brought that up. Like, when they opened their draft with Beastmaster, I also felt like he kind of didn't really get enabled as the same as the Centaur. And Beastmaster is also, like, as nature, a very greedy hero. You want your carry gating over to you. So when you have not just the Storm anti-mage problem, but you have the anti-mage with the Beastmaster, which doesn't really offer a lot of synergy. Because Beastmaster, I think, in most cases, you want heroes that can abuse the fact that you can stick together early, take towers, you know, with the auras. Like heroes like Gyro, for example, Luna, for example, you know, that can come online earlier. With the anti-mage, it kind of feels like maybe you don't really have a lot of like overlapping timings in the early game, so you don't interact with each other a lot in the, or at all, you know, in the early game. So that could have been the main problem why the early game was so difficult for the Elk and Oracle to be useful.
You know, maybe the idea is that with a Helm Dom, Anti-Mage can maybe function like that, even though it's not traditionally a hero that can rotate to something like a Beastmaster. Clearly it didn't work, right? Like this idea was wrong, but maybe that's the idea. Because I agree, you pick Beastmaster, the hero controls an area, he farms, and he creates this presence where you can no longer enter into that area without just dying. And it's this map control hero, so any carry that rotates to that is cool. He doesn't rotate to them to get kills, so maybe that's the issue, and you have to try these things in a game in order to figure out that, okay, because the Dom thing is completely new. Nobody was going Dom on anti-mage.
And also because I think in the recent series that we have in the main event, there's like a huge change in the way the middle lane is built, where we are picking more heroes that can defend and play around the mid tower instead of those rotating heroes, right?
Yeah.
So with the Beastmaster, it's like you're waiting for your mid laner to rotate. But the Storm, in theory, he could rotate, but he couldn't leave because the Sniper was keeping him there. So it doesn't really unleash the Beastmaster skill.
I think the Sniper has to go. Not necessarily 100%. In the first phase, but I think in the second phase you might need to remove it. This was the big part of the problem that they did face in this second game, and it's XM Sniper we're talking about. Like he's gonna find a way how to make this hero work.
It would be audacious to leave it, and it would be on purpose because they think they can beat it with something.
Well, we're soon to find out because I have fantastic news for everyone. We do have a game number 3.
P-Vision versus Extreme Gaming. Game 3.
A lower bracket game 3. You could not ask for anything more. These two teams are so evenly skilled. It's going to come down a lot to draft. What they think they're going to need. Extreme Gaming loved what the Centaur did for them in game number 1. They're going to pick it up for themselves. And of course, P-Vision not changing on that. They think the Beast was still a fantastic opener for them.
And I also like the change that they made here. Actually, last game, they first picked the Snapfire. This time, they feel like because the Centaur was such a crucial role in the last game, and they feel like they wouldn't be able to get the Centaur in the next phase, so they're changing their pick order up. They're picking the Centaur first. I think the Centaur is not replaceable, but the Snap is actually replaceable.
Snap could be Hoodwink, or
that could be Hoodwink or something.
Dark Willow.
Yeah. Maybe even a Rubik, you know, I think a Rubik Centaur link could also.
Yeah, that's not bad, especially if there's good steals. But yeah, we can see Sniper banned out. They actually will first phase ban it.
Yeah, so what are the other mid heroes that can actually sit and defend the towers right now with the Sniper and SF being removed? It's kind of like the Invoker. Invoker is still remaining here. Maybe that is something that both teams could actually go to. Because I think there's a lot of emphasis between strategizing around the mid area. You need to be able to defend and hold that area so you actually have full control of the map. And obviously also the runes, right? You control the tower, you're going to get the runes.
I think Extreme would be pretty happy to get an XM Puck. So I would imagine them picking Puck and then plus something that can cover for Puck.
Oh, they want to speed things up.
Like Puck Bane.
This is going to be very tempo. A lot of tempo coming out from P-Vision. You have Chen, something that Falcons did run a couple of times. You have Beastmaster with the Helm of the Dominator as well, but this Beastmaster is still a flex pick. They could put it in the mid lane, so they want to see two heroes that Extreme Gaming is going to pick, and then they're going to decide where Beastmaster is going to go.
Centaur is pretty happy playing against Chen creeps though. Natural Crimson Builder.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. Like, you don't really care about the creeps as much.
We only seen exclusively Mana Burn up until yesterday when we saw KJ played with the yellow tomato creep.
So I imagine if Puck is coming out here, it's because they have to cover for it. Otherwise, you're getting like giga hard countered mid.
When you say hard countered mid, what does that look like?
Yeah, there's the DKs, Tinies of the world that are pretty good against Puck. Let's see, I mean, the biggest answer is, you know, something like a Huskar. The question is, does no one want to whip it out here in the lower bracket finals? It's a bit rough.
It's a good Void Spirit game. They don't have that much control other than Puck. It's a good matchup for him. You're also going to be finding the backlines. Both of these supports from Extreme Gaming, they want to really keep the distance. You want to see Warlock in the backlines, waiting until he can drop the rock, Snapfire with the kisses. Right now, they don't have any jump, and they need to find a way how to find these supports.
I mean, the other thing you have to consider is if you pick your mid hero here, and the enemy bans out 2 carry heroes, do you have a replacement for that carry hero? So you are definitely considering whether you should pick the carry hero if there are no optimal replacements for that right now.
How does Beast do against Puck mid? Because you could also Beast mid and then run like some Night Stalker off lane to try to hard counter the Pucks. I don't feel like Warlock pressures something like a Night Stalker at all.
Yeah, no. You push the lane out with Fatal Bonds, I think that's what he wants, you know, as Night Stalker.
Yeah, he'll just farm.
Yeah, I mean, that could work in theory. But I think their concern right now here is less of the mid matchup. It's more about the carry. You know, can they actually get, because both teams are going to last pick their carries, right? So what if they pick one hero and they ban 2 and you don't have the option?
So what are you looking for? Something like Ursa, something along those lines. Temporal Assassin to be able
to with the
deal
silence on the
damage.
shot.
Yeah, that's very good against pretty much all
and
three.
Also the lane matchup against the Centaur. This is an extremely good lane matchup. Centaur struggles in this lane, and usually you have to buy a couple of rings to be able to stay in the lane. But even then, the lane is still very difficult.
Yeah, I think you just don't. You just don't lane. I think XG's actually okay with this. Like, they're going to do what they did last game, which is literally cut the wave and drag to camps. And so now my question is, what can XG pick on last pick that will like completely hard counter a TA so Ame could rotate through the portal with a free farm Centaur who's cutting wave and take the tower?
It's a good PL game, huh? Again?
I was thinking PL. I mean, Gyrocopter is also...
Gyro is fine. Gyro is nice. And you have the standard Gyro plus Warlock lane, which is very, very good. I mean, anything that can gate, gank, and pressure the TA would be the most optimal right now. They've already taken out the TB. The TB is also a really good carry-to-carry matchup against the TA. And I feel like it seems like Extreme Gaming also really favors the carry-to-carry matchup. They want to have a matchup where Ame is very, very comfortable, and you've already heard it from the interview. Ame is going to carry us, you know. They are putting all the eggs in the Ame basket.
Oh, I wouldn't mind seeing something like a Troll as well. I think you're going to be laning against the Beastmaster. They don't have explosive damage to kill you immediately.
Yeah, that actually could really work well with the lineup. Troll, Warlock lane, and you have the Troll with the Centaur and the card later, which works really well.
Yeah, we're definitely all fans of the late game that Centaur can come out. Extreme Gaming, so many options open now that they feel a little bit more stable in that offlane for themselves. I think that really opens up for Ame.
It's not an easy decision here for P-Vision because they have to decide what are the heroes that they need to ban. And on top of that, because they couldn't ban everything, so they have to pick something that is going to be able to cover for the third best hero as well, you know. And they also have to make sure that the hero works with their lineup. So a lot to consider here in this 23rd pick here for P-Vision.
Yeah, I mean, they have a ban before that as well, and so you have to hedge your bets. Where exactly does Extreme Gaming want to go? Where are they thinking some of their strengths could be? It's the so one of the first heroes you guys mentioned would be great for Extreme Gaming, and their last pick, Bristleback.
off lane Bristleback, most
Yeah.
likely with the foot wing.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, that does limit the carries that XG can pick. Now, a hero like Chaos Knight, which can go for the break facet, the 1/3 of the time break facet seems better, but no, they go for Medusa.
Not the most traditional gate ganking hero. You're probably not going to expect the Medusa to move around, but it is indeed a overall a pretty good game for it.
This is not the lane that you want to be playing. Medusa plus Warlock, you're not getting the
but at the
value
same
out of the
time,
lane, but they want to
Medusa
have
would
overall
lane well
24 pick.
into the beast. You know, like the beast doesn't like to play into the Medusa's lane. I mean, I do feel like you can't use the.
I mean, what about Bristle though? Because Bristle's just giving Medusa free stick charges, right?
Yes.
So either way, yeah, very good lane for Medusa. I think maybe that's the idea.
Okay, so even if the Medusa can't rotate out, help those other lanes, is there a lot that can be put into her lane? Do we feel that this is something that is going to ramp up for Extreme Gaming? We'll see them succeed?
They have other 3-4 heroes that can actually play Dota. I don't think it's going to be as slow because you do have Snapfire, you have Centaur one more time, and you also have XM on his signature puck. So he's going to be having a time where he can dictate the tempo, go around the map and try to make stuff happen.
And some final thoughts very quickly from you, Jenkins and Winter as well. Our game number 3.
I think it's an excellent draft for Extreme. It's a little slow, but I think with the signatures they have, they're fine with it being a little slow.
I mean, I think it's a little too slow for my liking, so I'm gonna go with P-Vision side.
Okay, well that is lucky because we do have Astini, the coach of P-Vision, standing on stage for some final words before game 3.
Absolutely. Here once more with Astini from P-Vision. So good to see you yet again. Sir, high stress moment here, I know, so we will get you to your team as soon as we can, but you win this, it's grand final time. Big moment for you. Any words that you shared with the team before going into this game?
Let's just pick a Chen so we don't need to smoke because they shout when we smoke and enemy knows. So let's just run it then without pressing smokes.
All right.
Our fans also shout when they smoke then.
Okay, well, fair enough for you, sir. All right, fantastic. Well, as we get into the game here, we've seen some pretty interesting picks, especially those last picks. I know you were probably hoping for another PO last pick from them. Unfortunately, it didn't pan out. But the carry seemed to be extremely important in this series. Would you say that the carry is the most important role that you've seen so far when facing this team?
Everyone is important. It's a team game. If you think like this, you're going to lose.
All right, fantastic. And last question, of course, those surprise last picks. We do see the Dusa. No chance to pick the Anti-Mage on this one against it. How do you think you're going to be faring against this Dusa?
We pre-picked to it because Chen has mana burn creep, so we were expecting, it's expected.
Okay, all right. You almost gave me away some there. You never tell me anything. It was for the mana burn creep. They got it. Write that one down, pubbers. All right, my man. I'm going to give you the mic on this one. Last time, potentially, that you could be holding the mic on this stage. Probably not, though. So please, have your moment. Say something to the fans and have your word. Please, I'm giving it to you. This is full trust. Go for it.
It's a pleasure to be here, to hear the fans cheering. No matter for us, for Extreme, it's amazing to be here. The atmosphere, it's fucking TI, boys. It's amazing. Thank you, everyone that is part of this community. Thanks, let's go. Bora caralho.
And I'm sure we'll be seeing this man in the grand finals. Thank you so much for everything that you guys have brought so far, and we'll continue to bring as we go. That's my boy! It's game 3.
There we go. I mean, Astini, absolutely correct there. The atmosphere has been phenomenal this year here in Hamburg. Thanks to you guys all here in the Barclays Arena. And let's get into the action. It's game 3 time, Fog. Extreme versus P-Vision. We're going to find out who's going to make it up to the grand finals later today to face Team Falcons. What do you make of the drafts? Because first thing I see XG getting that super strong duo straight through out of the gate. Yep. The Snapfire and that Centaur combo.
Let's see if there is going to be that answer. Let's see whose strategy comes in superior this time around. Because this Medusa last pick, there's a lot of big benefits that it does have this game. They mentioned it on the panel about how versus that Bristle, right? He'll be able to just get those stick charges, constantly have mana in the lane. But my big thing that I want to point out is it's Medusa playing versus a minus armor strategy. And Medusa loves that because of the way the interaction works with the mana shield, since you don't have to worry as much.
I mean, and how much of a strength do you think that is, as Astini sort of talks about, having the Chen, having this, sort of potential ways to have something that might cause issues for the Medusa?
Not sure, honestly. I feel like the Deuce is going to be pretty okay unless somehow just gets completely surrounded from some types of summons with the Beastmaster rotation too, because Bristol just feeds you sticks. You're always going to have stick charges. Yes, Warlock's heal isn't going to be as effective, but you definitely can do quite a bit down here in terms of protecting Ame. We'll see how much that mana burn is effective though, since they killed it immediately. Dies almost at an instant. And yeah, like you said, the top lane, right? It's XXS playing the Centaur. He was absolutely ridiculous last game.
Oh, he was.
A perfect game from him. And Jinkyu, he's playing his classic. And another small thing to touch on as well. I mean, small, but 9 Class is playing a more normal style hero. He's playing a ranged hero. So, gonna see what he's gonna be able to do with this.
Absolutely. Still obviously a very strong hero. We've seen a lot of hoodwink come through and some people popping off on this hero. Yeah, eyes on 9 Class to see what he's able to pull off this game. And with this sort of lane setup, you know, when we talk about obviously the strengths of the XG getting this classic combo that they'll go for if they can get. Yeah, how hard of a lane is it going to be for Satanic, or should it be fairly safe up here?
It's been a traditional counterpick, the TA versus the Centaur, since you're very low armor on Centaur. Once you get the meld points, it can really start to add up, but this lane is just strong, right? That's the thing about this Snapfire and Centaur. Even if they're versus some type of quote-unquote counters, they can absolutely trade. And you'll see him adapt his build slightly on XXS. He buys an early ring of protection this game to counteract some of that physical, and then he's still just going to go the Dominator build, which is very good versus the minus armor.
And looking at the mid, you know, I thought we have seen some games where, you know, a puck gets through and not a lot of lockdown is drafted against that. Is this one of those as well where you're kind of like, this puck could be a bit slippery, or do you see P-Vision having those opportunities to trip XM up in the mid game?
Could absolutely be slippery, but I think, like Astini was saying, their draft this time around is more about just like grouping up and pushing rather than catching the puck in particular, but they will have tools anyway, right? The TA traps is probably going to be the best tools that silence to be able to lock down the puck once that shard does come out from the TA. But I think it's more about them they're looking to group up and barrel down those lanes very early on P-Vision and set that tempo this time around. I mean, Ame's mana is getting burned. So far, Ducalis is being pretty effective with those, but he does have mangoes to work with, so he is still getting his own out of the lane.
Yeah, not quite able to sort of stop Ame from getting the CS down here, getting pretty much the same as Satanic's finding on that top lane as the Templar Assassin.
And XXS, he's got the helm finished up, so it does feel like he's going to be pretty free up here in terms of getting the last hits versus the Hoodwink and the TA.
Yeah, at the moment, pretty much that mid lane where we're seeing the biggest difference right now. Of course, some of those denies being the boars of no one, but even outside of that, very much having the advantage against XM's puck on these first few waves mid.
Yeah, a bit more than half a level advantage at the moment for no one. Having a fantastic start to it. And checking the runes constantly, right? That's going to be the hard thing for the puck to get the fill up when you're playing versus Beastmaster. He sends a board to one side, can go check the rune at the other one. He'll deny the top rune. And even Ducalis was actually making the move over to protect the rune as well, as we saw there with the Chen. Since his only real job is just to send this creep to mana burn the Medusa to make sure the DM can have a nice and solid lane.
Yeah, for sure. Well, because for the most part, DM, he's not going to die against these two heroes, right? So another one of these offlaner heroes that's very, very safe to sort of be left on its own.
Most times versus the Warlock, right, it's not really ever a hero that likes to get, or wants, or can get kills inside the laning phase. It's very unlikely in these terms of play.
And of course, even on the top lane, honestly, I mean, there's sort of freedom for, as we've seen already, 9 Class to head away, get some stacks going, because Satanic, as the TA, with the refraction potential, you're not really going to kill this TA unless you're bringing in a +1 or making some sort of move through the twin gate.
Yeah, unless he makes a big mistake and steps up too far forward, but Satanic rarely does that, and Hoodwink is a very effective double stacker.
Yeah, we're seeing it here. A lot of stacks already being built up just 5 minutes in.
Jinkyu is doing similar, as we do see. It's not the same, you know, he doesn't have 3 stacks on each, but the double stacks are prepared. And now the lane's starting to be broken. 5 minutes in, Jinkyu looking to put a bit more pressure onto no one.
And who would you imagine these stacks are going to be for? Is it for the TA, the Beast, or the Bristle?
Which ones? The ones in the
P-Vision stacks in the safe lane, in their own jungle.
Satanic.
Satanic.
They're usually just about enabling Satanic, yeah. Farms them super fast as well. But maybe if no one sees an opportunity, like if he's just going to get his bottle filled up, maybe he will clear 1 or 2. Either one of them is probably fine. Bottom DM is starting to cut the creep wave, since there's no way for them to really stop him. 1K lead at the moment for the side of P-Vision, just off of these lanes. Power rune, 10 seconds. both supports looking to rotate on the side of P-Vision. And it does look Satanic. Satanic's just going to go work on the stacks now.
Yeah, it's just a bit too much, as you said, with the supports coming in for XM to have a chance of looking towards that.
XM.
The amplified damage room will go the way of no one.
And Ducalis is starting to get some good damage onto him.
Quite a bit there.
TM is here.
And XM could still be in trouble with the orb he uses. He's able to jump down to the low ground with the waning rift. Another set of the axes, though.
Oh.
It's close. But XM will survive.
Oh, holy, 10 HP. Almost gets brought down there from the amp damage coming in from the beast. Waning rift, perfectly placed from him as well. A lot of attention on these lanes from the side of P-Vision.
That's top. Satanic. Top of the network. Getting the most out of this laning stage. All 3 cores in a fantastic spot on P-Vision.
XXS Dominator's about to be finished, so that pressure in the top lane is going to start to ramp up a little more here. But Satanic, he can just clear out the wave very quickly, go to the jungle, get that effective farm. And no one, he actually stole some of the stack as we saw there. So with the axes, he was able to prevent them from clearing their own stacks. And Ducalis.
XM has to go immediately for the TP out, whereas Ducalis would have been able to body block his escape there with the summons.
Yeah, so nice move. I mean, XXS goes back to his creeps, and he's like, hey, there's no stack here anymore. GQ, you lied to me. As it was taken away from the Beastmaster. 2K lead, just off of lanes. So the positioning of the lanes has been very smart with them having the Chen bottom so far.
And look at this movement. We're going to get P-Vision coming in with a pretty early play down towards the bottom. The 2 of them heading over to try and see if they can catch Arme.
Hey, this is really cool. With Satanic coming in.
Arme has got the 21 charges. We'll be able to pop them. Has a Mango as well. We'll see if that's enough though to save him though, because Satanic's in on top of him. Arme trying to run away, but now he's out of options. No more mana to play with. They kill off the 2 of them and can get the pressure onto the tower.
Oh, and the timing. Look at XXS. He was 7 XP from hitting 6 for Stampede. If he had it, maybe they could have bailed and gotten out of there, but a perfect move from P-Vision to take advantage of no Stampede.
They're playing fast here, P-Vision.
Really
They're trying to get back to sort of the level that they were performing at in terms of speed in game 1.
They truly are looking to set that tempo this game, and it is a very, very strong tempo draft that they do have. All heroes very good at taking objectives early on, good at taking the Roche.
I mean, this is the thing, right? They're good at taking objectives, and they're also good at defending objectives, right? If you're Extreme and you're now sort of saying, well, we want to try and push back, get some tier 1s in our favor, suddenly this Bristle's turning up, or you've got the Beast or the Hoodwink spamming out the waves. It's not easy this game for Extreme to get anywhere close to the tempo that they were playing in game 2.
No, absolutely not. They do have a lot more team fight, I would say, this time around on the side of Extreme than we saw from either side last game, but if you fall behind too far in the lane, sometimes team fight can be problematic.
Because this indeed is quite an early gold lead coming into the 3 to 4K, just 9 minutes in. They're getting a lot out of the map here, P-Vision.
Can we get the stack counter? It's going to have to come up pretty soon. They've gotten, I believe, over 10 stacks already.
I mean, 9 Class has done so much here.
Yeah.
As you say, playing something a bit different to what he normally does, but showing that he can get some easy stacks going here for the team.
Mid lane, XM. Hangs on to the haste rune. That was a roar used. Yeah, the efficiency game from P-Vision with these lanes looking hot so far.
XXS. I mean, what sort of direction do you think he wants to be going this game with this build? He's got 1,200 gold saved up. Is he considering rushing the auras again, or did you want to get the blink early this time?
Yeah, there are those stacks. So 8 to 2 right now. I'm thinking he might still do the Crimson if they do see people just start barreling down and running down the lanes, but he queues up the Lotus for now. So
okay.
Wanting to reflect the roar.
Okay.
Interesting one.
They're getting a little earlier than we normally see.
Top.
I'm going to go in with the Dream Coil. I mean, should be a pretty dead 9 Class here. As I'll get the Bushwhack off, but won't be able to survive. This X-Nova turns up, secures the kill.
Trap will slow down the push though, taking out some of the creeps. They will put down the sentry to stop that D-push.
XM trying to deal with the mid. But, again, having a complete mana pool being drained here by the pressure of Ducalis.
Yeah, he's actually being very annoying on this Chen so far.
Yeah, he's drained a lot of mana this game.
He sure has. So for Ame, he's going to be back to the jungle. Slow the pace down for him. P-Vision, they're looking to defend their towers. They want to play this early game. A lot of heroes top though for XG. Stampede's at the ready. They have Golem if he does pop the Grimoire. Kiss is still not at the ready though.
Satanic feeling confident.
Without Kisses, pretty unlikely that they can bring him down just yet. So for Jinkyu, a bit under-leveled this time around.
Now, mate, on the bottom side of things, we'll still have to do a bit of catching up. You know, it's about 2K coming up between the carries right now. Just 11 minutes in, quite the difference. So they're going to need a fair bit of time, XG, to regain a hold on this game.
Yeah, Ame's looking for some late game, some pretty late game on this Deuce in particular. Even going for the Dormant Curio, as we saw there with the Mystical. Stacks will be worked on, and he does buy the plate mail. So XXS has shown the build that he wants to go for this time around.
And I imagine we'll see sort of similar things coming out from the supports. Just everything they can buy to just sort of throw down onto the Medusa and keep Ame alive in the fights and in the defenses that are going to likely have to come together quite early this game if P-Vision keep up this sort of tempo.
There definitely is a lot of value to these Solar Crests and Lotuses being thrown onto this Dusa in particular, just to protect versus the massive physical that can come out here. XM trying to whittle down this mid tower, but Ducalis is just sticking around, clearing the creep wave as well, putting himself in a very safe position to not get ganked too.
Yeah, pretty much impossible to get to him. I mean, kind of for the whole lineup as well. Like, it's hard to sort of see a way that Extreme can catch out Satanic top right. Like, how do you get the catch on this TA? How do you slow Satanic down?
It's only if he's out of position and you have Kisses, right? And you have them somehow sandwich on him. But Kisses have now been obtained. Level 6 is there for the Snapfire, but the way Satanic's playing, he's not really showing on the lane, right? Clears the wave super fast, backs up, goes to jungle. He is getting enabled pretty fast here. The Deso's gonna come out probably pre-14 minutes.
Absolutely, thanks to these stack-offs. The stacks coming out for 9 class.
Yeah.
Satanic getting so much here.
Looks like XG wants to take this tower. They want to try to slow down how much the Templar Assassin is getting, but it's already almost 13 minutes in and they haven't taken out this tower. That's a pretty big deal.
Much slower from them this game 3 as opposed to the game 2.
And instantly, Ducalis, when he sees an opportunity, starts pushing mid as the Chen as well. Rotations are coming in, but he's getting some damage here.
They're going to lead in on him with the Golem.
All right.
They want Ducalis gone. And they should get him here. It's XM able to push at least the Chen off their side of the map. I mean, it's in a game where it's kind of as slow as this, there's no hesitation dropping these ultimates, even for the supports.
Yep, and then you can use your Golem to just cut waves or go contest some of these potential stacks too. So looks like they will go mid. We'll claim their secondary tower here.
Yeah, we'll at least sort of relieve some of the potential pressure that P-Vision might have looked to continue onto that mid-tier 1 tower. So being able to take out P-Visions, and that will ensure that they're able to hold their own for quite a bit longer around the mid.
P-Vision is going to hit a pretty scary triple timing, it looks like. The pipe for the Bristle is going to be done, the Beastmaster's Ags is going to be done, and the Deso for the TA is going to be done. So see how XG wants to deal with those 3 core timings? Since they're not going to want to have their Dusa get involved too early, the Puck is pretty behind as well, and the Centaur's gone for more about the buff-up Dusa build. So perhaps they are just going to look to play a bit more of that farm sit back, but that is going to open up P-Vision to get these objectives.
Oh, for sure, right. Once those timings are done, they're going to group up and go straight for the Roshan, you'd imagine.
Yeah, Rosh, and then it's, I mean, very early one too, potentially, before that Tormentor by a significant margin. And yeah, Beast Ags is going to be done there. We see XXS, he's using his creep to be a little annoying there, to block some camps, prevent some of that farm from Satanic, but there's that Deso, it's done.
Excellent timings again, as we were seeing in that game 1 performance from Satanic on the carry.
And Lotus Orb is done. They might actually bring Ame into these fights. If they throw everything onto him and he shows up with Manta, it might be necessary to have him there if they want to look to contest, but I don't even going to be able to get there in time, because look, the Rosh is already getting started.
Yep, straight into the pit.
It's going to die very fast here. The rally, the Aghanims is now delivered for the Beastmaster.
I mean, they don't even need Satanic to be around with the Deso.
Nope.
They're doing it without him.
This does not seem like they are aware. Mid lane, they use the coil for 9 class, but he's actually going to get away.
He's away. And that's Roshan gone.
Okay, no one uses the roar. It would, perhaps it's because he was going to start shifting positioning there. I'm not sure, but either way, 60 seconds, they get an Aegis.
Getting everything that they'd hoped for so far in this early game, P-Vision. It all seems like it's going to plan for them.
And Kisses were used, Coil was used too, so they can get the push going. XG has to be careful.
Could start falling into sort of a similar position as that XG were in the game 1 of this series, which proved to be a very tough one for them.
I mean,
Just a question this time round. I mean, I guess overall, trusting in a Medusa in this day and age definitely feels a lot more secure than trusting in a PL, right? Arme definitely has more of a chance this time round to be able to carry this one.
If he can get to the butterfly timing, similar, I mean, not similar to TB, but in a kind of similar fashion in terms of how much physical damage he's playing against, how effective it can be, but P-Vision just playing a bit too fast, a bit too clean so far here. 5K lead, TA at the absolute top, and his other cores, they're looking really good. This lineup definitely has a ton of synergy, as we're seeing on the side of P-Vision.
And now with the Blink Dagger online as well for Satanic, it's already been impossible for them to find an opportunity to try and catch him out whilst he's been farming.
XM
should be able to jump out. 9 class not able to get the connection there. XM calls the bluff, continues, but
there's a Blink to
chase him. See how much he wants to continue to try and run him down. 9 class is going to have to bushwhack back up in a second if he could close in. They'll hit the scan. They know whereabouts XM is. Into the corner he goes, but not going to have any lockdown in range. He's out.
There's a creep there. Extra money. Satanic will take that one. Ame cleaning up some creeps bottom. Actually can't finish them off from Ducalis. As XG. Blink is going to be the next choice for XXS. It's been a very passive style, passive itemization from them. So next, we'll have that to at least jump in and be that tanky bruiser for the team.
Yeah, no, they need that. And we saw how great of opportunities he was able to find in that last game too as the Centaur.
I think
beautiful Blink hoof stomps coming out from in there, and they need it now more than ever here in this Game 3 Extreme.
Absolutely, and he's got a lot of armor, right? But it does feel like there's an overwhelming amount of damage on P-Vision this time that I don't think XXS is going to be able to do what he did last time with absorbing all the hits. The meld, the deso, the bristle, it adds up quickly.
He's going to try and open up here on towards him, but Stampede is at the ready.
Wild Wing.
I do have a fair bit of control, not quite enough. So if they could continue to chase those, the Stampede comes to an end.
Can he get a boar hit onto him? It's starting to get a bit too far there.
He's going to be fine. Let's roar down, but at the same time, they were able to force out the Stampede. So an ultimate for an ultimate.
Makes Satanic feel even safer. Doesn't have to worry about any Stampede to close the gap onto him while he's just farming it up. Shard purchased up for Satanic as well now, so XM has to be pretty careful in terms of those traps in the next upcoming fight, if it does happen, since we haven't had any fights really. 2-2, 18 minutes.
Even slower one this time in terms of kills, but yeah, the pressure that's building up from P-Vision, you can certainly feel it, so you'd imagine that Extreme, they're feeling it as well.
Yeah, let's see if they look to do similar about contesting that Roche in a way as that last time, since they do already have the wards set up top. About a minute and a half until that Tormentor does come up.
Looking set to sort of be able to line up this next round of timings, both No One and Satanic going for the BKBs next. We're going to see Extreme try to catch them by surprise. They're coming out with the smoke, seeing if they can kind of catch them separate from one another. No One is down on the bottom lane, but still has a minute left on the Aegis and does have Ducalis by his side.
XM looking for the angle.
You know, to clean out the summons first.
Just some money. He'll buy a Blink as well, so double Blink now on the Puck and the Centaur to be able to jump toward the backlines. But the economy game, look, it just continues to grow.
It's making so much more.
Yeah.
I mean, Satanic now 3K gold ahead of that of Arme's Medusa. This TA is getting out of control.
All 3 cores are just hitting creeps in a very good fashion. And now Beastmaster, they can look to play around No One. He still has this Aegis. 30 seconds till that Tormentor. It really does feel like they're getting everything out of the map here on P-Vision. And XG, even though the Deuce is farming, the other 2 cores are falling behind.
It really feels like one of those games where they're going to have to go all in on keeping Arme alive, just hoping that on the Medusa he'll have a chance to scale forward to the later stages of the game and turn this one around for Extreme.
How many Lotuses are they're picking up? Not Lotus Orbs, the great healing Lotuses. This is something definitely always to point out when you're playing with a Medusa on your draft. I see Jinkyu has 1 great healing Lotus, so I'll have to see if that makes a difference in the fight, as the Tormentor just dies in an instant.
Yeah, they can take any of these objectives so quickly with this sort of lineup.
Mid, XM.
Gonna get the catch on him. We'll get the Essence Ring off and a jump to the low ground with the Waning Rift and with the Shield Rune as well. He'll be fine this time, but it's close.
I know, they're just getting more and more ahead though. P-Vision hitting all these timings. As you said, the BKBs starting to roll in, a full S and Y for DM. When is the timing going to feel for XG that they want to actually group up? Is it going to be around Ame's butterfly?
I think it has to be.
It probably has to be. Otherwise, it feels like they're just losing too much control of the map. No one? I'm trying for the catch.
They're definitely just going to be looking to Ame, and it's going to be on him when the call's made to try and fight.
And is it going to work out versus all these auras? This is the thing that the Chen can always bring in. Ducalis did get the shard before too, so we're going to see an Ancient Granite Golem. He's got the Wild Wing Ripper for that plus armor as well too. Their group up is terrifying on people.
It's strong, and you're certainly seeing it in effect here now, starting to approach the tier 2 on the bottom. We will see the smoke come through here from XM and Jin-Q as they make their way over.
The question is really going to be from XG is are they going to have damage when they show up to the fight versus all these auras and all these items that P-Vision has been able to rack up?
Let's have a look. They're ready and set up. Ame prepared and ready to join them. But the tower's falling.
Ooh. No one. The axes actually clip XXS as it looked like he was going to attempt for a blink stun there.
They'll smoke up themselves. You know, P-Vision are not afraid of taking this fight. If Extreme end up walking into them, because they don't have Satanic with them. But as it is, I mean, XG just don't get the chance to jump. They will be able to push them back and hold on to that bottom area for a little longer, but they don't get a catch.
I mean, look at the Dominator creep from XXS, preventing that tier 2 from being pushed. He's racked up, what? Is that 3 creep waves? I believe it is, so delaying the push.
Doing everything they can to try and expand the amount of space that Ame has to farm safely in.
Do they look to push with this triple creep wave? I mean, it's a pretty big wave. Sure, they have ways to clear it out, but could look to pressure here. How long on Roche? About 30 seconds until we find out. P-Vision looking to set up around bottom. They have so many auras.
I mean, it could end up being a bit of a double-edged sword, right, for XG in the sense that they got this big triple creep wave coming in. Ame's going to want to be there to farm it.
They might jump
But
him.
maybe that's just sort of a setup for P-Vision to push in, as you say, with the creep wave and catch Ame out. So Ame, as tempting as this creep wave looks, he's got to be careful.
They actually have vision of him, so it looks like they're going to strike elsewhere, perhaps.
Okay.
Yeah, in the mid. Look at the last hits this game. 413 on Satanic, 331 on Ame. I mean, I know it's 2-2, but approaching almost 20 CS a minute. That is absolutely insane.
Bottom. P-Vision ready to get back on with the push. XG, they were able to slow them down earlier, but this time round, they're going to have to let the tier 2 likely fall.
And Roche is up. So, XXS, he's going to try to hold on to it as long as possible. No one will get the last touch.
Satanic, he's in. And straight away, XXS just has to pop Stampede immediately. He's terrified.
That is extremely early to pop there. And now no Stampede, no kisses, and the Roche is up. Can XG look to contest this Roshan that they're just going to walk right into? Doesn't feel like it.
I mean, they've hit it with the scan, but as you said, there's no Stampede. It's a risky move to make, but
there's XM.
Let's see if they can try and do something.
Oop, XM jumps up because the smoke broke, but it was actually 9 class who scouted him in the tree line.
Roshan's falling pretty quickly. Ducalis scouting things out here with the creep.
Roche is going to start shifting in 15 seconds.
And XG, how much time do they want to spend sort of hovering around this area, trying to have some sort of say on the Roshan?
They really don't want to just give it for free. Their ultis are coming back up. This is in 5.
Yeah, and Satanic, he's just going to be able to clear these camps. That will be the MKB money done. Ready for the next fight. So even though XG is trying to look for a way to get Ame to turn up, if Satanic gets his hands on him, Medusa's not going to stand a lot of chance in carrying the team fight.
He's also got the 20 talent too, so that extra damage that's going to come in from it, he's going to hit so hard if he's able to actually focus fire.
Ame.
XXS tries for the jump. No one, not going to get caught.
Should start to feel a little safer in terms of how he positions himself. The Stampede's going to be back up in about 10 seconds.
All right, how's the cart looking? It's getting closer.
It is about 600 gold away for XXS.
Shannon watching somewhere, very excited.
Here we have around the pit.
Word is placed down. 9 class will give the scouting information.
P-Vision still very much respecting the presence of Extreme. Not going straight into the pit themselves.
But they are forcing XG to stay in the area, and no one is farming.
Easy dodge there.
No one is just chilling bottom side, getting that extra farm, while all of XG has to stay in this area to watch the Roche. Amp damage also on Satanic for this next bit of time, so if they do see an opportunity, they can still go for that Roche very quickly here. No one is forcing the bottom side in.
Extreme starting to split back up, so they can at least have Arme getting a bit of farm on that top side.
What's the choice gonna be? Oh, P-Vision looking to make a move that they're just gonna push.
I mean, with the position the Satanic's in, they absolutely can. He doesn't need an Aegis to start hitting these tier 3s and seeing what happens.
It's a catapult wave as well, too, so an effective push.
Oh, look at the Dream Coil. Nothing more to follow up immediately. The hoof stomp is there, but getting through the refraction is not happening. Satanic just staying at full HP.
They didn't even have to pop anything there. Now potentially can back up and just look for that Roche. With those ults being used, could be an option if they want to. Satanic still having the BKB at the ready. Immediately, no one. He goes in. They do see it though, so they do have a ward right outside the pit, so they see that he starts it.
XG. Right behind them though. They don't want to let this happen.
Bottom, someone has to stay down there. If they don't
that's
leave
true.
someone,
Satanic could start getting kind of cheeky down it.
And he's got the frenzy creep too, so the attack speed bonus is going to be there to keep that push
Let's see
going.
how much he can get away with.
Oh, they're getting split up, Owen.
They got to make a call. They got to do something.
What's the choice? Do you go for the Roche? Do you go for your buildings?
Arme's in position to try and hold on the bottom, and he's very close to the Skadi, but yeah, when this sort of split up's happening, P-Vision can get back into the Roche pit.
And there's no roar for 20 seconds. It's gonna die fast, Owen.
Maybe they could try for a steal. XXS in with a stomp, but it's a little early to make a steal happen.
Yep. And Ame is not here.
And Satanic, he's now returned to the side of P-Vision, so
roar up in 3 seconds.
Can they time this? XM, he jumps in. Look at the Stampede as well. There's the jump with the Hooster. XXS, he's going to try and get the pick up, but the Roche we killed off. Who's able to grab the agent?
Nobody
They're all stunned. XXS will be able to steal it.
Holy shit, they got the Aegis. Holy shit.
The Stone Gaze putting a stop to it all, and they clean up the chat as well. All right, Extreme.
XXS gets the connection. The roar came up in time. It hits everybody on the side of P-Vision. They have the information. XG, they're here to play.
Yeah, quite a bit of action coming out of nowhere there. And now with the Aegis in their hands, not something that P-Vision is going to be able to rely on. It gives an opening for them to start the push back their own way. We'll see this jump again.
I mean, no one could pick it up. XXS was just right on top of it. They couldn't click it.
Yeah, and Arme just able to step up with the Stone Gaze. No one.
What a snatch right there, man.
No position really for Satanic.
That was a game changing right there. They are going to regret that if they lose this game.
XG.
They needed that. They needed that big time. That Roshan, that Aegis slips away.
And they make the right call, right? Those little split up things that they were doing, having Ame bottom, they come at the exact moment.
And any sort of time they can buy to try and get Arme online, and we were seeing just with that move alone, with Dota Plus starting to favor that of XG.
Medusa's starting to get there.
They know the potential of the Medusa, especially now when he's back up to the top level with that as Satanic's farm. A massive move there from XG that absolutely keeps them in the game.
And now we're going to see that matchup in particular, right? This Medusa versus the minus armor draft, how tanky she truly can be. This now that she's been able to get this farm. Having the Scotty, having the Daedalus next. P-Vision. The plan has been broken a bit here. What's going to be the adaptation they go for?
Well, let's see what XG do now with this chance to potentially gain the advantage themselves.
Let's see if P-Vision gets caught in that type of scenario with the fight again too, because Satanic literally got 0 attacks off because of that Stone Gaze connecting onto him.
Yeah, he just could not turn and fight back.
5-2, but tense moments.
XG.
Oh,
Remember the smoke scan to hit as well. They know that somebody's up here.
XXS with this Aegis, with this cart, they can play pretty aggressively because he's got this potential save always for any of his cores, even XM if he gets caught in a silence. Push again, P-Vision, they're still gonna keep pressuring this bottom side with the catapult. Ame will have to respond.
The Hurricane Pike done now on Satanic, so a chance to slide out, reset, still get the hits in, even around that. XXS trying to make the move on to DM. DM, of course, very, very tanky.
He did just pick up a heart, so very unlikely they can actually chase this Bristle back there.
That's a really
Looks like
tanky
P-Vision not
right there.
really overreacting to all these plays that have happened so far. Still splitting up, getting that farm going. Beastmaster, a full refresher finished up. So still feeling confident. Maybe waiting until that Aegis goes down and looking for their own play, or maybe they're just going to look to play around objectives every single time. Look to play, go for the next
Sunny
Roche
somewhere
themselves
in
once
there.
it does get taken away.
Still very much knowing that kind of across the board, the farm does favor them on their 3 cores. For XG, it's very top heavy, resting on the shoulders of Arme on the Medusa.
He does not have that Aegis, of course, too. So if they full focus fire the Medusa, they could potentially kill if they have XXS controlled in a way, so he can't card it.
And they're going to have a haste rune ready for no one for the next move. And of course, with that freshly picked up refresher, chance to find that solid initiation with the double roar.
Going for his own Lincolns, too, so he doesn't roar himself, potentially.
DM just continue to grab this mid wave, making sure that with this last moments of
It's
the
the
Aegis
second
on
one, huh?
XG, they
Okay.
can't really push on for tier 2s.
Too hard to push out also versus TA. TA just puts traps in every lane, just can pop the trap and continue to slow down the push too. So P-Vision's, when the game slows down, you still see that economy game go up for them. Even though they did lose that Roshan area, they go back up to this 12K lead after just a couple moments.
Stepping out on the bottom lane here.
Okay.
Last 30 seconds of XXS's Aegis and ready to see if they can make some sort of jump. Not gonna happen. Satanic quick with the blink.
20 seconds left on it.
I mean, can they try and push this tier 1 tower, or is that still a little too risky, do you think, for them?
It can be dangerous. P-Vision can definitely still look for these fights.
I mean, Arme feels strong. And does have a lot of damage to dish out with that Daedalus stun.
Oh, clever move there from no one. He was going to go through the portal, and he was a bit afraid, and for good reason. XXS was there ready with the Centaur Conqueror. Sends the board through scouts. Now they're going to TP. P-Vision is looking for the fight now. Save Extreme is able to work that magic they did before. Positioned on the high ground. A Daedalus set on Ame.
Now ready to start hunting for them. XM ready to join. I mean, they could be in a good spot to try and just sort of attack from the backside here and get this wrap around.
They don't have a smoke of their own. So it's going to be revealed immediately when they kill the trap here.
Xnova will pick up one now, but it has to make its way out to him, so.
And the
maybe.
push.
It's going to come in.
DM's going to hit the tower.
Yeah, they got to get back in now.
Flip is forced.
Oh.
XXS does get the jump, but again, this Bristle feels pretty unkillable at this moment in time.
Not the target they want.
P-Vision just continuing to do a very good job of keeping these lanes in a position that means that for Extreme, to sort of get out and get aggressive with the Medusa, it's rather difficult. The best they can do is sort of respond, as we saw them do to that Roshan attempt from P-Vision.
That's probably
that to get Arme in position to fight.
I mean, that feels like what this game is just going to be, right? It's going to be about the Roshan contests, who's going to be able to get these Aegis at this point. P-Vision, every time the game slows down, their net worth just continues to skyrocket on the 3 cores, so. Let's see how these next approaches come. As Ame, level 23 has been hit. Getting closer and closer toward 25. But same thing for Satanic to be said. 24, he's got the Swift Blink finished up. His damage also continues to grow. This has to be the lowest kill count game I think I've ever had at 35 minutes in.
It's a tense one. We'll call it that, but yeah, 5-2 at 35 minutes in. Pretty crazy.
It truly is. It is the most important game for these teams at the moment.
And the last chance for both of them to make it forward to the grand finals of the International. Nobody wants to be the first to make the mistake that could cost their team the game. So both teams playing ever so careful now in these moments.
Ooh, and Ame looks like he is going to go down Silver Edge route. So looking for an option to be able to actually kill DM, because until they have a Silver Edge, killing him just feels pretty impossible for now. And DM has been posturing himself a bit far forward here. No one, as we said, the Lincoln's soon to be finished to prevent roaring himself in particular. And yeah, P-Vision, as you said, gold lead. They do continue to grow it. Ducalis also going for the Crimson Guard next to block out some of that Deuce's damage. 25 has been hit. Satanic. Fraction instances are there.
Now, Ame very close to 25 himself. Just under a level behind.
XM will be able to snatch that shield rune. DM was about to pick it up.
XXS holding on to the defense down bottom.
Roche, it's a very, very quick spawn, Owen.
Trying to clear out the way, but we're going to see Satanic make the jump over towards him. He's got the Ghost Scepter at the ready, though, XXS. So at the moment, of course, no answer from P-Vision for that. They're very close to having Nullifier on DM, so shortly that won't be as much of a problem.
So Reg almost for that Medusa as well to be able to kill the Bristle. XM scouts the Roche.
They'll definitely want to have a say about this. As we saw last time for Extreme, it absolutely gave them a little bit of life in this game to get Arme to a position where he might just be able to carry them here on the Medusa. Can they contest the Roche successfully again, though?
And we have to keep eyes also this Roar of Retribution. It's something we always have to keep tab of in these fights because it does make you take that extra damage too. So we did see really make a difference in that last fight. DM.
It's going to start it straight away. XM knows what's up. P-Vision, definitely after the last situation, are going to be much more careful about how they go about taking Roshan down.
But farming a lot, right? You see Satanic still continue to hit creeps bottom, top. No one was also just farming it up. So as I said, every moment that goes by, the gold lead does continue to go up for them. Tense moments here at the standoff. P-Vision.
Close to a big purchase as well for 9 class. Nearly has the E-Blade, so obviously a chance to buff up the burst, but also potentially save those that are getting gone upon by the Medusa.
I mean, if the Manta gets used and he just E-Blades the Medusa, that's a long time that she's not going to be able to attack, so could be a very, very good pickup if he is able to get it.
DM, he knows that he can very safely start working on the Roshan. Arme and XXS step forward, stay safe, then the break comes in, he didn't expect that!
He did not see it!
Oh my goodness, yeah, the Silver Edge reveal there from Arme, allowing them to just destroy this Bristle. He did not expect that one bit.
And Aurora actually went off during it too, so now XG can potentially start this. DM is dead for 65 seconds. He used his gold.
And the Silver Edge purchase coming in geniusly there from Arme.
He truly did not expect it to come right there. Immediately gets deleted. Satanic now bottom.
Gonna try and put a bit of split push pressure on. We'll get the tower. Arme's able to push back the wave though.
He's trying to buy time for his Bristle to respawn for that Roche contest. Arme, 25 is hit, plus 40 int. A lot tankier now.
We'll head back around the Roshan.
And the next few pickups too for Arme are going to be scary, right? And once he gets the Aghanims with this build, Daedalus plus Scotty, he is going to be hitting very hard on everybody.
They can step into the pit themselves now. XM's got his eyes on him, XXS in. There's another pickoff here around the pit, definitely setting up now for the opportunity to step in and go for this. 9 class will buy back and they'll have DM back in 10 seconds. Arme's going to take this down pretty quickly though. He's got a lot of damage on the Medusa. P-Vision, if they want to interrupt, they've got to try and do it soon.
There's the roar. Wink does tap it.
Can they time it? Already no. XM, he's on the back lines. He's up on the high ground and he's making sure that there's no chance of interruption. He gets in with the Dream Coil and makes sure they do not have any option of interrupting. So it's an easy secure there with the Roshan for XG. Arme now with the Aegis.
Refresher Shard new now too for the Centaur. He has double ways to protect his core. Double Stampede, double Workhorse. If he wants to keep it, that is. They could even give it to Arme or to the Puck. All are very good options. This truly is building up to be the hyper carries versus the hyper carries, but this Dusa is getting very scary, Owen.
Absolutely. You can only imagine that from XG's side of things, they are going to feel that this game, it's getting to the point where Arme is absolutely going to have what it takes to carry them through to the grand finals.
Even if they are, quote-unquote, getting out-farmed by these multiple cores, the Dusa can stand her own versus this for sure. SDM has to be very careful now at this point too. He can just die in an instant in one stun. Can't just get brought down because of that Silver Edge.
See where Arme's going to go next in the build. Looks to be going for the Swift Blink, wants that extra bit of mobility and positioning to get stuck in right in the midst of the team fight, knowing that he has so many ways that he can be bailed out even if the initiation goes wrong. See the jump straight away in, there they go, they look towards him, but the roar comes out, and now the damage will take down, it comes in and he focuses towards XXS, takes him down. Arme moves forward over towards DM, DM able to turn his back and run this time. The break comes in, the outboard staff gives him a chance to continue to escape. They have the bushwhack locked down on towards Arme, starting to fall low on the mana, cooking forward aggressively. Arme trying to push on forward against the two of them, trying to chase down no one, but the mana's gone. Arme is isolated. So low. He still, of course, has the Aegis. Can Satanic finish him off the once he can? That's the Aegis gone. Round 2 though, XM makes the jump in onto Satanic with a dream call. BKB there straight away. Satanic retreats.
They're kiting him. They're trying to control Ame here.
Can they get back in on this? The bushwhack's there. Satanic bringing in the damage. Is it enough to take down Ame? No, he's still got half mana to play with. Not quite enough physical to burst through the Medusa.
He's almost alone now. It's just him and XM versus 5.
XM in with the jump, finds the chance to close in on towards 9 class on the backline. Satanic still trying to push up, but the damage from XM enough to bring down 9 class.
Ame.
Look at Ame pots the Manta, trying to chase this TA out of the edge of the fight. Ame looks now towards DM. He's now out of mana completely though, Ame. He's trying to stand his ground, but no one's backing on top of him. XM looking to Satanic. XM is going to do it. Gets the double, brings Satanic down. They've lost Ame, but XM survives, kills Satanic off, and can he get out? He's away with the phase shift and the blink, the orbs up. They're TPing over, trying to look for him. The Stampede's back there. The axes won't clip him. XM, he'll get out alive.
What an absolutely crazy fight. I mean, splitting things up. They take out XXS at the start of things, so there's no cart to protect Ame, and they isolate him. But at the end of it all, XM actually finishes off Satanic. What a crazy fight. Was that 3 roars I think I saw from the Beastmaster in one fight? Must have been, as no one finds the backline there. My goodness, in this game, showing to be absolutely anybody still.
And just showing sort of how particular P-Vision have to be with kind of the focus in these fights, right?
Yeah.
Like, are they calling to go all in on the Medusa, or do they have to now spend more resources on being like, hey, our TA on the backlines, it's getting destroyed by this pug. We've got to somehow get XM off Satanic.
They still have, I think their approach of killing XXS at the start of things, though, looks the best, right? Prevent him from getting Stampede or Workhorse and then try to isolate things, but it is not an easy approach by any means. Not from either team, as you see there. And amp damage, though, that could make things quite a bit easier. This does spawn top.
I'm ready for the next fight. XM now hitting the 25
and
as the Aghanims.
And an amp damage, and they give him the Refresher Shard. That could be absolutely massive.
Yet to die this game here,
Yeah.
XM.
Has not been tripped up by any of these little Templar Assassin Shard traps just yet. He might turn into the real carry as well, too.
They're just doing so much in that last team fight, especially when you consider just relatively the position he was in terms of farm compared to like all 3 of the cores of P-Vision. You know? He was a fair few thousand behind, but still just doing so much with the resources that he has on the puck.
This level 25 might change the game, might just make it very much harder for P-Vision to actually approach things, because now Ame, he literally can just charge in. If there's a coil, he gets in front of them with Stone Gaze. They might just die because of this, because they won't be able to break out without getting stunned.
No, for sure, and they can maybe sort of try and turn and stand their ground and try and kill Ame. But even though they did in that last fight, you saw just how long it did take to bring the Medusa down.
I mean, look at this. A Yule's now picked up for no one. So looking for any ways of maybe just delaying and prolonging these fights. A Wind Waker, perhaps.
You can pick that up.
It's going to be some crazy... These team fights could last over a minute, and we could see potentially, what, 3 roars, 4 roars?
I mean, we've got to be careful with the buybacks, right?
Yeah. How are those looking?
A few of them a little short on the gold, especially with this purchase, so Ame very much going all in, gets the disperser completed.
This next fight is going to be crazy.
If XM gets a good Dream Coil...
And he's going to get one.
He's going to find the big one as well as Satanic. They're straight in on towards him. They try to save it, they can't. Satanic's gone. XD ready to push up on the second coil. Catching on to both of them. DM and Dakalis cause. Dakalis falls. They get the break in on towards the end. He tries to run. No one commits him with the BK with the Refresher. Satanic buys back. Ame pushing in with the Stone Gaze. Satanic watching for the side, considering if he can get in. XXS makes another jump, but Satanic turns, brings the Centaur down.
A bit too deep.
They want more with this buyback from Satanic. They look towards Ame. Ame up to the high ground. They'll have to break it again on towards DM with the bushwhack from 9 class. Holds Ame in position. They're kiting out the Medusa for now. XM continue to try and just push away the attention, take it away from Ame. He's going to be gone. They trip him up here as he attempts to jump out. So Satanic, the buyback pays off. Buybacks are going to continue. XXS, he wants to get back in on the action. And now XM, he wants a part of it as well. They're going to break in again onto DM, Scatter Blast, little Shredder. They're trying to close it. Can they finish off the Bristle? DM able to get through the trees. Cooking out, Bobby close the gap, get another touch in on towards him. He speeds up with the Disperser. Stampede as well. They're chasing down DM. Scatter Blast hits. Arme in on top of the Bristle. Nowhere for DM to run. And they take the Bristle down.
Multiple buybacks from both sides. Trying to kite the Dusa as best as possible, trying to go for these backline heroes on P-Vision, but it's hard to ignore Ame. He's got too many tools to catch up to them there with the Stampedes, with the Disperser, but XM did buy back.
He did.
That is a big one too.
Him and XXS coming in with a buyback. We'll see how much they want to try and force it, because obviously if they can take Satanic out,
could just be
it could be game over. Whereas for them, if say they do die, they don't have the buybacks available. As long as Arme's still in the game, ready to hold, there's a chance that XG could hold without the full 5-man. So a slight window opportunity here for XG if they want to try and play on the aggressive.
Absolutely. We see there, I mean, Ame, he now has gold for the buyback. We're seeing the switch and build here from Satanic. He's going for a butterfly, so looking for a tool to be able to fight back versus this Dusa. But this 25 coil, you see the power of it.
XM.
You just get a catch onto the main core, and there's not a whole lot of counterplay versus it.
Especially if we can get this nullifier as well. If he's able to jump in, get the coil off, throw the nullifier down on a key target, that should be the setup required for Arme to follow up, bring in the damage, and get these sort of kills.
Because the only way that they can actually save versus that Ags coil is the Wind Waker from no one at the moment. So if they do get that nullifier on top of it, it could just be game if they do bring down that TA.
Buyback situation, as we say, has to be watched here in this next play.
Watch no one in particular. He might change the way he plays and approaches a bit here because of this Wind Waker to protect the TA versus that 25 coil.
He's going to be desperately trying to scramble together that last 1,000 gold or so. Does not want to be caught without the money for buyback.
Very true.
A BKB now for DM, so we'll give him a bit of a better chance of being caught and found at the start.
This game is absolutely crazy.
I mean, here we go. They're going to go for the smoke P-Vision. A potentially risky move, but again, at the same time, if they can get Satanic in position and they can kill both XM and XXS, that'll at least give them the opportunity to very likely secure the next Roshan and maybe even take away a set of racks. Maybe even more.
It has to be the way they approach, right? Is isolate the Dusa, kill the rest of the targets, and then go for it. Ame commits the goal.
He is going all in. No buyback on him, so now essentially all 3 cores of Extreme playing without buyback here with Arme spending up.
It is a extremely strong pickup.
Gonna go for the Roar. Shrek as well. Just a little bit of a tease to see what they get out of XG. Nothing too much to be forced.
I mean, this Aghanims is pretty ridiculous. Going to be able to hit all the targets
and they're
going to
go for this XG straight away. With Arme going all in, they want to try and enable him in the fight and find the opportunity to bring down Satanic and take him out for good whilst his buyback's still on cooldown for 4 minutes.
Roshan up 2 seconds. Who's going to get the positioning for this one here? No one does have the buyback at the ready.
That's the nullifier done here for XM.
Okay. Now, yeah, as you said, now he can pretty much prevent that save that can come out from the Beastmaster and focus that target. Allow his Dusa to hit.
P-Vision, what's the call?
Roche is going to get started. Ame. The Roar will come out.
Okay, P-Vision making their way over. Smoke up from themselves.
Incredibly
XG to hold the high ground.
Ame. That Outworld staff could come into play to protect DM a lot versus this break right now.
We're seeing it already a few times, given that extra little moment to survive throughout the break duration.
Yeah, split-second things could absolutely make the difference here. Either that or an E-Blade to protect DM if the nullifier is not on him.
P-Vision being persistent here with their attempts to try and catch XG by surprise.
What's the rune gonna be?
No one's got the high ground set up. And they're gonna see Arme step forward. They'll get the pushback on him. BKB for 9. He's ready to look for them. He gets the roar straight away onto the center. They're trying to focus XXS so he cannot get the save off. DM trying to push him away from Arme. Refresher will be pot to the Wind Waker away. No one trying to step out of the fight. Arme getting a few hits in with the Skadi, but the BKB's out for no one. He'll get out successfully.
Spell casting super fast from both sides. The E-Blade thrown on DM to protect him.
I mean, and we're seeing just, from no one, he's only got his sights set for the Centaur. He wants to make sure that at every possibility, there is no chance that XXS can get in and get Arme in the cart.
And that was his Aeon Disc popped. So a very important one. XXS, it's 80 seconds that Aeon Disc won't be available for him if they do focus him.
P-Vision.
Standoff at the Roche again.
Satanic thinks about sort of pushing forward onto the Roche himself. Another smoke from P-Vision there. They're eating through these smokes.
That coil still on cooldown, 20 seconds also. Doesn't look like they'll be able to take advantage of that one as the buybacks are getting closer and closer.
They are just a couple more minutes until we'll start seeing them all come back online. Arme also very close to farming his backup, 1,400 to go. And Satanic, yeah, considering his next option.
XG has to just stay in this area though. I said XXS, 25 seconds. Aeon Disc is going to be back at the ready.
Both teams wanting the Roshan, but also not wanting to get caught without the buybacks.
It's all going to be about who can get the better initiation, who can get these catches on these cores, who can kite out these super strong carries. Arme,
he's in.
Start.
Stampede at the ready. They have the means to save him if he gets jumped. P-Vision knows, so very cautiously approaching the fight.
Taking out a fair bit of mana already. That double catapult wave on top with, I don't even know how many, 12 range creeps. So top tower, very likely to fall too. So tier 2 pressure. Someone's gonna have to deal with it. It's gonna be XM.
And no one able to farm up enough buyback to get the Aghanim's blessing and still have the buyback gold.
All right.
Satanic's turn
starting
to
it again.
Try and take a poke at the Roshan. Stampede's gonna be there. See off to the side, they're looking at DM, force out the BKB.
It's too hard for DM. Too hard for them to focus him. He BKBs and then he outworld staffs and we'll be okay. No BKB though, 85 seconds, but that is a Stampede used.
Roshan now down to close to half HP. No one, as you say, he's just sort of focused on getting pressure on elsewhere, maybe see if he can get a chance to kind of peel some of the attention away from Roshan, but Arme straight back in the pit once more.
Arme is 150 short of buyback. Satanic's buyback is back at the ready.
All right. Yeah, full lineup having the buyback now online for P-Vision. They've all got the gold.
20 seconds for the puck and the Centaur, but they are actually missing the gold.
And of course, with Roshan being in this position, it will be that much easier for P-Vision as a whole to bring in those buybacks and use those second lives if the fight goes down here.
Absolutely. Being on the dire side.
So P-Vision, they'll definitely want to try and push to take this Roche before it makes the move in a couple of minutes.
It's dropping low.
This is the favorable spot for them. XG.
You can feel that pressure.
This could be a very, very painful team fight for one of these two teams.
They dropped the banner for Vision.
After the jump of the outward star. It's there. So goes to the hoof stomp. Them trying to get back in onto Arme.
I mean, that's pretty funny, right? They dropped the banner just for Vision. Since I don't believe that they have any wards left. I haven't been able to check. Okay, they do still have one left on X-Nova, but...
XG will have to deal a little bit with the creeps. That top wave getting very close to the base, so...
Roche is going to start shifting, I mean, relatively soon, 40 seconds.
As we said, that will very much be in XG's favor if they can sort of wait this out.
Arme?
One. He's going to get bashed by the Roshan. He's got the Wind Waker ready to get him safely out of the pit. Got to be careful when you come close to the Roche.
I think Arme got out of range of the sentry there, so he was invis, wasn't able to get that roar.
Looking at DM again. DM BKB back up on off cooldown.
How many greater healing lotuses as well do they have? I've been just checking. XG always seems to have at least 2 at the ready, so they will be feeding those to Arme.
Looks like XG's chilling out a bit now. But they know that 55 minutes is coming up.
They're finishing that buyback, right, in particular. We're potentially going to have all 10 heroes with buyback soon. XXS, the only one short of it, 900 gold away.
And they knew that, the chances of the Roshan dying in the 5 seconds before he moves were unlikely, so XG able to sort of wait out that Roche position and are now going to be able to play on in a spot where their buybacks now will be the stronger as they're going to be able to have that TP point close to the Roche.
P-Vision just continues to just send creeps to the sides. They're trying to get that momentum pushing in so they can get an opportunity, but it's just not happening. XG just have the responses for it. Smoke up, XG, they're gonna start the Roche. The roar comes out.
Satanic. Trying to get some sort of traps out of it. XXX is in with the hoof stop. Kiss is coming in as well. Just trying to push back. Oh, DM is just dying. The elbow stuff comes out, but he's so low. The coil connects. Nullify thrown down upon XM. Jumps in, trying to finish off the jump. DM will survive, but the space is created for them to secure the Roche. Get the Aegis, the Refresher Shard, and the cheese all picked up on XG. To be so careful there, trying to approach in on this Medusa. You saw that how close DM got to just dying in seconds.
They are absolutely having the issues of how to kill the Dusa, how to maneuver around this Dusa.
It's gotten to that point.
Yep. It's been at that point for some time here now. 56 minutes. It looks like we are potentially going to make it to these 60 minutes with the way all things have been going down. How are these levels looking? Xingqiu 23. 22 on the Warlock, Chen 20, Hoodwink 21, so level advantage also for the side of XG for these supports. An AC, all right, cool. Xingqiu picking up probably the first AC you've ever seen on a Snapfire.
We're seeing as well, is this? It's queued up now on Satanic. He's holding on to a lot of money.
12-8, almost 1 hour. What the fuck is happening here, man?
They have to have some sort of immense burst so that Satanic, when he does get in and finds the target, he's able to take
the winner of this will go to the grand finals.
Also too, because of the Ghost Scepters and the Aeon Discs, and then the work. The levels are difficult in this game for sure, especially to bring down this Dusa.
Because what do you imagine no one's next purchase is going to be?
I don't know.
Is he also getting sort of a nullifier himself somewhere in the build?
He might have to, but what does he really want to replace? Just move the boots somehow? I'm not sure. Definitely difficult.
XG, how much do they want to try and push for with his 3 minutes of Aegis
XXS
on Arme?
Has also hit level 25 now, so extra hoof stomp duration. It's at 3 seconds. 3 minutes.
Tier 2 to fall on the bottom lane, XG.
XM having the power of this Refresher Shard 2 at that level 25. Eyes on the coils. The double coils could be what that XG
Here we
closes
go.
out.
Can they get Arme off the high ground? In fact, they're just going to get the jump straight in there with the coil. Onto the two of them. Hand of second coil. The second coil destroys 9+. Refresher's popped in by Noah, but he has to use the Wind Waker to try and survive. BKBs are popped as they're just having to retreat on P-Vision. They cannot step up. The range racks are gone.
The bottom racks are gone.
Right, what a coil. Catches two and then catches the third.
It's just so much damage. As 9+ just gets deleted in that combo there, laid down by XM.
He's going through backdoor.
They'll take out the full set here on the bottom lane, and still 2 minutes to go with as they can look for more. They'll swing back across towards the mid and the top lane to alleviate some of the pressure that DM was pushing in with
Vision
against
do
them.
here?
But XG, they could very much be set up to look for
Their
another
grand
set of
finals
during
on
this
the line.
Aegis timer.
Feels like P-Vision have to do some type of different approach, but I just don't know what it is in order to stop this, right? The potential of this puck plus the Medusa, and then the save from this Centaur always. The fight just feels so difficult for them to approach.
And the scaling from XG has been perfect this game, coming up to the 60-minute mark. And even though pretty much for the entirety of this game, right, P-Vision have had the net worth advantage, and earlier a pretty significant one, it just hasn't mattered. XG chose that perfect moment to go for that Roshan contest, and then ever since that, things have looked pretty in control from Extreme Gaming.
Absolutely. And they still have 70 seconds left on this Aegis. Ame gonna look for the go again. They don't have the Refresher on the puck at the moment.
With the Raw, but nothing to come with that one.
One coil is available.
There's the jump. XXS finds Satanic. They make the jump. The nullifies there.
Oh no, Satanic's dead. Holy shit, Satanic is dead. He has a buyback right here. They need to defend this. Oh my god.
Medusa is just too strong.
They've got the buybacks. They're going to have to use them.
Oh, XG is going to the grand finals. They can feel it.
Ame standing strong, going for the next. The buybacks have to come in.
XG, they'll back up for now.
It's just anyone who gets focused dies. They do not have the similar saving function on the side of P-Vision. They cannot protect the cores. They have to take a risk, and they have to go out.
They cannot let XG sort of back up and farm up these tier 5 neutrals. Satanic in with the chase. Finds Jinkyu, but straight away with the glimmer. He's away. Satanic on his own doesn't have any way to deal with that. So Jinkyu gets out. They'll get the chance to find their neutrals. We'll see at P-Vision. They'll probably stop the chase and look to just try and secure these 60-minute neutral items for themselves. Oop. Have a little bit of a breather.
Oh. I think we all need that little bit of a breather. XM, he's about to have his own refresher now finished up. He's had the liberty, of course, of a couple of refresher shards, but he is about to have this one done. So these coils, as we said, absolutely crucial.
I think Extreme Gaming, they can definitely taste the victory in this game. They're so close to being able to step forward to the grand finals.
Just wondering what's the approach going to be from P-Vision, right? There's just so many different tools that they have to get through. How do you protect the TA versus these coils? How do you focus the Dusa? Or how do you ignore the Dusa, really? There's been a lot of difficulties for them to approach.
Yeah, they had all these sort of earlier timings where they did their best to try and play for P-Vision, putting that pressure on, but at most they took the tier 3 bottom, but they were never able to take a barracks away from Extreme during those earlier points when they had a significant gold lead.
It's just been the Roshan contest, right? Extreme just coming out ahead in almost every single one, if not all of them. And just having all the buff ups, right? They put faith in Ame, and that faith is absolutely working. Now more Lotus Orbs to throw onto him.
Let's see what sort of crazy tier 5s they can find on both sides. As they should get the space on both teams to farm these up.
How's the last hits looking? We're breaking that 1,000 point on both of the carries now. And that's who's gonna get what? Audacious, Stygian Desolator for
Dream coils from XM.
He's gonna kill it. It feels like he's gonna kill everybody.
He might. You know, it might be a situation where Ame's going to turn up to the fight and everybody's already dead.
Yeah.
So I guess you don't need me. XM is insanely farmed. The damage output from this puck, it's going to be ridiculous.
Yeah. I don't know how you protect each other versus this on the side of P-Vision.
Both of them getting Audacious.
Yep.
So they've got this extra magic attack damage on their hits. And I imagine rather than Medusa, you get Audacious. It will make sure with the Aghanims that all of the hits are doing the extra 80 magic damage, right?
Yes.
It should.
Uh-huh. And he got spider legs too, right? So he's got this liberty to move in and out of the fights easier.
And we'll see, Satanic, just get the Stygian. He has got that extra attack range as well. So maybe a bit of a chance for him to find the position, but still yet to be able to get a way to slot the Divine Rapier into his item build.
And just honestly, he hasn't really been able to attack the Dusa much in the last 20 minutes, right? It feels like Satanic has to be so cautious. With these buybacks down as well, too.
And XG having all the buybacks available here.
Yeah, it feels like P-Vision, they just have to go all aggression, right? It's like DM has to, he takes the Regalia. So any type of extra damage that they can potentially get is absolutely needed.
Here we go.
Extreme.
This game could end any moment right now. P-Vision doesn't have any buyback, only the Beastmaster have a buyback right here.
Right now. XM, eyes on him.
Gonna get the jump. Straight away the Wind Waker. You see no one back off. Coil will be there just onto the one of them. They have the Glimmer as well to keep him safe.
Look at the
Kisses damage is so much he has to pop the BKB and run.
My God. I mean, that's just the one coil. Lincoln's did block the nullifier there. I think if it did not, likely he could get brought down there. No one. Still has the refresher. BKB was used.
Worth noting as well, because Ame does have the Moonshot, and even on top of that, still 9,000 gold.
Yeah, he's full. He's full slotted up. About to hit level 30 as well, too. Not the most impactful one, but any little bit can help. DM. Queuing up the AC next. I mean, DM's growth has... he's had like the same items, it feels like, for the last 25 minutes at the least.
XG. Ready and waiting outside the base.
They can just wait. Every time that XM has coil, it's going to force a reaction from P-Vision.
Still these 4.5 minutes of which if DM or Satanic go down, the game will fall to an end. And P-Vision's hopes of making it to the finals will come to an end as well. XM is in with the jump on Satanic.
Holy shit, here we go.
There's that Wind Waker.
It's going to give him a chance to survive through the coil. No one's in with the roar, but the card's there. XXS.
Oh, what a save from the card from the Centaur, man. Oh my God, that Medusa hurts a lot, man. No buyback. There is no buyback.
It's so impossible to approach these fights. Ame is just
no
a
buyback.
raid
This
boss,
is it.
and he's got
They can
XXS
actually end the
every
game
time.
here.
Back him up.
Satanic, he's got the rapier,
Let's
but
see
it
what
may
he can
just
do.
be a little too late.
Look at the damage.
They can actually end it. It's over. This is the GG. It's GG. B-Vision is out. What a game!
Wow, what a game, really. It may have been, what, 5-2 at the 35-minute mark, but
What
with
a game.
patience, taking all these Roshans, just knowing when to strike, not letting Satanic get those Aegises, and even at a goal disadvantage for almost the entirety of the game, you didn't really see it, you didn't feel it. This Dusa, far too strong with the backup of his team. What a game.
Absolutely. And P-Vision, they did well to get this far, but falling at the hurdle won't be making it forward anymore.
Yeah.
XG just having their number and knowing exactly what to do in this sort of game was very apparent, right? P-Vision wanted to try and run them over. Extreme, they just didn't let it happen, and they chose the perfect time to bring Ame to the forefront of the fight around that Roche and just get the turnaround started.
I literally don't think you could ask for a better fight that they could have gotten there, right? Because there's literally the Roar of Retribution comes out, the Roche is about to die, they get the stun, they block the Aegis, and then the Stone Gaze clips Satanic, he gets killed. That was, what, 25 minutes ago or so, but it felt like that's where XG hit their stride, got all their power.
Absolutely. And just the playmaking right from the two cores around Ame. You know,
ridiculous.
having XXS again in this game, getting some incredible hoof stomps. It's like as soon as you show, this Centaur's on top of you. He's ready to start the play. And those last few fights is what the pressure that this puck was doing, just putting on.
Wow, that was an amazing game, man. Okay, we're gonna go back later on for the finals, but for now, I think we're gonna do some runs, guys. We are gonna do some runs. Okay. I think it's the perfect time. What time is it? Ah.
芝っていつも綺麗。整備してくれる人たちに感謝しないとですね。トレーナーさんが私の走りを信じてくださるなら、私も自信を持ってこの走りを貫けます。短距離のコツを大輝に聞いたら、エンジョイスピリッツでーすって何もわからない。いい天気が続くといいですね。雨の中だと体が冷えて長時間走れませんから。苦手なことも少しずつできるようになれる気がします。トレーナーさんと一緒なら。誰もいない景色こそが特別だと思っていました。でも今は都会は建物だらけ。たまには子供の頃みたいに何もない原っぱを走りたいな。いい天気が続くといいですね。雨の中だと体が冷えて長時間走れませんから。コースの芝っていつも綺麗。整備してくれる人たちに感謝しないとですね。トレーナーさんが私の走りを信じてくださるなら、私も自信を持ってこの走りを貫けます。スペちゃんと一緒だといつもより多くご飯を食べてしまうんです。どうしたらいいのかしら。イベントが始まっています。走って行ってみますか。朝のジョギング用、午後のトレーニング用に夜のランニング用。タオルがたくさん必要ね。トレーナーさんが私の走りを信じてくださるなら、私も自信を持ってこの走りを貫けます。都会は建物だらけ。たまには子供の頃みたいに何もない原っぱを走りたいな。苦手なことも少しずつできるようになれる気がします。トレーナーさんと一緒なら。スペちゃんと一緒だといつもより多くご飯を食べてしまうんです。どうしたらいいのかしら。誰もいない景色 時こそが特別だと思っていました。でも今はイベントが始まっています。走って行ってみますか？短距離のコツを大輝に聞いたら、エンジョイスピリッツですって何もわからない。どうしましょう。勝負服を着るとすぐにでも走り出したくなってしまって。苦手なことも少しずつできるようになれる気がします。トレーナーさんと一緒なら。都会は建物だらけ。たまには子供の頃みたいに何もない原っぱを走りたいな。朝のジョギング用、午後のトレーニング用に夜のランニング用。タオルがたくさん必要ね。イベントが始まっています。走って行ってみますか？短距離のコツを大輝に聞いたら、エンジョイスピリッツですって何もわからない。この服を着ると蘇ってくる。戦闘で風を切るあの感覚。どうしましょう。勝負服を着るとすぐにでも走り出したくなってしまって。イベントが始まっています。走って行ってみますか？スペちゃんと一緒だといつもより多くご飯を食べてしまうんです。どうしたらいいのかしら。短距離のコツを大輝に聞いたら、エンジョイスピリッツですって何もわからない。はい、レジロマックイーンですわ。
Ay, wala pa muna humana na dyan nakatanaw ko ganyan, nakiputa na niya after ana. Atay kay ending do, makapangutano mo, what the fuck? No, 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 no. I'm, I'm, I'm not like that, Grant. I'm not like that, Grant. I'm not like that. No, no, present, di ba? Sakto? Okay, okay, okay. Atay kay siya, Grant. Aura-aura, no? Aura kayong buag. Whole episode, Grant. Aura-aura siya. One episode ram na yung story, di ba? It's time for the truth, Grant. Oh, kung na sila, farm ni sila whole episode. Bisag asa na siya maabot do. It's time for the truth, guys. Kasi pasabutan na Grand ka na. Anak dong. Oh. Oh. Di ba, ginabuhat na niya tanan para ma-prevent of another zero? Sakto ba? Okay, yato. Okay, okay. Ah, si Dragon Ball, sakto. Yung ganahan niya stop 6 kay gahit mong buang. Mo na no kanang na, mo na no gipang reveal na tanan. Here we go, guys. No, chillax mo, chillax mo. No. Grant na the goat, the goat. Ay, mo na siya no, na murag na seal. Oh, kunong namo na siya diha, guys. Dili, why is he not there? Grant? Who's that, guys? Guys, who is that, guys? Who is that, guys? Who is that, guys? Who is that? Mo na to, natinga ko ganiha. Like, what the fuck? Kami nang patay na siya. Oh, na siya. Ang ang kana, ang kana, GC, no, ang nakabutang daw diya, siya din nag-takedowns ni katong is to, Isol, sa top 10. Bugay na ko tanda. Mo na, natinga ko ganiha. Naitinga ko ganyan, anong naa siya? Nya, si Lingling ba? Wala kay isduli kay si Shock, no? The aura farming. Whole episode yun good, ga-aura farmer siya. Kisan ang nakita na ko no, si Nine, kinsa na si Nine? Dili, Nine daw ang pangan, kana daw babay. Pero wala ko ba unsay role niya. Nagbasa-basa ra og comments ganiya gud. Kana teaser na sa season 2, kana tanan. I mean, that time kana diha ro, kailan guro sila tanan kay X. Oh, nag-reveal man siya. Lagi na ate kay daw bisag kalit ra man. Dili katong si katong oh, si kuan katong si Zero. Jumping to the night. Oh. Dugoy po season 2 na no. Ano ni comments ay? Oh, kalaban? Kay siya man siya itong nagkon-kon og tarot cards. Why are you even confused kaya talel? Murag si X no kay i-define niyang system. What if tungod sa trust value sa yaha ni Nice ba? Na resurrect siya. O daw, ano mo? Kalit rag ko alay pakita last episode eh. Nag-suicide first episode. Mati kag drift do yawa. Ay pero okay okay naman eh kasi itong black out tayo na eh. Okay okay na na. Madadaan na no. Mausad. Siya ko, dili kay na siya sikat ganim eh. Season 2 daw, yung nag 2040 mo daw, Grant. Ano yung trend na eh? 39 nung yawa. Okay nga, tapat tayo. Ako yata na 2028 eh. Wala na to. Dito deserve tanawon sa kuan jud digit sa sinihan nans naglagot bitaw usad ko. Kaya ta. Dugay gido. Kaya ta anay. 2028 kaya ta dugaya sa 2028 eh 3 years mo na kaya ta sa ranay. Anime ang ano yung kaya di ka na ami Grant. I hate man ako siya sa una pero oh, I'm here. Delay. Sige, salamat. Nga moabot abot na kuan ba? Kadlaw abot game 5 ba? Enigmatan ako naga pra ganiha kaya ta magmatan ako nagahapon eh. Practice na lang signay Turbo International ba? Ano ka ba? The Penguin Logistics is going to the grand finals. Yeah, practice runs. How did you feel winning that upper bracket finals? You're in the grand finals right now. You're just waiting for the loser. Bro, di na ka maduaon. Okay, yan. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. Uh, what if ganahan ko runs? Oh, saman. No. Dali. Ito, reveal nila? Na, hardlock sa ng Shanghai, oy. Ah, diha ba itong kuan, di siya itong Ate Gig Production. Shanghai mo to, di ba? Shanghai Major. O, tanindot ko itong Manila Major, oy. Kaya ta. Nindot ko ito. Aw, perfect runs. Kuan man runs next year ba? Di, makapil kag turbo. Magana ka dito. Ching, jang, jang, jang. Difference, difference. Bugo agad. Batian siya.
娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。先行争いはライスシャワー、エアグループ、メジロマックイーン、期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気成田大臣、先頭はエアグループ、単身で飛ばしていきます。先頭から大きく離されて2番手は岩早秀、成田大臣上がっていきます。スタミナを切らさないか心配です。エアグループ快調に飛ばしていきます。さあ花に立ったのはエアグループ、このままリードすることができるか。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは岩早秀、その後ろメジロマックイーン、少し離れてライスシャワー、あとは成田ブライアン、成田大臣、この位置につけています。その後7番ゴールドシップ、そしてその後方には4番ゴールドシップ。第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。先頭がやや速いのか、縦長の展開だ。仕掛けどころの難しいレースになりそうですね。順位を振り返っていきます。先頭は依然エアグループ、4馬身リード、続きました岩早秀、3番手にライスシャワー。まずは1周目正面スタンド前に入った。そしてその後ろから行くのはメジロマックイーン、この辺りまでで先頭集団を形成しています。依然としてエアグループ、続いて岩早秀、その後ろからライスシャワー、そしてメジロマックイーン、外で4番ゴールドシップ、1馬身離れて成田ブライアン、内には成田大臣、少し後ろから7番ゴールドシップ、5馬身差3番ゴールドシップ、意気揚々と先頭へ行きます。エアグループ、どうでしょうこの展開。ちょっとかかり気味かもしれないです。息を入れるタイミングがあればいいですが。第1コーナー回って第2コーナー、先頭は相変わらずエアグループ、それを見るように岩早秀、1馬身差ライスシャワー、メジロマックイーン4番手、4馬身離れて2番ゴールドシップ、そして外目をつきましては成田大臣、さらに成田ブライアン、外7番ゴールドシップ、内の方から3番ゴールドシップ、2周目の向こう上面、各馬娘たちの動きが激しくなっています。先頭は変わらず岩早秀、2番手に外からメジロマックイーン、後ろライスシャワー、エアグループ、並んできた2馬身離れて4番ゴールドシップ、差がなく7番ゴールドシップ、成田大臣ここにいます。そしてそのうち成田ブライアン、さらには3番ゴールドシップ、残り 1000m を通過。成田大臣伸びてくるか。岩早秀まだリードをキープしています。2馬身差成田大臣、メジロマックイーン3番手、4番手に4番ゴールドシップ、ライスシャワー5番手、その後 3,4 馬身開いて7番ゴールドシップ、成田ブライアン並んでくる。間もなく第4コーナーカーブ、内から来るか外から来るか、最後の局面です。まだ差がある。ここから先頭を捉えるのは出てくるのか。さあいよいよ直線だ。どのタイミングで誰が仕掛けるのか。4着を切りました。最終コーナー、最初に駆け抜けてきたのは成田大臣、4番ゴールドシップ、食い下がる成田大臣、先頭は成田大臣、これは強い。200を通過、追いすがる4番ゴールドシップ、先頭は成田大臣、変わらない。お見事、成田大臣着水。
私の実力思い知ったか。ゴルス様についてきない。
実力は引けを取りません。晴れ渡るスタートです。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
先行争いは4番エアグループ、1番エアグループ、6番エアグループ、8番ゴールドシップ、現在最高峰失策。はたまた狙い通りか。
直線勝負にかけているんでしょう。終盤に期待です。
長丁場のこのレースですが、1番エアグループ早くも先頭に躍り出た。さらに4番エアグループ、そしてその後ろから行くのは6番エアグループ、5馬身差ダイワスカーレット、さらには成田大臣、1馬身離れて待ちかね福来たる。そしてその外8番ゴールドシップ、内を回ります。2番ゴールドシップ、まもなく第4コーナーカーブ、前から大きく開きました。縦長の展開だ。
仕掛けどころの難しいレースになりそうですね。
順位を振り返っていきます。現在1番手は1番エアグループ、4番エアグループ、並んでくる1馬身差6番エアグループ、そしてその外
Ano ba gawa guys? Tara 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 tara
2番ゴールドシップ少し離れて待ちかね服来たそれを見るように8番ゴールドシップそのうち並んで7番ゴールドシップ8番ゴールドシップ果たしてどうでしょうか
馬場状態を確認しながら走っている感じですねまだ本気ではないですよ
4番エアグルーヴ快調に飛ばしていきます先頭は相変わらず4番エアグルーヴ1コーナーからそして2コーナーへ向かっていきます先頭は依然4番エアグルーヴ2馬身リード続いて1番エアグルーヴあとは6番エアグルーヴダイワスカーレット続いている内をついて2馬身3馬身開いて待ちかね服来たその後2番ゴールドシップその後ろ7番ゴールドシップ8番ゴールドシップここにいます4番エアグルーヴ先頭を進みますがこれは正解でしょうか
4番エアグルーヴ彼女の客室には合っていますね
2周目の向こう上面各馬娘たちの動きが激しくなっています依然先頭は4番エアグルーヴ先頭から大きく離されて2番手は1番エアグルーヴその外並んでダイワスカーレット2馬身離れて6番エアグルーヴ残り 1000m を通過5番手には成田大使8番ゴールドシップこの位置につけています内を回って2番ゴールドシップ成田大使徐々に進出意気揚々と先頭へ行きますダイワスカーレットどうでしょうこの展開
ちょっとかかり気味かもしれないです一息つけるといいですが
第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう
ここからスパート一気にレースが動きます
まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞここから捉えることができるのか勝負は最後の直線に持ち越された残り40最終コーナー最初に立ち上がったのはダイワスカーレット抜け出したのはダイワスカーレットだが後続も追いすがる並んでくる成田大使200を通過成田大使すごい足だ成田大使完全に抜け出した先頭成田大使しかしそのどうにか成田
私の実力思い知ったか気を引き締めていこう
1番人気は
次へとつなぐ大事な一戦ウマ娘たちが全身全霊をかけて臨みます3番人気はこの子ですスタートまずリワハヤヒデ外目をついて6番ゴールドシップ内をついてウイニングチケット3番ゴールドシップ追走成田大使ここにいます残り 1000m を通過オグリキャップまだリードをキープしています3番ゴールドシップ徐々に進出先頭は変わらずオグリキャップ外から2番ゴールドシップそしてその外から行ったのは6番ゴールドシップ内から行く3番ゴールドシップ成田大使ここにいた内からアグネスタキオン第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう
勝負どころ最後の直線へとかけていきます
ゴールドシップここで抜け出したこの直線で勝負が決まるぞ成田大使前を狙っているぞ栄光まで400最後のコーナー最初に駆け抜けてきたのは3番ゴールドシップ成田大使追いすがるウイニングチケット空想外から飛んでいったのは成田大使200を通過3番ゴールドシップ足色は衰えない3番ゴールドシップリードは出だし先頭は変わらず3番ゴールドシップ3番ゴールドシップ
1番人気は9番美しい今スタートが切られました。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気成田大臣エアグルーヴ快調に飛ばしていきます。先頭はエアグルーヴ単身で飛ばしていきます。先頭から大きく離されて2番手は成田大臣、内にはマヤのトップガン、その内並んでオグリキャップ、すぐに続いて5番ナイスネイチャー、6番ゴールドシップ、並びかけてきた1番ゴールドシップ。
Really, I lost to this. I fucking lost to this shit. Really? Really, I lost to this shit? Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. Really, I lost to this shit? Come on, man. What? That's just one of the most bullshit I've ever seen. That's bullshit, man. That's actually bullshit.
美しい青空が広がる京都レース場。ターフも絶好の両馬場になりました。
名勝負になる舞台は整いましたね。
虎視眈々と上位を狙っています。 3番人気は秋の三冠馬娘マルゼンスキー、2番人気を紹介します。スタートです。各馬娘
気を引き締めていこう。
4番人気は
晴れ渡るさ。スタートです。かもなく不可もねえな。ゴルス様についてきない？
実力は引けを取りません。次へと今スタートが切られました。
What the fuck is happening? Like, what the fuck is happening right now? Like, what the fuck are this? What the fuck is even happening? Did I get blocked? This is some bullshit right here, man. How the fuck did I lose to those motherfuckers, man? Nah, this game, man. This fucking game. I don't care, man. What the fuck? I mean, but those stats without spread and stuff. Like how? It's just one of the most bullshit things I've ever seen. Is it because of the bad mood that I have? Maybe. I don't care, man. Just end this shit. The mood is actually annoying. Not gonna lie. Got 3 losses today. Holy shit. Damn. Ah, this sucks.
スタート。
The fuck? How the fuck is this winning, man? God damn it, man. I don't know. Holy. Is this gonna win? There's oh my god. Doesn't have spurt, but it has a max stats. Oh, didn't procs. Nice. Damn. Mm.
各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。先行争いは2番アグネスターキオ、オグリーキャップ、3番アグネスターキオ、期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気9番ゴールドシップ、1番エアグルーヴ快調に飛ばしていきます。先頭集団を見ていきましょう。さあ花に立ったのは1番エアグルーヴ。このままリードすることができるか。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのはオグリーキャップ、すぐに続いて3番アグネスターキオ、後ろ2番アグネスターキオ。この辺りまでで先頭集団を形成しています。 先頭は1番エアグルーヴ単身で飛ばしていきます。先頭から大きく離されて2番手は3番アグネスタキオ。第4コーナーカーブ前から大きく開きました。間延びした展開です。
仕掛けどころの難しいレースになりそうですね。
先頭は依然1番エアグルーヴ3馬身リード。続きました3番アグネスタキオ。1馬審査オグリーキャップ。その後ろに2番アグネスタキオ。まずは1周目正面スタンド前に入った。
共に勝つぞ。
Ngano mo na siya, oy.
注目の1番人気1番成田大使。
人気と実力を兼ね備えた私一押しの馬娘ですね。後方からの豪快な追い込みを。
Ame! What if mapildi si Amir, no? Loyas buang, eh. Uncrowned King na dyan siya. Bago pa sugod, Kin. Can Ame win a championship? What the fuck are Ember? Atay ka game 1 ng PLM eh. Gilobot oy. Ay pakapoy-kapoy na ami. Huh? What color? So, fantasy ni mo bilo si snaking?
気を引き締めていこう。
Uy. Cheater, cheater.
美しい今スタートが切られる。
Sweep ba to last year? Sweep ba to last year? 3-0? TI 13 finals to. Okay. Buringa day last year ay. 3-0. 3-0 mo day last year day. Pahuway sila kin. Ana siya. Di sila mag-stream basta weekend. Sila nila Thompson. Atay kayo. Wala daw, basta weekend daw. Pahuway dito sila. Lagi. At ay pilde na unta ko ito sila kon last game. Kaya ta itong Aegis snatch eh. Nag-practice gani runs gani hakin? Unsa to mag-practice runs? Basta nada siya sa stage kin, maingon dali sa word. Ano siya, kaya tanay ako na champion TI eh. Part Team Spirit pero TS to pinakadako pero OG gyapon dakong earnings atay do hagod. Hello. Oh. Let's go XG! Ano na, pilde?